our Lord and Savior Minarchy. No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome to Inquiry, a dialogue about a topic to be named later. I am your humble respondent, Stephen Hall, here to answer questions posed to me by our interrogator. Tonight we are privileged to have a guest interrogator, Aggie Regan. Did you ever get your account back?
Nope, I have not.
She just really needs to rename that one Aggie the Bar Wench.
No.
By the way, she has a special title for this evening. She is for this evening known as the Grand Inquisitor.
Okay. Nobody expects the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah, nobody ever does. I should have worn red. Nice, snazzy red hat, maybe.
So what is our topic for tonight?
Well, I was clued in as guest that the topic, since this is December, would be the origins and adaptations of Christmas and how it came about and how we have adapted those early traditions in the old world into the new world, and how they have become not just part of the whole, I guess, American psyche, but also how some people actually don't know the origins of Christmas and how it came about.
Well, there are a lot of different, shall we say, theories that don't necessarily jibe with real history, and you have a lot of mythology about it. A lot of people, one of the reasons I tell people Christmas is 3 days late, because it's set up on the holiday of celestial beings. Basically, we're looking at winter solstice, but the winter solstice is on December 22nd because of the changes in the calendar with the Julian calendar, the 10 days off on the Gregorian calendar that we're now on. There has traditionally always been a festival in midwinter when the sun dies and comes back again, and days start getting longer. It marks the nadir of the days, the longest night in the year. Once you move to a solar calendar instead of a lunar one. Now, there are a lot of people who say that's related to the ancient pagan holiday of Yule, or the Sol Invictus, December 25th, birth of the sun from Rome. There's not as much hard evidence to that as people are firmly convinced that is exactly what happened, because they blame the Christians for taking it and superimposing it upon an existing Saturnalia, whatever it was, the Sol Invictus holiday for the birth of the sun. So when you say, when did Christmas begin? That's really not as clear as we would like to think, no matter how much people do research on it.
that has always kind of bugged me because, growing up, specifically being trained in anthropology, and we had to study all of the rituals and all that stuff. And we were always told that it was a pagan holiday that had been acquired by Christianity in order to facilitate the transition from paganism into Christianity, so that those that were familiar with that particular rite can then adapt it to a Christian rite. And so, we always took that as being, well, yeah, that makes it's logical sense. It makes, I can
Yeah,
understand it, but I could never actually find any kind of derivation that would solidify the theory. So I was always, yeah, I can see it, but I need more than that.
yeah,
It's not unlike when people tell you that the Bible is a myth. And I'm like, yeah, hold up. The Romans actually knew the guy named Jesus and they wrote about him, and they weren't Christian. Okay. They weren't even Jewish. So there's actual annotation to prove that he did exist. So I can't say that the Bible is a myth. Even removing myself from my own religion, I can't say that. But with this, I always wondered how it was that, um, we center around the 25th of December, and the whole tradition of the Christmas trees, the traditions of the, like you mentioned, the Yule, so that you have the Yule log and, those kind of things. I went to a party once and they had a Yule log, and I just thought it was cake. I had no idea what it was. I didn't know. I just thought these people like to make a cake that looks like a log. So I had no idea what was going on. None of it made sense to me. But there have been, you do see that there are similarities between some pagan rituals that were around at the time and the Christianity that actually came after that, and how it adapted certain things. So I see where there would connect the two, but I could never find the actual, the connection.
I think
I could never
because
solidify that.
you're never going to have a smoking gun because you have a convergence of similar traditions and holidays throughout the world because the solar year based on the calendar is going to be the same, so you're going to have celebrations about the same time every year by every society because they're marking the cycle of the year, particularly when you get into agrarian society.
Hmm.
uh, I had a great aunt who was born on Groundhog's Day. And I always thought, Groundhog's Day is an interesting holiday, and didn't know much about the history of it. And how late does that go back? Well, the Catholics didn't call it Groundhog's Day. You go
No,
back 500 years ago, it was Candlemas.
Candlemas.
What were the mythologies around Candlemas? Exactly the same as the Groundhog's Day. If it is cloudy and overcast, then you're going to get 6 more weeks
Days,
of winter. And if
weeks of
it's
winter.
bright and sunny, you're going to get 2 weeks of winter, same as the groundhog seeing its shadow. And you're like, this is all revered around planting season. And, the midwinter holiday is you've already done the harvest. So that's when you kind of have your Halloween. Uh, you had your autumnal equinox, and then you got your winter solstice. And anytime you're doing a calendar, you have four main points. You have your vernal equinox, your autumnal equinox, your winter and summer solstices. And so you have to have some festival around there, and everybody does because that's what you're marking time with. That's what you're marking your planting season, what you're marking how you're getting your food to last you through the winter till you can be hungry in the spring before everything grows. I've watched enough shows to go, most people think you're in the middle of winter is when you're hungry. No, when you're running out of those winter stores in the spring is when you start to get hungry.
This is true. This is true. And, we have the Aesop's fables, the ants and the grasshopper, that kind of thing that would
Mhm.
teach about those certain rites that were connected to the agrarian culture that was beginning to foster throughout, the world. And so I can see connections, sort of. But there are
Well,
so many, like, as a speaking of Christmas, that that was established to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, ergo Christmas. And it was the date that was chosen really doesn't go with the biblical date that it should be, but
no, but
nobody's
the
like,
problem is when they were setting up when Christmas was going to be, once they finally decided 300 and some years later under after Constantine to go, yeah, we're going to be Christian now. It's like, when was this guy born? I don't know. It's not in the records.
it just
And they
seems
had
like they just threw a dart
like,
calendar.
well, you have biblical references to a census, and the census doesn't exactly line up with the time of his ministry. So you're like,
Mhm.
was he born at that census? Is that just a story that places him about that time? You have, and things just don't line up. And there's about like a 10 to 15 year difference there. And that's not even counting what time in the year you're going to say, this is year one. And that was the hard part of them. What year was he born? And we'll figure out what day of that year. But first, let's figure out what year it is. So you're taking the old Roman calendar going, okay, we're going to start now with year one. We're going to have Anno Domini and before Christ. But you're setting this in like the year, was it 320? It was, no, after that, somewhere between 327 and 527, somewhere in that area.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the exact date when they went to the Julian calendar, which is kind of funny because it's several hundred years after Julius and Octavius.
Yes.
Then you got
Don't let it stop.
then you have that 1 year with 437 days just to get things back in line. Then they move the start of the calendar from March 1st to January 1st, and that throws everything off. So always have fun asking people, what month is this?
Yeah, my favorite part was losing those 10 days. I wish we could go back to that, but that's another story.
I mean, serious question. What month is this? What number is the month this?
It's supposed to be 12,
It's 10th.
but it's 10th. Yes.
Yeah. you know about Latin. Sept, oct, nova.
No, yeah.
Deca. We're in the 10th month. It says so
Exactly.
in
It's
the word
supposed to be the
December. It
10th
says it's
month,
the 10th
yes.
month.
But they had to throw in Augustus and Julius in there in order to stretch it out.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's supposed to be the 10th month.
but then they moved the beginning of the month back, or beginning of the year, because the beginning of the year used to be that. And I understand that. The god Janus, being the two-faced god, looking both forward and backwards, makes a good time to start the year instead of Mars, which are really important.
That was always logical to me. I thought, yeah, that's chef's kiss picking that guy because it was perfect.
So you have these festivals that are psychologically built around being not so much midwinter, but the start of winter, which is kind of weird. You had the Celts who always put their holidays about a fortnight and a day after the solstices and the equinoxes, which always throws everybody off because they have to be 2 weeks and a day off.
Yes, fortnight.
And people don't really realize that they had days of the week weren't 7 for most societies. That was a later adaptation with our calendar. Some places had it as many as 10 days in a week. And that throws people off.
There are a lot of, a lot of people take for granted the fact that we have, 7 days to a week, 52 weeks to a year, 365 days, that kind of thing. And as to getting to this point, it wasn't easy, and it's extremely confusing. I mean, my teacher had an actual chart in class, in history class, when we were covering this stuff. And the chart was huge because of all of the things that they had to do in order to arrive at the current calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at that, I was like, screw it. We should do it the way the Egyptians did it, when they would measure it by the way the Nile was flooded. So
that's okay.
Do that.
Try to get into the legal texts where it's the name of the Chief Justice and how many years he was in.
Oh, yeah. Right.
So this is the Warts 7 legal book for the court, or what year the king was, how many
Yes.
year in the king's reign for that country versus every other country. So everybody has their own numbering system based on who was king at the time. But one of the possibilities that I really liked when they were trying to figure out when Christmas was June 6th. But that didn't really correspond to any of your equinoxes or solstices. So if they'd chosen June 22nd or so, we could have done the summer Christmas. Now think about that. That would have been fun. It wouldn't have been Christmas in July. It would have been Christmas in late June. But
Well, at least the Australians would have been happy because it would have been snowing.
well, yeah.
They would have had a white Christmas.
Are they ever happy?
No, not really. Neither South America, so that's all right. So,
But yeah, it could have been fun. That was one of them. There was another day. I can't remember what it was. I know there were 3 different days that they were arguing about when it was and when it wasn't.
I know
And
one of them was in April, I believe.
yeah,
April, and the
but you
June
couldn't have
6th
that
one
one.
just made no sense.
April's just too close to Easter. You can't have 2 holidays back to back. I don't care when he was born.
Okay. Hmm.
Well, I mean, we have politicians now who choose holidays. They're always on a Monday, so they get a long weekend. You think the bureaucracy in Rome was going to be that different?
It was not actually. My understanding was that holidays were picked based on the whims of the Senate or the
Mm-hmm.
actual emperor on where he wanted to be, what he wanted to be doing, who he wanted to be with, those kind of things. That's how they picked that particular holiday, with a few exceptions, like Bacchanalia was always, that was set. You couldn't change that. Um, and I always thought that it was kind of interesting that Bacchanalia has actually been, pardon the term, but whitewashed by culture nowadays, because the true happenings at Bacchanalia were not always pretty, and
Oh,
they were actually pretty vile by our standards. So
you
yeah,
mean ripping a man apart limb by limb by a horde of women who were literally tearing the flesh from his body? No, that's not.
that you could get a pass on nowadays. But it was a very lustful time, and I recall some of the readings that we had to do, where some of the higher ranking senators would actually send their wives and children out of the city during Bacchanalia because it was a free for all and nobody was safe. There was no such thing as consent. And if a senator wanted to have his way with somebody, regardless of age, sex, maturity, anything, he would. And it was not a pretty time, the way most people say, oh, it was a festival of the wine and the harvesting and all that stuff. Yeah, there was a lot of other stuff going on, and that's the stuff that they don't teach anymore. And so some people actually argue that Christmas has been treated in the same manner, that there have been some things that have been taken out and that are not taught anymore, because Christmas over here is something completely different from Christmas that was 300 years ago back in the old world, and those kind of things. And it may, it's true, some things have gone the way of the dodo, some things have been adopted, adapted, and redone. And I always find it really interesting that we have our Santa Claus, and a lot of people don't know where Santa Claus came from.
Coca-Cola.
Huh?
Coca-Cola. Santa Claus came from Coca-Cola. I know my marketing. I went and got an MBA. I know my marketing.
You got your marketing. Coca-Cola. Yeah.
That's
I
our image of Santa Claus with the red suit
One of
and the
my
white beard.
relatives had a
It was the
collection of those
Coca-Cola ad.
damn Santa Clauses. She had them everywhere. I was
Because
like,
Père
okay.
Noel, Father Christmas, they don't look fat and jolly. They're much thinner.
No,
Uh,
and and
some
if
of
you
that,
go back and you find out about, who Saint Nicholas was, he was not exactly the most jovial person on the planet. He's one of my personal heroes, being Catholic, but he was not a very jovial person. However, he was known for doing certain deeds under the cover of night, and I think that's what fostered the concept of Santa Claus. That's where it fostered and it grew, and it became what it is, what we have today.
that's why
Um,
he's the patron saint of pawnbrokers.
yes. I'm going to be sitting in church this, and I'm going to be trying not to laugh out loud because this is going to be playing in my
See, Santa Claus is actually, we were talking about the merger of the date and the events and the
Mhm.
customs
Yeah.
around it, but you also have mergers of people because the Father Christmas, Père Noel, often gets associated with Odin in the northern
Yes.
climes. And our image of Santa Claus, except Santa Claus aside, the Père Noel, the Father Christmas, that thin old guy, looks a lot like, aside from Gandalf and Merlin, looks a lot like Odin as the
Yes.
wandering old man
Yes. He does.
who travels.
Thomas Nast, when he redid Santa Claus into what we know today, um, made him be far more jolly than what you would see in the old world as a Father Christmas figure. The Father Christmas figure, when I lived in Germany, there were two camps. There was the one that liked the jolly, the nice, the giving me all the presents. He was the one that was the kindly uncle, that kind of thing. But the other one was like bordering on Krampus. And I did not understand that because to me, Santa Claus was something completely different. Growing up in Puerto Rico, it's different from here. So for me, Santa Claus was different
You mean your Santa
even
Claus
here.
didn't bring you sticks for switches if you were bad?
No, those were the three magi. But
It's always
the
the first.
yeah, so
Or
it
Babylonians.
was
That was the Babylonians.
so when I was in Germany, they had I knew German parents who had smaller children who actually had they would tell their children about the more serious, more, hey, you better watch out and you better not cry type of Father Christmas than the, jolly, this guy's gonna eat cookies and he's gonna leave you all the presents, type. And the reason for that, found this out from my German neighbor who actually did it that way. They were very traditional. The Christmas tree did not go up until December 24th, and it was outside. They had their Christmas tree outside, um, and it was a lovely. I mean, they invited us to decorate, and I brought mulled wine and I brought hot chocolate that I had made for the kids, and the kids were like in seventh heaven because American hot chocolate has a lot of sugar
Oh,
and
yeah.
German chocolate does not.
Your chocolate does not.
So the parents were like, "Oh, this stuff is good." But I mean, it was. We had a lovely time. It was like 40 degrees below zero, and we just didn't care. It was awesome putting up the tree and doing that on Christmas Eve. But for her, it was important that the children understood that this was a serious time. It wasn't about gift giving. It wasn't about receiving. It was about coming to terms with everything you've done this past year,
Hmm.
weighing the scales, so to speak, and making sure that the good always outweighed the bad. And that's the way they taught the Father Christmas tradition in that household. Now, I'm sure there were other households. They were the only ones in my We lived in townhouses, so in that row, they were the only ones that were doing it that way. There was my German best friend. She lived all the way down, and they had a more traditional, more American one because she had married an American, and her daughters were, dual citizenship. So having Americans living there, they wanted to do the American stuff. So I never saw them doing the German kind of thing. But it was kind of eye opening to see that there were still those trends being observed even in 2003. That was, it's not that long ago. I mean, admittedly, it's over 10, 20 years ago, but it was kind of neat to see that these people took it upon themselves to teach the children that Father Christmas is not just about bringing you candy, bringing you gifts, bringing you toys. You had a reckoning. You have a reckoning at the end of the year, and you need to make sure that you lived a really good life and you were good to others. Otherwise, Krampus is going to come get you. It's basically what I was getting out of it. They didn't call it
Well,
Krampus, mind you. It was Father Christmas.
I like
But
Krampus.
yeah, I know a lot of people do. But yeah, at the time, I didn't even know what Krampus was. But for them, it was like, you don't want to disappoint him, because disappointing Father Christmas is kind of like disappointing Jesus Christ.
Right.
And so, um, it was a very serious time
Don't
for
offend
them.
Odin.
Yeah. And so on Christmas Day, because I was Catholic, they invited me to go to the service, which was in German. Um, then I asked my kids, "Do you want to go to the German service?" They're like, "No, I'd rather go to the to the English one." I'm like, "Okay." So I just went to and it was lovely and everything, and it was it was a lovely service. We came back, and I asked Hildy. I said, "I have gifts for the kids, but I understand that this is a serious time." And she looked at me and said, "Thank you for asking me. Would you mind if you could wait until Epiphany?" And I was like, "I absolutely can wait till Epiphany, because growing up, that's when we got our gifts too."
Yeah.
So for me, I was like, "Oh yeah, I totally get it."
See, I grew up Protestant. I have no idea what Epiphany is.
um, you do know. I'm not going to explain it to you.
Actually, I do not. I've
Oh
heard the word.
no.
I do
Okay,
not know
so the 12 days of Christmas? The 12 days
vaguely.
of Christmas start on December 25th and on January 6th. That's when the three magi came and visited Jesus and gave the gifts. That's when you're supposed to receive gifts. That has also been transplanted by the way we celebrate Christmas. Those that do not observe Epiphany observe Christmas as being the time that is the time to give gifts, I guess, with Father Christmas, Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, Père Noël, however you want to do the dude. But the the birth of Jesus was that the Magi didn't appear on that particular day.
Yeah.
They followed the star. The star was there for quite a while, hanging on, saying, "Yeah, dudes, this way." And so they finally got there, and they were traveling from the Far East. So
Yeah. I've
it
seen
was
a
a
number of
long,
interpretations of the stars.
you
So
know.
one of the
So
interpretations is the conjunction between
yes,
Saturn and I forget all the other planets, but certain conjunctions that said their king was being born and Saturn being the symbol for Judea. I don't know how much weight I put into that. but But they would have occurred over a number of period of time because you're not traveling from the center of Chaldea to uh, Jerusalem or Bethlehem that fast. Yeah.
no, you
Even
are not.
crossing the desert, it's not going that fast.
No, no, it's not. And that's why for growing up, for us, the big time for gift giving. Yeah, we had we didn't even have Christmas trees really. We had a different type of spruce, pine, something or other that it starts with an N. I forget the name, but it grows in Puerto Rico. So pines don't grow there the way they grow up here. The spruces, the Douglas firs, you can't get that in Puerto Rico. So they would have to be shipped in. When they're shipped in, people in San Juan can get one, But that's about it, because by the time anybody gets to them, they're all dead. So most people may do with a fake Christmas tree. Um,
You can
but
blame Prince Edward for that one.
yeah, and so that's funny. So
Or he had a Christmas tree. Everybody in English in America had to have a Christmas tree because they sent
yeah,
out the postcards.
it,
The back Victoria
it,
never. We
and
got postcards, and this is brand
Victoria
new.
with the whole white wedding thing. Yeah, Victoria, I'd blame her. Everybody now has to wear white, and I'm like, white is so boring. But anyway, moving on from that, from fashion. We used to get one gift on Christmas Day to observe Santa Claus. But Christmas Eve was when we actually had the big thing. We had the big get together. If you recall my story about Pino the pig, that whole thing happened on Christmas Eve. We had the big pig roast. We had we were feeding 200 people that would come because they lived in BFE in Puerto Rico, for lack of a better term. And this is probably
I
the
don't think
only
Puerto Rico's that big.
this was the only way that they would get, uh, a holiday meal. And my grandparents were very giving that way. And this was this process started at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's when the cooking began. The process to prepare the pig took place the evening prior. So on the 23rd, like around 8 o'clock, that's when we would start processing the pig, and then we would start the pit at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so everybody was awake. We didn't sleep. We did not sleep from the 23rd until noon the 25th. And that's why we seldom had a lot of gift giving on the 25th, because the true gift giving came with the Magi when they came to see baby Jesus, and that happened 12 days after the birth of Jesus Christ. So that's why we observe Epiphany 12 days after, and that falls on January 6th. So January 6th, we would all go outside, get a shoebox or any kind of box or anything that would hold hay or grass, and we would put that under our beds because the camels needed to eat. Okay.
Puerto Rican camels.
And I will never forget. I couldn't find I couldn't
Those
find a
are those
box.
are the famous Puerto Rican camels, right?
Yes. These camels could swim. These camels could fly. But they were coming. They were coming with gifts. Okay. So I'll never forget one year I could not find a box. I couldn't find any container, nothing. So I found a pair of shoes. They were my father's shoes. They were my father's fancy shoes. And I take one of them and I'm stuffing it with all sorts of grass. There was cilantro, also whatever, rosemary, whatever, oregano. I put oregano in it, okay? And I put that under my bed. And it was in bunk beds. My sister was below me, I was on top. And so she had a box, I had a shoe. And it was years later that I finally understood why it was that night I heard someone say something bad. I didn't know I couldn't tell you what it was, but I could hear that they were very angry. And I thought, I have made the Magi upset. And I just pretended to sleep. And I didn't say a word. I just had my eyes squished shut. And I was hiding under the blanket because I
Those
thought that I had
Magi,
made them upset.
Magi are
No,
thin skinned.
no, it was me. And I pretty much ruined my dad's shoes. God love him. He still wore them, but they were never the same.
Yeah, I grew up much more traditionally, and we had there was me and my brother, and we got to open one present on Christmas Eve, and then all the other ones you had to wait until Christmas morning.
Ah.
And we always chose each other's. So I opened his present, he opened mine,
Oh,
and that was our Christmas. That was our Christmas Eve thing, and We were little, so we were excited. But by the time New Year's rolled around, Christmas was already long gone. We didn't have a 2 week celebration. That was New Year's Eve. That was a different thing.
No, yeah, that was
I
something
can
else that
just
I learned in Germany. New Year's Eve is a big big thing over there. I mean, the entire block is having a party outside. It doesn't matter if it's snowing, sleeting, if it's 2 degrees below zero, if your, father's having a heart attack, they don't care. They will have that party. They will prop the dad up in the corner rather than miss the party. New Year's Eve is taken very seriously in Germany. And Sylvester, which is what they call it, is an extension of Christmas. Um, Not that you would be gift giving, not that you doing the naughty nice thing or anything, but they celebrate Christmas. They do something similar like Boxing Day, but not quite. But it's a kind of a charity type of day. And then you begin to prepare by observing. You still have the tree up, you still have all of that up, all of that stays up until the 6th. They do the 12 days. If they observe from Christmas Eve to January 6th, they do 12 days of Christmas with the tree. Unlike us Americans that do, like, it seems like nowadays it's like 3 months because everybody starts in mid-October now, thanks to
yeah.
Hallmark. so
It's
so
funny how things change over time.
yeah, and that's another thing about Christmas that I found very interesting, that the traditions that we grew up with, being Gen X, have been softened, and some of them have been completely changed and some have been just erased.
Hmm.
And um and it was kind of hard for me because I was asking one of my cousins a few years ago. She was having her first grandchild, or her daughter was, rather. And I asked them, it's like, when is she due and all that stuff. And she said she's due on the 6th of January. And I thought, oh my gosh, Epiphany, are you guys going to be, celebrating, the Three Kings Day, or, blah, 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 when she, as part of her birthday? And she told me, oh, we don't do that anymore. And I felt my heart break because I grew up with that. That was
Hmm.
very important in my culture, to celebrate Epiphany. And to hear my cousin, who is maybe a couple of years older than I am, telling me that nobody does that anymore, I was like, it's like I lost a part of me. I really did. And I started thinking, is it possible that there are some traditions here in the United States that we grew up with that have completely been changed, or have been added to, or have been taken away?
Oh, numerous ones. Yeah. Kind of like Halloween used to be an adult holiday, and then it became for the kids, and now it's kind of get together for them, but not really the going running around the neighborhood. And nobody celebrates May Day anymore. Most people don't
No,
even know May Day exists anymore. You ask them about a maypole, and they just have this glazed look in their eye. I'm like, that was only 100 years ago. It wasn't that long.
actually, if you go to Germany, they do still celebrate May Day, and they do have the maypole. And almost every single city will have a May Day celebration of some sort.
But ask
Um,
anybody in America about May Day.
but nobody here knows what it is. No, unless you go to places like New Braunfels, which has a very high population of Germans and Czechs. If you
Hmm.
go to concentrated areas where those settlements are still thriving, you may actually see it. But you go to Houston and they're like, Maple. what, what the hell is that?
I'm waiting for Arbor Day to come back big.
Oh yeah, Arbor Day. It'll make a comeback.
Yeah,
It'll make a
it will.
comeback.
You just got to get a lot of tree huggers. Anyway, so we go back to the origins of Christmas and go back to our original topic. And what we see is, I think, you see a convergence of not only different traditions, different cultures, but you also have different prosperities. The way
Okay.
you celebrate when you have a agrarian society going, we need to make it through the winter, versus a prosperous society like in the 50s where we get our image of Santa Claus. It's, we have all this stuff. We have plenty of stuff to give away for gifts. So it becomes a lot more about gift giving because we're not worried about struggling through the winter.
Correct.
And that changes your tradition. It changes your holidays. So when you're asking, when does any holiday begin? And you're going back over the history of it, you had a 12-day celebration. We have a 1 night, 2 nights. Then we go Christmas music all the way back into October, giving me headaches for no particular reason. I hate Christmas music with a passion.
Oh, bah humbug. I can't believe you said that.
I like Scrooge. Scrooge was a great guy. And that's, you know me, that's one of the distinctions I tend to make is Grinch was a horrible person. Scrooge was a great guy until, he had this mental breakdown and started seeing things. Think about it. If
I don't want to think about it because I don't want to fall into that trap. I like my innocence.
If you had a relative that started seeing visions, his entire behavior changes, starts giving away the fortune he built a life building, you would have him placed under court care for a conservatorship because he's giving away all his money. You'd say this is a mental breakdown. But one of the things I like about it is Dickens was an evil socialist. I'm not a big Dickens fan.
I've never been a Dickens fan. But
the character of Ebenezer, he didn't do anything wrong. He just wasn't happy and cheerful. I empathize with this.
I've never really been a Dickens fan, but I do like a hot Dickens cider.
No.
I knew that was coming. Oh my God.
Okay, you got Aggie.
Okay.
Aggie's not going to recover from this.
No.
But if you look at what he did,
That's actually one of my missions anytime I'm on a show with her is to make her look just like she looks right now. But you normally can't see it. You can hear it, but you normally can't see it.
Okay.
but you think that's the contradiction of the movie, and what's he do? He saves his business, bails out his boss, pursues his career. So his fiance dumps him because he's pursuing his career. He takes care of his nephew. He takes care of an employee. There is nothing in that show saying he paid Bob Cratchit any less than any other clerk in the neighborhood. He was paying going rates for wages. What did he do wrong? Okay, he's a little stingy on the coal. But other than that, he's a good businessman. But that's about it. That's the only thing you can fault him for, being a little stingy on the coal.
Okay. I'm okay. I do see where.
But if you think about what did he do that was wrong? What the opening scene from the classic movie, they're stealing his bedclothes, stealing his silverware.
Yeah, and here's the thing: from a
Everybody's
capitalist point
rotting
of
from
view,
him.
from a capitalist point of view, everything he did was fine. A capitalist would see that and say, "I don't see anything wrong with that." But like you said, Dickens was a socialist, and so
Mm-hmm.
it has to be portrayed really bad. However, you do learn some life lessons in Christmas Carol. So
Yeah. Don't have a mental breakdown and have a nephew that's going to throw away your fortune after you build it. That's it.
not where I was going, but okay.
The nephew is the villain.
So since we've crossed into Scrooge territory, I have to tell you one of my favorite commercials so far for this season is the new sleep apnea commercial where Scrooge wakes up and says, wait, all that crankiness was just because I couldn't sleep. Go away.
My crankiness is natural. It had nothing to do with my sleep pattern.
Oh yeah, I know.
Great.
But the real villain of A Christmas Carol was the nephew, who just let his uncle just go nuts and insane and fritter away everything.
Well, everybody says, they that in Wizard of Oz, the Wicked Witch was the bad guy, and I'm like, I don't think so. Here comes this chick, lands a house on her sister, and
Steal her shoes.
steals the shoes, and she's the bad guy. How?
Well, not to mention
Glinda was the bad guy.
Not to mention in the original story, the slippers weren't even ruby; they were like made out of gold, so that was like a fortune.
Silver.
Or silver or gold.
No, the gold was the Yellow Brick Road. The silver slippers, because it's a political allegory.
Yes, it's the allegory for politics at the time.
Easy money of going off the gold standard to a gold and silver standard. And they headed to the Federal Reserve with, was it Jennings Bryant was the Cowardly Lion, and then you had the Working Man, which was the Tin Man, and then you had your farmer, who was the Scarecrow.
We should do an inquiry on Wizard of Oz because we're going to be doing Wizard of Oz as our Christmas show. So that's not a bad idea. UNL should do it.
December 19th, 8:30 p.m. Be there, be square.
And that was long before the fiat currency, so I don't know what they would do now.
Who knows?
We went off the gold standard. We went off the gold and silver standard. We have no standard whatsoever. So we are completely a standardless society.
So the country's following the politicians now. They don't have any standards either.
So much that we've gotten rid of the penny. You can't even have a bad penny anymore. You just don't have any. But yeah, I think any holiday, whether it's Christmas or any other holiday, when it becomes more popular, it absorbs the things around it. It doesn't so much take their place as it is, well, we used to do this. Okay, we'll do some of that too. We'll do some of this too. And I think Christmas is kind of the same thing, that it coalesced from different traditions, and they're like, okay, we like this part, we don't like this part. We're prosperous now, so the whole Sol Invictus Saturnalia thing of libertine. Yeah, you don't really want the libertine things when you start running into hardship. Libertine is for a time of prosperity. And right now, our Christmas has become very libertine. Not quite as licentious, but very, very excessive, as it were. You're not getting one gift for Christmas, you're getting 20. And one of the things I've noticed is people don't appreciate it because you get too much stuff. It's like, so what? It's another gift.
This is true. It used to be, like I said, when we did the Christmas, we had one gift. And when we had Epiphany, that was the real gift. That was the big one. The ones that, the Christmas one was maybe like a book or coloring book and crayons or something to that effect. The Epiphany was the new pair of shoes or the new outfit for church or, something to that effect. And
that's one of the reasons I don't like Christmas. Because what are they getting in Christmas? They're getting their winter clothes. It's already winter. You needed that 3 months ago when it started getting cold. You needed that new coat back in October.
Yeah.
You didn't need the new coat now that there's been snow on the ground for a month. Of course, now there's not that much snow on the ground. And it's always, you really needed these presents 2 months before, and it throws everything off just because of the timing. So if you're going to have a gift-giving holiday, it should be around Halloween.
Well, if we were celebrating Christmas in April like we should be, we would have things in plenty of time.
Yeah, but then you don't get your new winter coat in April. It's just not really that appealing.
You can get it really cheap in it. You can get it really cheap in April.
This is why I liked living in South Texas, because we didn't need the winter coats until like January or February, and they were all on sale by late November. So it was perfect.
Yeah, but I like living places where the sun's not trying to kill me.
Fair.
There's really nowhere anymore where the sun's not trying to kill you, at least until we got rid of CFCs and hairspray. But anyway, because we got a late start, we are pretty much out of time. So why don't you guys start telling folks where they can find you?
You can find me at Aggie the Barkeep for now, and you can find me 8:30 p.m. Eastern Tuesday nights in the Cocktail Lounge, 8:30 p.m. Eastern doing He Said She Said, and first Monday of every month, 8:30 p.m. Eastern doing Spirited Books, and that's about it, I think.
Okay, you can find me at X at Stephen L. Hall. It's really anonymous account, and then here on KLRN Radio on Inquiry every other Wednesday from 7 to 8. And thank you very much, Aggie, for being our guest interrogator.
It was fun, even though it was kind of wacky because I didn't know what I was doing, but okay.
That's okay. We never. All right.
It's always just kind of an impromptu. They figure out what they're going to talk about and go back and forth. But anyway, hang out, folks, for the Conservative Curmudgeon coming up next right here live on KLRN Radio. So we'll be right back. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts.
Like
It's
mine.
new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to.
Me.
On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That
They
is
like
the
me.
number one way to discover new shows and episodes.
Like
You can
mine.
find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Good evening and welcome in. I hope you're holdover from Stephen L. Hall and Aggie. Just if you're not, you should be. They did a great job. So again, hope you're holdover from them. If not, we're going to need a note from your mom. Yeah, we are. Really, call her. Get her on the phone now. Anyway.
My mom was probably behind the Circle K with Ordy, so I can't really get a note from her.
Ouch. March. Yeah. Well. Whoo. That took a quick turn.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's been a little while, hasn't
a
it?
little salty this evening. It's all right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Mom needs love too. And nobody wants to think about it, but it's just that way. It is. It's nature. If mom didn't need it, you wouldn't be here. So, sickos.
Didn't mean to derail you that quick, sir.
It is all good, my friend. It is all good. We are in the crazy, crazy countdown to Christmas. It is only 22 days away. Literally 3 weeks and 1 day. And I'll get with Rick a little later about the holidays and our scheduling, because our day falls on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, and quite frankly, I have places to be. I know everybody else has places to be because I don't do anything, and I still will be busy those days. So. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do, but we may do something. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
see.
figure it out.
Yeah, I
I,
mean, we'll either
I,
figure it out or we won't. I mean, we've done that before too.
I still think if you can't participate for Christmas Eve, which is fine because I wouldn't be able to either, you should be part of the Christmas play. Then that would be awesome. Yeah, you should do that.
Be part of what?
The Christmas play on the 19th. You should do that. That would be awesome.
It would be awesome, and I can already tell you that the 19th. Hang on, because I have my calendar right here on my computer.
It's 2 weeks from Friday.
Yes, it certainly is, and that will be Christmas with the in-laws.
Oh, see how it is.
Hey, look, I cannot help it that the family is such that it is. I cannot even begin to tell you how widespread it gets. Let's see. There's some over here, there's some over there, there's some over there, and there's some over yonder. And it seems like it is an impossible, or I shouldn't say impossible because I do it. It is an impossibly tiring task to get to everyone over the holidays. It's just horrific, and I hate it. I really do. It makes me dread the holidays. Now, all that said, my decorations are up. My shopping has been done for 3 weeks, and I tend to minimize my exposure to the insanity of this world during this time of year. I go to work, I do what I have to do. I go get my groceries on the weekend, and I take my butt back home. And that's just how it happens. I don't like being out in the madness of Christmas shopping. I would much rather buy gifts at full retail price during the year and do so over time, like pick up a couple this month, a couple more this month, and so on and so forth. And by the time Halloween rolls around, I try to be done. But Black Friday is the firm line in the sand. I do not go out on Black Friday. So literally by Thanksgiving Day, I have to be done with my shopping at the absolute latest, but I try to do Halloween. So, yeah, there it is. The exciting life. And it's just it's so much more relaxing. I remember the days of trying to go out this time of year. I hated the situation. I hated myself for getting into that situation, and then I hated everyone around me for creating that situation. So, yeah, it was not a good time in my life, and now it's just so much. And online shopping, God bless you. God bless you, Amazon, because having it come right to the door, oh, it's so much better.
All right, I just heard "God bless you, Amazon" in Teeny Tim cadence. Thank you for that in my head, sir.
I mean, God bless you, Jeff Bezos.
No, because when he
How's
says
that
"God
for
bless
you?
you," when he says "God bless you, everyone," when you said "God bless you, Amazon," it had the exact same cadence, so it
Yeah,
got
yeah.
in my head.
God bless us, Amazon. Yeah, I can't help it. I mean, and now, of course, just about everybody has online shopping now, so it truly has changed the world. It has. Introverts unite, and not that I'm even an introvert. I just don't like stupid.
Eh,
And, you
I'm an
know,
introvert. I don't like people, so I don't
I,
yeah.
you know, well, the problem is that you think of how dumb the average person is, and then half of everybody left is even dumber than that. So it's really a losing proposition to go out amongst that. I would just rather save my sanity.
Wait, you still have sanity left?
What's that?
You still have sanity left?
Well, I mean, I have to, otherwise they wouldn't be paying me. So,
Lucky bastard.
it is still a what's a great way to it does my heart good every time our company puts a project together to sit down at the table with the guys that are in charge of other departments. They're my level in another department. And we go over these project plans and I start shredding the plan and end up saving, 10,000 here, 30,000 there. In one particular case, 100,000 in one spot. And have the boss look around the room and go, "This is why he's here." And they hate me for it. And I don't care because it's my job. It's not personal. I just show them better ways to achieve the same thing, and they don't like it because they are what's the word I'm looking for? It's not more educated. I have plenty of education. It's I guess it infringes on their specific specialties. They consider themselves to be elite in what they do. And as well they should. I mean, for the most part, they're smart guys. I mean, for the most part, they just like wasting money for the sake of wasting money. And if you can do the same thing for $40,000 less, why wouldn't you? I don't understand. If there were a valid reason to spend the $40,000, I wouldn't care. I'd say spend it because that's how I am. But again, if you can do the same thing for 40,000 less, why wouldn't you? If you could go and pick out your dream car and two different dealerships offered it and one was $40,000 less, wouldn't you take the one that costs less? Of course you would. Unless you're just stupid. Wouldn't you, Rick?
Normally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the same exact car, I mean, I can't imagine anybody wanting to pay more just for the sake of paying more. But hell, what do I know? I'm just a stupid engineer. Anyway. So what's going on? What is going on? My God, we've been kind of kicked out of the loop and back into the loop and then back out of the loop, and now we're getting back in the loop just so we can get out of it again in a couple of weeks. Man.
Dude, I have to be honest. I was unplugged for so long; it was almost impossible to get plugged back in. I even almost punted this morning because I got up early and started trying to pull show notes together, and I'm like, dude, everything's like the same 5 stories.
It seems that way, doesn't it? It really does.
It went from there's so much I can't keep up to now like every single news story every single news channel that I've watched this week has been talking about the whole study that came out about teenagers and cell phones, and I'm like, dude, we've known that since the early aughts. Why is
Since
this
the advent of teenagers having cell phones?
Yeah, why is this suddenly such a big deal? Now you've got Hillary Clinton making the rounds talking about how kids on cell phones is bad for democracy because TikTok is poisoning their brains and blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Go away.
Well, yeah, it is because it's 90% liberal.
Well, yeah, but it's weird for her to say that though.
It is. Well, that's because she's stupid and she's trying to cash in on something and she doesn't realize what she's saying.
This is true. I'm sure by now Billy Boy syphilis is probably riding her brain too. So
Oh, yeah. He's like, I don't know about that TikTok, but that OnlyFans is great. Yeah. He's like, forget OnlyFans. How about some Only Freaks?
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, when are we gonna be rid of them, by the way? My God. Go away already. I mean,
Probably.
I guess it's true what they say, only the good die young. I mean,
in the event of a nuclear war, the only thing left will be cockroaches and Clintons.
God, man. You know, it's funny you say that because it just triggered a memory. Way back, way back before the Rolling Stone magazine became politically charged. Yeah, I know. I'm dating myself here. They named Eddie Van Halen most likely to smile through a nuclear holocaust.
Most people who date themselves only do that on OnlyFans, sir.
Yeah, well,
wait, never mind. My bad.
I have a $50 rule. If I don't spend money on myself, I can't take advantage of myself.
That's kind of a low bar. $50
You know, hey, I know I haven't adjusted for inflation, but
you just declared yourself an easy date, sir.
hey, you know, $50 is $50.
Dude, you can just spend $50 at McDonald's now.
This is true. It wouldn't be that hard either. So true. But I still have a golf course locally where I can go play a round of golf and have either breakfast or lunch for $50.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a hell of a deal for around here.
Well, I mean, that's actually not bad because a round of golf usually takes a little bit too. So if you break it down by the hour, plus the taking advantage of yourself afterwards.
Exactly. I mean, you've killed half a summer day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you If you tee off at 8 o'clock, you get home around 2. You still got hours of daylight. You can even barbecue and abuse yourself some more later. But anyway, I digress. And where was I going? Oh, yeah. So the new thing from the left, yeah, these poor National Guardsmen, they should have never been deployed. It's Trump's fault they were hurt or killed in one case. Yes, they should have never ever been deployed. We on the left, we have an aversion to enforcing immigration law. So it's Trump's fault, not the shooter's fault. Not the shooter's fault at all. It's Trump's fault. Because the shooter would have never done that had the guard not been deployed, right? He would have never ever thought to shoot somebody else. I don't know. It literally the way things are going in this country. If no, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that on the air because that could be used against me at a later date. Anyway, let's just move on. So yeah, I mean, it was some writer at the Atlantic that started this. Juliet Kayyem, Kayyem, Kayyem. I don't know. Could be Cam for all I know. But that's what she wrote. She said there are costs to performatively deploying members of the military, one of which is the risk of endangering them. This smug bitch. She has no idea. No idea. Lives in a little bubble. Doesn't allow anything outside of her narrative to penetrate. And is just an absolute moron. And then as soon as she wrote this, it was dogpile city for all the B-listers and even some of the even a couple of A-listers. They tried it, but it's still not sticking. The only place it's sticking are with the B, C, and D list left-wing talking heads and idiots, and like John Pavlovitz, who proposed that Trump and Hegseth are personally culpable for endangering them and putting them in harm's way. And as I mentioned on our last program, which was, did we do one last week, Rick, or was it week before? That's how out of the far of the loop I am. I don't even remember our last show. And it was probably last week. But MS Now, formerly MSNBC, same shitty anchors, same shitty agendas, same shitty network, and new shitty name. So not to be outdone, MS Now's Ken Delanian followed this path to its revolting terminus by suggesting that the guardsmen were, quote, walking around with uniforms in an American city, that there are some Americans that might object to that, and so apparently this shooting has happened. Fucking moron. What gives with these people? Where the hell do they live that they think there's this happy utopia that, and Mark Kelly's making all the rounds again. He can't stand to be out of the spotlight. Trump just doesn't want Brown saying. Well, he hasn't come for me. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he hasn't come for this double minority with two colors beyond white. So I don't know what to tell Mark Kelly other than sit back, shut up, and get out of the way. I mean, in what possible universe could this be an appropriate response to what happened? Washington, D.C. is a federal city over which the federal government has plenary control. If, as has been the case this year, the federal government decides that it is necessary to deploy federal agents to enforce law, it is permitted to do that without the expectation that those agents will be murdered, which murder is still illegal, no matter how butthurt you are. Certainly, in this country, we have become more complicated over time than it was back in 1787, but there has never been a point that one should expect to be gunned down by assassins if their deployment is disproved of by the progressive intellectual class. Politically, one can believe that Trump's decision to deploy National Guard troops was a good one, a bad one, a middling one, and that postulate will not change one iota. Whether they are there to pick up the trash, fight an alien invasion, or solely to smile for foreign tourists, there is no circumstance in which killing them is appropriate and or acceptable. So, one of the common themes from those who believe otherwise is that two guardsmen who were targeted would not have been hurt if they had been home in West Virginia. Taken literally, this is, of course, true, and yet in our republic of laws, the observation serves no more to mitigate the crime at hand than it does the suggestion that if JFK had declined to go to Dallas in November of 63, his head would not have been blown open. These people have lost their damn minds. They've lost their damn way. And all they know how to do is behave like petulant children because they don't like a political decision. I don't know. I have friends that are Democrats. They are not these kind of leftists. They are actual Democrats. They're Kennedy Democrats. And if you've been a fan of the show for any amount of time, you've heard me talk about Kennedy was smart enough to realize that he wanted to enact his policies, and he did. And they became harmful to America. And he reversed course and instituted tax cuts, which his own party basically tried to hang him for. But it worked. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine to think differently. It's not fine to not think. Do your damn homework. Learn something about what you're saying before you just knee-jerk yourself into the stupid bubble. You know, we still have Chicago registering 4, 5, 6 dead every weekend, 18, 22, 26 shot. Why would you want this to just be the norm? We can have better. We've had better. It would have been ridiculous for officials in the city to have responded to the horror. Wow. Let me back up because I missed a sentence there. Thanks, Seymour. In Dallas in 2016, a man who wanted to kill police officers shot 12 cops and killed 5. Can you imagine for the officials in that city to have responded to that by concluding that they should replace the police with some other organization and they wouldn't be shot? This is basically what the left is saying. This is basically what the left wants. I look no further than Mayor-elect of New York City. He wants to empty the prisons because violence is a made-up construct. Violence is a made-up construct. In immigrants, cutting a girl's throat on the train in Charlotte is a made-up construct of violence. It's made up. Shooting 2 National Guardsmen while they walk around D.C. is made up. It's not violence. It's just made up. This is what they're telling you. Don't believe them. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we got some more stuff to talk about. And it's been a little while, so I think we'll try to do a little music too if we can work it in. So shake a leg. We'll see you in about 4.
You're listening to the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show live on KLRN Radio. Back after these messages.
What you doing? I've been jumping through some hoops. Wanna get my body loose. Wanna tell you what to do. I've been running out of bounds like an animal struggling, looking for a diamond. I'm trying, I'm fighting, riding in the rhythm now. I just wanna stay on your night.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts.
Like
It's
mine.
new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast.
Like
There are
mine.
more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On
Me.
Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is
They
the
like
number
me.
one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can
Like
find
mine.
Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
To me.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Okay, welcome back. It is 25 minutes to the top of the hour, and before we jump back into things, Rick, what else is on tap tonight?
Things are getting back to normal. So we have Behind the Enemy Lines next, followed by Rick and Orty. And then it will be Edge of Liberty. And then on tap for the closing act, we have BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon from last night. So again, I'll be running board till about 2 a.m. my time. Yay.
That does sound like it's back to normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. You sound thrilled.
Yeah.
Hey, you should buy yourself a cat of nine tails, and that way you can just beat yourself over the shoulder. Oh God. Yeah, I'd go bonkers if I were you. I don't know how you do it.
Now you see why I asked how you still have sanity left.
Yes, well, I mean, I'm not as special as you, so yeah.
I like spaghetti. Do you sell spaghetti? Yay. Oh,
when the fuck did we have ice cream? If you haven't seen The Ringer, you got to. Oh man, so good. Okay, so one of the other things that's going on that isn't, I mean, it's almost like it's out there, but nobody really wants to talk about it. I don't know. This massive, apparently massive scandal in Minnesota. Is that right? Minnesota. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't watched Fargo in a while, so anyway. So apparently, some people in this country are finally waking up to this ongoing scandal of apparently pretty massive proportions, if the reports are right, where state taxpayers have had somewhere north of $1 billion stolen from them by concentric rings of welfare fraudsters based in and around Minneapolis's tightly knit Somali diaspora community. You like that? That's one of them $4 words. Diaspora. Look it up. I'm not here to educate you. Actually, I am, but you got to do your own homework. So it's a story with far deeper implications than the mere loss of dollars and cents, but one that implicates our national immigration policy, among other things. First, though, take note the depth of the fraud and how long it was ignored by the media at large. Still mostly is, although not by the good people at Powerline who have been following it from close to the beginning. And the gentleman that has really been the one to grab the bull by the horns on this whole thing and covering all the trials and trails and everything else in between. His name is Scott Johnson at Powerline. So look him up if you care about this topic at all, because it's a big one. It really is. I mean, this reaches all the way up to either Tim Walz being completely incompetent or completely complicit. In September of 22, the federal government began to indict multiple sets of Minneapolis area Somali Americans on charges of defrauding Minnesota welfare and public assistance programs. First came the, quote, "feeding our future" scandal, where to date, 75 defendants associated with the Somali charitable organization allegedly chose to feed on the sudden flood of post-2020 COVID era relief money available to anyone willing to claim a vaguely, shall we, charitable, ecumenical cause kind of thing. Feeding Our Future was able to hover or hoover up millions of dollars of COVID funding with the promise of providing school lunches to disadvantaged children in the Twin Cities Somali community. The FBI raided their fake meal locations in January of 2022. The federal indictments have been piling up since then, but this turns out to have been only one of multiple government fraud schemes emerging from the Twin Cities Somali community during the COVID era. On September 18th, the federal prosecutors dropped the first in a wave of indictments against 8 defendants for defrauding the state's Housing Stabilization Services program to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. There are more webs of fraud yet to untangle, and it seems they penetrate the entire local Somali community. You know, they consider themselves to be a fabric of our country, according to Ilhan Omar. It's just crazy, and it has absolutely even caught Donald Trump's attention, and he's removing or attempting. I'm sure it's going to be a lawsuit. Trust me, everything's a lawsuit against Trump because it's Trump. He's moving to revoke temporary protected status for all the Somali immigrants. Now that the scandal has been dignified over the weekend with a New York Times investigative article, ooh, morons. One that specifically notes that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's responsibility for a method of fraud that took shape and flight under his misadministration. Progressive America is officially permitted to notice the matter, although it won't draw the correct conclusions. Career prosecutor Joe Thompson, who has the federal lead on the case, said, quote, "This fraud crisis didn't come out of nowhere. It's the result of widespread failure across nearly every level of leadership in Minnesota. Politicians who turned a blind eye, agencies that failed to act, prosecutors and law enforcement who didn't push hard enough, reporters who ignored the story, community leaders who stayed silent, and a public that wanted to believe it just couldn't happen here. This isn't just a few criminals exploiting the system. This is a system that has been begging to be exploited, he said. Hell of a quote. And he added that if we keep ignoring the truth, we're going to lose something far more important than money. We're going to lose the Minnesota that we know and love, which you already have. It's too late for that. I'm sorry. The only way to save Minnesota is to make the Twin Cities their own state and put them on their own, and the rest of Minnesota exist without them. It's too late. It's too late. It's like the UK. It's too late. The unpleasant reality is that they imported an element of Somalia's culture of criminality, and for no good reason. While the bogus charges of racism were used to keep suspicious authorities from following up on the blatant signs that something was amiss, the scandal raises the question, what does America owe to those who seek to immigrate here? Let's stop right there, because I've seen this question posed in different forms, questions, statements, but it all begs to the same answer. What does America owe to outsiders who seek to immigrate here? Let me go on record right now and say not one fucking thing. We don't owe them a thing. There is no right to immigrate here. I don't know how to make it any more simple and plain than that. I am a second generation American on my mother's side of the family. My grandparents, both of my grandparents, my mom's parents immigrated here. But you didn't know it. I didn't know it growing up. No one talked about it because they wanted to be Americans. They didn't want to be immigrants. They weren't loyal to where they came from. My grandmother, when I was an adult before she passed, told me the story of her coming to Ellis Island, where her mother looked down at her while holding her hand and said, "We're in America now. No more Spanish, only English." Now, it's the complete opposite. They think we should be learning their languages instead of them coming here and assimilating. They think we should be changing our culture to accommodate them. They think they should get to rape women here like the savages do back in the motherland. This is the problem. They don't want to be Americans. They just want what America has. If they can get free health care by just walking into an emergency room and getting treated, by God, that's taking money away from taxpayers in America. And they know it. I mean, does it hurt you and does it hurt me? Are we having to shell out that bill? Yeah, I mean, yes, we are, but it's coming out of our taxes. It's not coming out of our quote unquote bring home pay. The problem is that our government keeps compulsorily taking more of our money and wasting it. You don't get to choose whether you pay taxes or not. They'll jail you if you don't, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You want money from me, and if I don't give it to you, you're going to put me in jail. Well, how are you going to get money from me then? You know, I don't. If anything, you should put me under house arrest with an ankle monitor and make me go to work and tax my check like it's going out of fucking style, which you already do anyway. So here we go. Obama did this in Minnesota. This is his doing. He's the one that brought 90,000 Somalians in and dumped them into the Twin Cities. And they've had what, 30 years now? How long has it been? I don't know. Shit. When was Obama in office? I don't know. There's at least been a generation of time.
He was elected in 2008, sworn in 2009. So yeah, it's been right at about a generation.
Okay, so right around a generation, they're multiplying. And again, it's too late. It's too late for the Twin Cities. You can't stop it now.
The Twin Cities have become sagging biddies.
It's so true. It's so true. And of all places to relocate Somalians, you put them, you literally flipped the coin on them. You put them on the other side of the coin. They come from a hot, dry land. Yes, there's coastal area. Most of them don't live there. Most of them live inland where it's more desert-like. I don't know why. There is so much lush green land in Somalia. They have natural resources in Somalia. What the hell do they need here? I don't get it. You got a country that could produce and make everybody there wealthy. And you choose to live like hyenas, you know, trying to hunt raccoons. This and the absolute abject failure of Obamacare are Barack Obama's legacies. This is what he's done to Minnesota. And it's a disgrace. And you know, that's the news portion of the show. Real quick, we got a couple of minutes. We'll squeeze in a little bit of music. New albums or new music, I should say, in general. Just we haven't done this in a little while, so let me stretch back into November. Back in November, Lily Allen released a new album, and boy, she really came into her own. You know, Lily Allen's been around a while. I think her first album was like in 2006 or 2008, something like that. This may be the one that she's remembered for forever. If you haven't heard of her before, she is kind of well, she's a unique talent. Lily Allen is a very unique talent. She is we'll say she's a blend of pop, ska, electronica, and reggae. She is very witty, sarcastic, blunt, to the point, and sharp-tongued. She does not mind letting the language fly. It is not for the faint of heart to listen. But yes, it's a good album. She's a very talented musician, and if you can handle the profanity and adult themes, I highly recommend that you give it a listen. Let's see what else is out there that I can guide you to. My phone is buzzing. Oh well. How about some new punk? Some new Canadian punk. They're called Homefront. And the album is called Watch It Die. If you're a fan of punk, give this new band a listen. It's their second full-length release. So give that a check. Let's see what else is out there. Dream Theater has a new album out. Dream Theater into the hard rock genre. One of the better bands over the last couple of years in that genre. Up and coming. Let's see what else is out there. What else? I don't know. I didn't look deep enough, did I? I should have gotten a couple more lined up. The Anna von Hauswolf has a new album. She guest appearances by Iggy Pop, her sister Maria, and Ethel Cain, Iconoclasts. Little different, Swedish. They get a little out there sometimes in their music. Makes me think of the band Ghost, another Swedish band. We're supposed to have some new music from there it is. The Lily Allen album is called West End Girl. Yeah, West End Girl. Obviously stolen from Pet Shop Boys way back in the day. Let's see what else is going on here. I would recommend against buying Nebraska 82, the Springsteen box set, unless you just happen to be a big Springsteen fan. I am not. Brandy Carlisle, she's been around for a while. The album's called Returning to Myself. She's a bit of a rocker, singer, songwriter. I think you would like that. And I think that's probably going to about do this week, just because I didn't research it deep enough. But I will get some stuff ready for you for next time. I will prepare better. I promise I'll be a good boy, Daddy. Don't spank me. Yeah. I don't see much else that's jumping out. I'm sure there's some other good stuff. If you're into the poppy country kind of stuff, Carly Rae Jepsen has a new album out. They pounded out a John and Yoko box set called Power to the People. If you're of that ilk,
John and
not.
John and Yoko definitely pounded some things out, but I didn't think we were going to bring that up tonight.
Did they though? Well, I guess they did. They have two sons. He does anyway. Northern Irish pop rock band called Ash has a new album called Ad Astra. Give it a shot. I think you might like that. And then there's a Scottish indie rock quintet called Idlewild, and they just released a self-titled album, so eponymously named. And then I would be remiss not just reach back a little further. A posthumous release. Waylon Jennings' Songbird. Unreleased cover songs by Waylon Jennings recorded between 1973 and 1984 were hand selected and mixed by his son Shooter. So give that a shot too. And my friends, that's the show. If you like it, tell your friends. If your friends like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome right here with me on Wednesday nights on KLRN Radio, America's podcast network, and the only home, thank God, of the conservative curmudgeon radio show. I'm your host, The Grouch. Peace.
I mean, unless you count iHeart, Spotify, and all them other places.
Yeah, but this is home. That's not home. That's just where they can hear me.
Just giving you grief, man. Just giving you grief.
That's okay.
All right, folks, hang out. Behind the Enemy Lines coming up next.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
You feel the grass, 'cause the last few nights against my ass is burning in your hell. It's time to go fuck themselves. It's too much. 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 'Cause we make good behind enemy lines. Fighting for the truth feels like war time. Go back down, keep it rocking and roll. Cool in the chaos, but loud in the war. But loud in the war.
Boy, I missed that music because we are now back behind enemy lines. Hey there, how you doing, everybody? Gene Bardelli and Ross Galloway, the Unabomber, apparently. You okay over there?
Listen, man, it got down to about 50 degrees where I live. I'm freezing, bro.
Oh, cry me a freaking river, man. Oh,
I'm not used to the cold anymore, man.
Well, we had a cold one yesterday around here. Got down below freezing, a lot of freezing rain, and wouldn't you know it, my car it's a rag top, and it has a leak in it.
Oh.
And let me tell you, by the time I drove home from work, I was drenched.
I thought, isn't Zoran Mamdani going to give away new ragtop cars for free soon?
Well, sooner or later. I mean, that's what I've been told. But I moved out of the city, so I guess I can't get it anymore. Oh, well. But yeah, I mean, listen, it's been a minute since we've had time to talk between me doing work and you doing community service. It's been a hell of a time. No, you haven't been. I'm
almost finished with that.
Almost done. You're almost done, and I'm proud of that. But yeah, it's been a minute since we had some time to talk some politics, man. What have you been up to the past month or so?
Well, luckily, not a lot has happened over the last few weeks, so we don't really have much to talk about
No,
and catch up on.
I mean, we missed the whole Epstein Files hysteria, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but I don't think we found it yet.
I was going to say, that went away kind of quick. I don't know what they found in there, but all of a sudden, nobody's talking about it anymore.
Yeah, I know I did a short video on it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But while I'm doing that, I had to do, I had work stuff. I'm sure we all had work stuff to do and all that. And, it was one of those things that we just had to take a break. We needed a moment.
And it's the holidays, the end of the year. Listen, nobody wants to do this. Nobody wants to be stressing out over politics during the holiday season, man.
Yeah, and also, people are stressing out about what's going to be happening in, 2026, especially those in the People's Republic of New York. I did have the time to do this a little while back, right after the election. This was seen by like over 1,000 people across social media, close to like 2,000 actually across all of our platforms. But I had to give it a play today.
That there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about.
Brooklyn Bridge. Promises stacked higher than a pyramid ridge. Free rent, free meals, free everything free. But nothing's free when it comes with a fee.
Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money? You can start again.
He says no billionaire, no landlords, no greed. But who's gonna plant all the seeds we need? I saw him marching with a megaphone loud. But where's the plan for this utopian crowd?
We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism.
Hey yo, what the fuck? Welcome to the People's Republic of New York, where the dreams get taxed and the buffoons all talk. Red lines stretch from the Bronx to Rockaway, hopes on layaway, and we all pay.
We have to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism.
You didn't know I made music in this time, did you?
That was awesome.
Yeah, I keep on frozen here. I got to try and having a problem moving stuff from the screen. Give me 1 second. See if I can do this way. That's just remove other media from the stage. It's not letting me remove the media from the stage. What the hell here?
That's that socialism. There you go. It's already kicking in.
Hang on. Can I remove you from the stage? I'm just going to remove you for a second, see if I can. All right, so you're easily removable, but nothing else is. Oh, boy. Hey, I may need you. Oh, no, there. No, okay, I got to remove that again. There we go. All right, a couple of glitches here. It is what it is. I blame Ross. But listen, so when you were stomping on that guy in the subway like that, how did you, maintain the pace? Older guy. That was impressive.
It really is shameful when you think about it, because there's a bunch of new videos too. Those are like some dated ones. Some NYU chick just got beat up on the street by a homeless guy the other day. It's, the city's out of control, man. I don't know how you guys do it. I would not, you couldn't pay me. There's no salary that I would accept to move back there. None.
Yeah. I get it. Listen, I moved out of the city. I only work there now. I only go there in daylight hours. So, the suburban life is for me, glad to see
I heard
Rick.
you live in is it true though that you live in a Somali enclave in Long Island? Is that
No, I definitely don't live in a Somali enclave. I will definitely deny that. But we will be talking about a certain Somali enclave in Minnesota, don't you know, in a little bit as we have people coming in. We also did do, while we were away, I also did make a little bit of a short video about what happened with that whole hysteria with the Epstein files. Nobody, for like a week, everyone had their hair on fire. And since then, nothing. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's almost as if they didn't find a bunch of dirt on Trump, but they might have found a bunch of dirt on Democrats, possibly. Almost as if that's what might have happened.
Listen, your guess is as good as mine, but even Stephen A. Smith was kind of taking it out on his fellow Democrats. Let me see if I can pull this up now.
Files were in existence and free to have been opened during the Biden administration.
Yes, finally. Thank you for noticing.
The same files that were open with the 220 pages of documents or whatever it is, that could have been done when Biden was in office. Well, why didn't you do it? If it's so important now.
Now you're asking the right questions.
Just deducing how much they despise Trump is if there was some real bona fide dirt on him, since you went after him with the 34 felony convictions, which essentially was deduced to him paying hush money. If you had something like that you were willing to parade him through the streets with, of course, if you had something on him about Epstein, you'd have let it go earlier to make sure he didn't become the 47th president. This is the kind of stuff that smells.
This whole thing stinks to high heaven.
Meanwhile,
This is my favorite part of this video. I just want to. This is the search for more documents. I heard that Mel Brooks is doing Spaceballs 2, the search for more money. Well, this is Spaceballs, the search for more Epstein documents.
meanwhile,
Found anything yet? Nothing yet, sir. How about you?
Not a thing, sir. What about you guys? We ain't found shit.
I knew you'd like that one.
Oh, we ain't found shit with the pick. Best part of that movie.
Absolutely. So everybody has been coming in, whether you're watching us on YouTube, on Rumble, on X. I'm glad you're here with us. We're going to be talking about some fraudulent bullshit coming out of the Great White North of the United States. The guy who was almost vice president, Tim Walz, apparently has been asleep at the wheel to the tune of $1 billion in fraudulent payments. Billion with a B, folks. We'll be talking about that. And then later on, we're going to be talking about that special election that occurred in Tennessee that Democrats think is this great bellwether. And we're going to explain to you why it ain't shit when it comes to the grand scheme of things as we head into, my God, I can't believe we're saying this, the midterms in 2026. Where did the time go, man?
Yeah, I mean, the year flew by, and I haven't seen anyone of any stature get arrested yet, and the Republicans are going into the midterms failing. Congress hasn't done a goddamn thing. Big, beautiful bill, and they passed that on a party line vote through reconciliation. We're in trouble, Gene. I know we're going to talk about 2026 later, but we're in trouble.
All right, well, listen, Comey was arrested. He's going to be arrested again once they refile that indictment. Letitia James was arrested and indicted, and they got to refile that indictment as well. A couple of technical problems there. He's got to do a reboot there. But let's get into this whole Minnesota nonsense. I kind of set it up very generally because there's a lot to unpack here, folks. This isn't just one case of fraud. This isn't just isolated incidents. This is pervasive fraud, not only of social services systems, but jury tampering. Voter fraud has been discussed in the past year. And Tim Walz is walking around like the friggin' happy idiot that he is, saying, hey, everything's great. The reason why we're having all this fraud is because we're so good at what we do. He literally said that on TV, folks. You're going to see it a little later. But I'm going to try to set this up with a couple of videos here. I got a little bit of a long presentation here for you, pal, because I want to make sure that we all are on the same page about what we're talking about. Because to be honest with you, I've been doing I've been in law firm world for a good month or so. So I had to kind of reset here and see what exactly is going on with all this fraud. This is Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer. He is the House Majority Whip. And I think this is a decent summary from the Republican perspective as to what the hell is going on in Minnesota.
Is not racist, and it's not unfair. Look, this guy is pathetic. He is incompetent. He's a pathological, sociopathic liar. He lies about everything. Got caught on national TV, Bill, lying about something as dumb as when he was at Tiananmen Square. And his response to that back then was, I grew up in a small town. Sometimes I'm a bit of a knucklehead. Look, my hat is off to President Donald J. Trump. We have been trying to sound the alarm on this fraud that has been going on since the beginning of the Walz administration for more than 3 years. And it wasn't until Donald Trump sent his truth out a couple weeks ago that everybody started paying attention. You have correctly pointed out, it's already more than $1 billion that these fraudsters stole from Minnesota taxpayers under Tim Walz's watch, and the number is growing. It's not just the $250 million fraud case, the largest pandemic fraud case in the country that's feeding our future. It's Medicaid housing fraud. You go back, it's autism centers, the list goes on and on, daycare fraud. But let's just look at the housing one. The Medicaid housing program was created back in 2020. They estimated it was going to cost annually about $2 million. You know what? From 2020 to 2024, it was $100 million. And they shut the program down in October of 2025 because from the beginning of the year, they'd already sucked out $61 million. And this idea that it's not going to al-Shabaab, they're sending the money back to Somalia, Bill. People should understand, al-Shabaab controls the financial infrastructure in Somalia. It is going back to Somalia where al-Shabaab, the terrorist organization, is in charge.
Okay, so at the moment, I just want to...
So that's what Emmer is saying. Let's get a little further deeper into it. This is an article from the New York Times, of all places, which kind of gives us a better view in detail about what's going on. How fraud swamped Minnesota's social services system on Tim Walz's watch. When the New York Times is out there talking bad about Democrats, pal, you know there's about to be some shit talking here.
Yeah, but you notice who they didn't mention. They only will throw under the bus when it's someone on their own side. They're only willing to throw under the bus old white guys, right? I don't know how many times I have to say this. You know, the Democratic Party has no use for white men, especially the ones that claim to be heterosexual, right? So the Chuck Schumers of the world, the Walzes of the world, they're going to get thrown overboard because they didn't mention Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of that state, who happens to be on an audio tape, which sounds a lot like a bribe. First of all, some coercion, and then a bribe being offered to him in order to not follow up on this stuff. But he's not being thrown overboard. Why is that?
Well, we're going to throw him overboard a little later as soon as I find that clip as well.
The New York Times isn't doing it, though. I don't
see
his
Times
name
is
in
not
here.
doing it. The New York Times is trying to follow the money, but there are some nuggets here from the New York Times I do want to point out to you. So federal prosecutors, and this was even during the Biden administration, charged dozens of people with felonies, accusing them of stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from a government program meant to keep children fed during the pandemic. It always comes back to the pandemic, pal. It seems like everybody had their hands in the cookie jar, but especially so in Minnesota, because what Minnesota has done is they've adopted the Scandinavian style of social welfare that includes high taxes. So this is taxpayer money that has been distributed out, as you'll see, to organizations connected to that group, al-Shabaab, that Emmer was talking about. Over the past 5 years, law enforcement officials say fraud took root in pockets of Minnesota's Somali diaspora, as scores of individuals made small fortunes by setting up companies that billed state agencies for millions of dollars worth of social services that were never provided. So they say that this is insidious within the Somali population, but they're not saying that Somalis did it. Language always gets people away, as Ross was just talking about here. Federal prosecutors say that 59 people have been convicted in those schemes so far, and that more than $1 billion, with a B, in taxpayers' money has been stolen in 3 plots they are investigating. That's more than Minnesota spends annually to run its Department of Corrections. So they basically stole a full state agency's worth of money. The fraud scandal stood out even in the context of rampant theft during the pandemic, when Americans stole tens of billions through unemployment benefits and the like. But there's a line in here, and I have to find it in the article, where even the New York Times not only points to al-Shabaab and you know, Feeding Our Future and all these organizations, but actually talks about a culture of thievery and fraud that is insidious in the Somali community. Did you see that in the article as well?
No, but I know Somalia is the second most corrupt country on the planet, so it doesn't surprise me that the quote-unquote refugees that come here would be somewhat corrupt themselves.
Well, I just found it here in the article. I want to go up a couple paragraphs before we get to the rest of it. Ahmed Samatar, professor at Macalester College, a leading expert in Somali studies, said a reckoning over the fraud and its consequences is overdue in Minnesota. Quote, American society and the denizens of the state of Minnesota have been extremely good to Somalis. Dr. Samatar said that Somali refugees, listen to this, pal, who came to the United States after their country's civil war, were raised in a culture in which stealing from the country's dysfunctional and corrupt government was widespread. Minnesota, he said, proved susceptible to rampant fraud because it is, quote, so tolerant, so open, and so geared towards keeping an eye on the weak. these Somali refugees who are embroiled in the scandals, the New York Times is linking them hand in hand, not me, were raised in a culture in which stealing from the country was widespread, and they brought that culture to Minnesota. Shocking, I know.
Yeah, and the question must be asked, Gene.
Oh, wait,
what
the question begs?
The question might actually beg, or begs the question that, what other traits do these people have that they brought with them? Their zeal for women's rights, maybe, their tolerance of homosexuals, their, adult relationships with young adults and children, potentially, right? What other traits and cultural, culture that they bring with them when they fled to this great country, right? No one wants to ask that question. Have they assimilated? Have they become Americans? Are they all Yankee fans now? Is that what's going on with these people?
Well, I guess they would be Twins fans now, right?
Nobody's a Twins fan, not even people who live there. So I don't know.
Wow, calm down. Well, it turns out, so we're not just talking about a couple of thousand people. We're talking about 80,000 refugees in Minnesota that settled there. I guess they like the cool weather in Minnesota. Or maybe they found what we would call on the streets in the People's Republic of New York City, they found a mark. And they took that mark for all it's worth. And that mark is Tim Walz. And as you said earlier, Keith Ellison may be involved in that as well, because it's been reported, and you pointed this out to me during show prep, which I couldn't believe you found. You found that Keith Ellison may be on tape saying that he would be able to help Somali groups like this in exchange for campaign donations. Now, I don't have the audio clip itself, but what I do have is an article from Town Hall, which I'm going to try to share right now, that seems to go into detail on what Keith Ellison might have gotten himself caught into. Did Minnesota's AG Keith Ellison help Somali nonprofits defraud state taxpayers? Perish the thought, I'm sure. Yesterday, Town Hall reported, yesterday being December 2nd, for those of you watching this on replay, shout out to the replay crew out there. Town Hall reported that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was not only aware of the massive fraud from taking place in the state, fraud that not only bilked Minnesota taxpayers of billions, but led to the death of at least one vulnerable Minnesota man. We'll get to that in a little bit as well, and helped to fund Islamic terrorism in Somalia. This is all according to Town Hall, of course. But he was punishing whistleblowers who reported on the fraud. This is a very big story that has so many tentacles to it that it's almost like the Ross Galloway theory of news. They're hitting so many tennis balls over the net at us, we can only bat so many of them back. But this group called American Experiment, and here's the tweet that you sent to me, says that they have Keith Ellison caught on tape pledging to help Somali fraudsters in exchange for political campaign donations. According to this group, American Experiment, Keith Ellison can clearly be heard pledging his support to individuals who would soon become his family's campaign donors and later feeding our future criminal defendants. His recorded statements flatly contradict his contemporaneous public statements and raise uncomfortable questions about the intersection between political fundraising and constituent services. This is a battle that has been going on since time immemorial in politics, pal.
I mean, you could say that has been going on since time immemorial, and there's some truth to that. But the Democratic attorney generals who, especially during the Trump era, have claimed to be holier than thou, seem to be pretty damn guilty. From Letitia James to Fat Fannie Willis to Keith Ellison. Right? I know Fannie isn't an attorney general; she's a DA, but she's still fat.
A lot of overzealous. And really a new crop of Democrats out there that are feathering their nest rather than doing the job. There's a surrogate judge we can talk about in Georgia as well that got she was actually expelled from the bench. We can talk about Tiffany Henyard in Illinois and the corruption we covered for 2 years about her. But now American Experiment, they claim to have this 54-minute, 44-second audio file from 2021. It's a meeting between Ellison and key figures in the Feeding Our Future scandal. And the audio file was actually an exhibit in the trial of one of these people. It was not offered into evidence during the trial. And the people who were involved in this Amy Bach and others, were convicted on 7 counts. And that's what Emma was talking about earlier. So according to American Experiment, the audio has Ellison saying that he is in the middle of the battle with the agencies now, that Walls agrees with him that this piddly, stupid stuff, this is a direct quote apparently, running small people out of business is terrible, and that he agrees with the proposition that there is state agency discrimination against East African businesses, and of course he's here to help, and let's go fight these people. And then, after this meeting in December of 2021, or actually around the same time, Ellison reportedly received $10,000 in campaign donations, including from a defendant in this Feeding Our Future scandal, as well as other family members here. He also received contributions from unidentified people that were involved in the scandal as well. They protect some of these people who may not have known by calling them like unnamed donor number 2 and things like that. But also Ellis's son, Jeremiah Ellison, who is on the Minneapolis City Council, accepted campaign donations from these same people. This is crazy.
Yeah, and what's crazy, Gene, and I hate to pick old scabs, but they tried to put Donald Trump in jail for the rest of his life. Steve Bannon did some time in jail. Rod Blagojevich, a Democrat, spent a lot of time in jail. Henry Cuellar was about to wind up going to jail, but Trump just pardoned him today. And George Santos did some time in jail. Why is Keith Ellison not on his way to the nearest jail cell, right? This guy, I mean, if Pam Bondi does not go after this one, and I know it's very early, but 2021 was not, was a little while ago. This guy needs to get locked up. This is on tape, clearly, if not soliciting, at the very least, accepting a bribe.
It's very close in time, too, which is absolutely nuts. So you have all this exploding right now, but fraud goes back even further than what we're talking about. We can come back to the present time, but this video you're going to see now involves that case we were just talking about in which these fraudsters were convicted in. Listen to this story about jury tampering during the trial.
We have new details on a jury tampering scheme at the center of a major fraud case. Federal prosecutors indicted 5 people for their roles in offering a juror $120,000 for a not guilty verdict in the Feeding Our Future fraud scheme. The U.S. attorney says the group targeted juror 52 because she was the youngest juror and appeared to be the only juror of color.
They have a way of picking their marks, don't they, pal?
I don't know if this is the same case or if they're going to mention this, but there was also one where a jury found some Somalis guilty of this very crime and a judge overturned a jury verdict in Minnesota.
Yeah, you know what? I saw that as well. I only had so much time to put things together, but this is the Feeding Our Future people that ended up being convicted. But my God, listen to how brazen this is, though.
According to court documents, they dug up information on her family online and even put a GPS tracking device on her car to track her whereabouts. During their investigation, investigators uncovered a video of one of the defendants leaving a bag of money at the juror's home. You may recall the juror came forward with the bribe, and 5 of the 7 defendants were found guilty of fraud. They were convicted for stealing millions of dollars from the government meant to feed hungry kids during the pandemic.
Just showing up outside that door with a bag of money. By the way, Christy says I look like a festive elf in green. And I don't have to point the ears on, but yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Just showing up with a bag of money outside a juror's house. One of the defendants did it. They didn't even have someone else do it. They did it themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, this sounds a lot to me like organized crime, right? No one ever accused the government of being racist when they went after the Italian mafia, right? So I don't want to hear anyone on the Democratic side saying like this is a racial profiling type of thing, right? The town is all Somalis. The corruption is all Somalis. If you look at the list of names that were accused, all Somalis, right? This is a Somali refugee issue in Minnesota. Okay, so with ICE and with Border Patrol details, go into Minnesota and crack down on illegal immigrants from Somalia. This is not racial profiling. This is just following the facts.
You're a racist. But it doesn't stop there. We've gone through so much fraud here, but it doesn't stop there because there was a summer even earlier in the year. This was, I believe, this might have even been in 2024. Listen to this story now, because it's not just about stealing money. It's about stealing freedom, too.
In a Minnesota voter fraud case that first came to light this summer, 2 people pleaded guilty in federal court to being paid to help register voters. In all, 500 to 600 fraudulent voter registration applications were submitted to election officials in offices in 13 Minnesota counties. Esme Murphy has been following this case, and she joins us now. Esme?
Hi there, Frank. It was some sharp election workers in Carver County who realized the names and addresses on the voter registration forms. Residents. Prosecutors charged 2 people with 1 count each of voter registration fraud. According to the charging documents, the 2 were paid by an unnamed foundation to help register voters.
Unnamed foundation. It's a foundation that, as you'll hear, that was also getting money from the government to do voter registration drives and things of that nature. Let's continue on.
The 2 defendants pled guilty this summer and have since moved out of state. The scope of the 2-year FBI and state investigation was not previously known.
And it's very significant that they said today it was 13 counties, between 500 and 600 fake voter registrations. And that's just from 2 of the independent contractors that worked with this group.
The investigation involves scouring hundreds of records.
On guidance from the FBI, the voter registration applications were mailed directly to the election lead, and instructions were shared to use gloves when handling the forms.
In testimony before the committee, Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon says the system designed to catch voter fraud worked.
This is a case about individuals who conspired to submit false voter registration applications. This is not a case about fraudulent votes. And this is ultimately a case of the system working.
I'm going to call BS on that, being an election lawyer and seeing how a lot of these collection efforts happen, seeing voter fraud happening in real time, seeing it happen at the polls, seeing it happening in the collections. They only caught these 500 or 600 applications or whatever it was. How many slipped through is what I want to know.
Yeah, and the left constantly tells us that this never happens to begin with.
Never happens.
Right? Never happens. And let me just say something. The other thing they say, because they had obviously it happens, right? And even they had to admit that it happens, right? Because we have stories like this. Then they'll say, well, it happens, but it happens in such small numbers it can't possibly affect the outcome of an election. Well, let me tell you this, and you know this, Gene. If I had 500 fraudulent applications or registrations, that's 500 guaranteed votes, especially if we're doing mail-in voting. 500 guaranteed votes. That's worth, you could times that number by 5 or 10 to a legitimate campaign, right? I have to reach out to 2,500 to 5,000 people to possibly get 500 people to come out and vote for my guy the legitimate way, right? But if you have 500 illegitimate ones that you're just going to send in fake mail-in ballots, that's worth its weight in gold. Right. So all these numbers do matter. You can't say, well, 500, it's not that big of a deal. It's not going to sway an election. That's like 5,000 on the other side that are real people that I got to spend time and money to convince them to come out and vote. And even if they come out and vote, they might not vote for my guy.
And we've seen elections, especially within states. We were involved in a state Senate race in the People's Republic of New York that was decided by 16 votes, or as we like to say, a bag of votes.
Literally.
Literally a bag of votes. So when I hear 500 applications being fraudulent, that's 500 people that, like you said, the person actually doing it the honest way has to go out and find.
And by the way, Gene, let me just add this little nugget to this. Several Democrat states, I don't know if Minnesota is one of them, but I assume they are refusing to give the federal government copies of their voter rolls. Why? Right? If they have nothing to hide, why are they not turning over their active voter rolls to the federal government so we can cross-reference these lists with lists of people who are known not to be citizens? Right? Why don't we check that? Or to be dead, right, through Social Security records. This is some of the stuff Elon Musk wanted to do.
Yeah. And it feels like both sides wanted to not do that. By the way, this woman here, you're going to find out, Kristen Robbins, she wants to run against Tim Walz, who was running for re-election in 2026, I believe. So she seems to be jumping on this issue. Seems like she's going to have a lot more of issues to jump on, to point to get these people out of office. We'll see what happens with that, but let's let this finish out here.
How many were in the system is challenged.
Republican Committee Chair Kristen Robbins, who is running for governor, says she has additional concerns that the unnamed foundation that paid the two workers is funded by state taxpayer dollars.
Bingo!
99% of their budget comes from state grants. So this is a group that the state is funding and that then went out and did these voter registrations.
I just want to let that hang for a second. This organization shouldn't exist. It can't stand on its own. It doesn't do its own fundraising. It doesn't get the resources from citizens. It shouldn't exist. But the state of Minnesota, Tim Walz, Keith Ellison, Democrats in Minnesota, they breathe life into these corrupt organizations, let them go about their own devices, and it took the federal government, it took Merrick Garland to alert them to this. It's the same story now that we're seeing today. First of all, Merrick Garland has to say, whoa, this is so bad that I have to step in. Think about that for a second. But now think about all the other organizations that have been created that got grants, that's feeding our future people. $1 billion in federal money and taxpayer money from the state of Minnesota. These organizations should not be. They should not exist. But for Democrats like Tim Walz and others who turn a blind eye after they create these altruistic charitable organizations that then turn the charity into their own wealth.
Well, I'm not gonna defend Tim Walz on this, but it's not just him, right? I want to say the USAID scandal, and when Trump shut that down, really opened my eyes to the illegitimacy and the fakeness of a lot of these NGOs. You remember when George W. Bush was the president? He pushed, partnerships, public-private partnerships, and faith-based initiatives to do the things that government really couldn't do. And I was a believer, to be honest, until the USAID scandal. Now I don't believe in these things anymore, right? You can't FOIA a private entity that's getting government money and doing whatever they want with it with very little oversight from the actual government entity that gave them that grant. So I got to be honest, I no longer am a firm believer in public-private partnerships or even faith-based initiatives receiving taxpayer money and doing whatever they claim to be doing with it, right? Because it's impossible to keep oversight on them. And these just illustrate the point, right? Especially if you have a guy like Walz who just doesn't want to know what's going on with it, or might actually agree with the illegal activity that they're doing, right? Because even when they're on the up and up, they're hard to keep track of. If you have somebody good in power, if you have a dirtbag in power, or a retard, as our president called him, there's no hope in keeping oversight on these things.
And the alternative would be, imagine that $1 billion going back to the people instead of going to these organizations. I trust you and your pocketbook and your own selfish financial motives more than I do the government's. People would be charitable with that money. It may not be $1 billion worth of charity, but it'll also be money that actually gets to where it needs to get to. It won't be diverted into corrupt motives and means. But again, we're not done yet, because there's one more clip, and it came from the last cabinet meeting with President Trump, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem went through visa applications coming from the state of Minnesota, and listen to what she had to say about this. Now, it's going to be a little low, so if you guys want to put up your volume for about a minute or so, that would be helpful.
And their fraud on visas and their programs, 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country.
So, I know that was hard to hear, but Kristi Noem was saying that 50% of the visa applications coming out of Minnesota are fraudulent. That family members are lying about who they are in relation to each other in order to bring more people into Minnesota. This is, listen, I know that we like to talk about, this is mob-like and this is mafia-like. This is a bigger racket than any organized crime I can think of at the moment.
Is it, Gene? So
what's bigger?
Will the Trump DOJ lock any of these people up?
That becomes the big question.
We're a year in.
We have the evidence. Apparently, Kristi Noem has evidence of fraudulent visa applications.
Yeah.
So now, in the words of Sean Connery from The Untouchables, what are you willing to do?
Nothing. That's what's going to happen. Nothing.
Well, I'm a pathetic optimist, and I'm going to stay optimistic, and hopefully we'll see something out of this. We're way past halftime here on the show, and normally I'd be directing you to the website, buffoonoftheweek.com, but it's under some maintenance right now, so I'm going to ask you to head on over to shop.buffoonoftheweek.com for any apparel needs. Bro, I actually found my old Behind Enemy Lines hat, which I think I got to remake now.
I love it. I dug mine up the other day, too.
No, the red one.
The red one I have, yeah.
That's cool. I found this. I think I got to remake this one. This one's pretty damn cool. I'm gonna go on a creation fest and just start creating new stuff. You can check out the store by clicking in you see the upper left-hand corner of the screen right now, which I believe is over there. Yep, there we go. Right up there. Click on that or take a photo of that with your phone or your device or however you do these things. I don't really know. And that'll take you to a link directly to our merch store where you can pick up my book. You can pick up some merch and a whole bunch of other good stuff. And of course, I do have to let everybody know that this episode of Behind Enemy Lines is sponsored by our very good friends at Freedom Chat. Go head on over to freedomchat.com. We haven't talked about them in a while, but mainly because we haven't been around in a while. You can go to freedomchat.com and download their app for Android or for your iPhone. Freedom Chat is the next generation messaging app that keeps your conversations actually private. There's no tracking. There's no privacy concerns for you, no screenshotting, no linked devices, just total freedom and security the way it should be, thanks to their end-to-end encryption system, which, listen, I don't know tech, but having had the people at Freedom Chat explain it to me, they put a lot of thought into this, and they've created a system that actually works. Unlike some of those other apps out there, WhatsApp, that will sell your information to the highest bidder and that will store it and use it for their own commercial uses. From using Freedom Chat, they've made several updates since we've last talked about them. One of the best updates is we have a channel on there for Buffoon of the Week, and now you're able to put replies in and talk directly to us on Freedom Chat. If you get their premium service, which is only $5.99 a month, guys. It's well worth it. And you get to self-destruct messages, make sure that there's no evidence left behind from any of the dealings you do. Ain't that right, Galloway? And I got to say, I'm loving it. We have over 100 subscribers, I guess you want to call it now, on Freedom Chat. There are other people on there. Larry Elder's on there. I believe Dinesh D'Souza's also on there. A lot of friends of ours are on there as well with their own shows. Rick Robinson's on there. KLRN is on there. Check it all out, freedomchat.com. A lot of big things ahead for them, pal, and we're going to be a part of it.
Yeah, and I'll say this, man. I got a new phone a few weeks ago, and I was having a hard time transferring all my apps and remembering all my passwords. But Freedom Chat transferred right over, and I had a minor hiccup, but I reached out to their tech support and got immediate assistance, and they got me back up and running. So I'm back.
That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that. Folks, head on over to freedomchat.com or go to wherever you get your apps, whether it be the Apple Store or Google Play Store, and download Freedom Chat on your device right now. And join us on the Buffoon of the Week channel. We debut videos there before we do them on our social media presence. We have conversations. Galloway likes to annoy me and argue with me. It's great stuff. Check it out, freedomchat.com. I really do enjoy the little barbs we do on there, pal.
No, it's cool. I like it when I'm bored. I'll jump on there and drop, throw some fire bombs in and
listen. Even if it's just like a meme, or a GIF or whatever. That's always there's always something that we're doing on there. So freedomchat.com, check it out. Did you follow this Tennessee special election at all, pal?
I did, and it got me more nervous than I needed to be because it wasn't anything to be nervous about at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what elections do. They kind of raise your blood pressure, right? So both parties are celebrating right now for some reason. Even though the Republicans, this was Mark Green's seat in Tennessee, and it turns out that the Republicans won by about 9 points. And Democrats, in their ignorance, were saying, well, Donald Trump won this district by 22 points. And now the Republican there only won by 9 points. So that means, oh my goodness, what a tsunami is coming for the midterms in 2026. And I'm here to tell you, folks, don't believe the bullshit. And, pal, I just want to give a couple of reasons why first, and then we're going to discuss it a little bit. So the first thing I want to let everybody know is this is not what they call an R+22 district. You may hear this terminology out there. This district is Republican +10 or Democrat +3 or whatever it may be. From the Cook Political Report that seems to measure voter registration, voting trends, voter turnout, and things of that nature. This was a Republican +22 district for Donald Trump in 2024. But for a Republican not named Donald Trump, this is a Republican +10 district. To be sure, a good district for Republicans is a 60-40 district. When you say Republican +10, that means 10 above majority. So that means it's a 60-40 district. Matt Van Epps, I believe his name is, who won the seat for the remainder of the term, and he'll have to run again next year. He won this by just about 9 points. So the R+10 kind of held true, which, based on our experience, pal, in a special election, none of the numbers go true to form compared to a midterm election or a general election year. This is actually a good sign for Republicans, in my opinion.
Especially since it drew national attention and the Democrat raised a ton of money from out of state for a special election that was being held in an off year without Donald Trump on the ballot between Thanksgiving and Christmas, right? That's a very tough election cycle. And Republicans historically, we're getting better at this, but we don't do the mail-in voting or the early voting, right? So we have to hope our people show up on election day. And they came out, right? They came out. And I do want to say this, Gene, because I know I beat this dead horse all the time. There is no party after Donald Trump, right? I'm shocked that the guy was able to win by 9 points, right? 10 points would have been good. Marsha Blackburn, by the way, the senator, very popular Tennessee senator who's going to run for governor of that state, only won the district by a couple of points when she ran statewide, right? So the Trump factor is what got the 22-point lead for the Republican Party when he was on the ballot. You have to ask yourself this question going forward, especially since we have just about 3 years left of Donald Trump, the great one, right? The true great one, or the greatest one ever. We only have 3 years left of him. After Donald Trump, what are we drawing people out to vote for Republicans that are running for Congress, right? For the last year, we've had Congress. What is motivating people like me, or, maybe I'm not the best example because I'll probably vote Republican forever, even though I despise them. The people who came out and voted for Donald Trump but don't give a damn about the Republican Party. And I can't blame them. What are we hanging out there to get them to come vote between Thanksgiving and Christmas at a special election while it was raining on Election Day in Tennessee? What are we hanging out there for them? What have the Republicans in Congress done? What are they telling us they're going to do? Nothing and nothing.
And I tend to agree with that. And someone's going to have to emerge to pick up the Trump standard bearing. And maybe it's J.D. Vance. I know that Elon Musk has been talking about that and predicting 2 years of Vance, two terms of Vance after Trump. And God willing, that can happen. I think what motivates people to go out to vote is the fear of an AOC type like this Afton Bain was. And they voted out of fear of the alternative to what Republicans have been giving. And I can get that.
Can I jump in for 1 second, Gene? And I'll tell you why it's so scary.
Absolutely.
The left, and I'll challenge anybody on this, name a moderate Democrat. Name one. You can't.
They don't exist anymore.
They don't exist, right? So the reason why they run AOC type candidates wherever they want, and the left does get motivated to vote in congressional races, is because when they control the government, they use that power. When the Republicans control the government, we don't do shit. We play by their rules. We have a filibuster that they're going to get rid of when they get the chance to do it. They're going to panic the court. We went through this a million times. We won't do those things, right? The government shutdown. Okay, cool. We didn't cave on the government shutdown. But to be honest with you, a clean CR when we're in power probably shouldn't have been what we put in there, right? They shut the government down over a clean CR. We should have packed it with some shit we actually wanted and then forced them to shut the government down, right? We don't get a win. We constantly, as a party, not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is different. As a party, we enter the argument in the middle. We propose a clean CR, right? And then they fight us to the left. Like, we're going to now negotiate on extending the Obamacare subsidies anyway, right? We're still going to wind up doing it, right? We just kick the can down the road a little bit to keep some street cred. We start in the middle. They start on the far left. Unless we start fighting like they fight, there is no reason to vote Republican, especially at the congressional level. Zero, right? No one's going to do it. And when Donald Trump is gone, I hate to say this, it doesn't matter if J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio wins. It won't matter, right? Because we're never going to be able to get a majority in Congress again. And to tell you the truth, we don't deserve it because we don't do anything with it when we get it.
Well, I'm encouraged by like the gerrymandering efforts in states like Indiana that are looking to draw districts more favorably for Republicans. But I tend to agree with you that there is a drop-off, and that's why you hear whisperings of the Jeb Bushes of the world looking to make a comeback after Trump is out of office and things like that. We've been hearing stuff like that constantly. I do want to go back to one other thing to talk about here, and that because we do have the midterms coming up, is that many Democrats are out there talking about how this result, even though they lost, is a bellwether for the blue tsunami that's coming. All the pollsters are talking about it as well. You and I lived through an off-year special election for a remaining term of a congressional seat. It was the 9th congressional district in the People's Republic of New York. Anthony Weiner had resigned in disgrace for the first time. You know, it was the good old days for us. And a friend of ours named Bob Turner won a Republican seat in that district for the first time in like 80 years. And we were going around saying this is a bellwether for the 2012 election. And it wasn't. In 2009, I believe it was, Scott Brown in Massachusetts won the governor's mansion there. And everybody's going around saying this is a bellwether for the midterm elections and we're going to clobber Barack Obama and blah, blah, blah. And it didn't happen. Why do people keep getting fooled by the fool's gold of special elections and thinking that they mean anything other than the hardcore people came out to vote and that's it?
Yeah, and I would be interested to see, and I did not look this up, and I probably should have, what the turnout was there, right? Special elections, historically low turnout. So it is just a matter of getting people to the voting booth, right? And that's why, just, jumping back to the last segment real quick, 500 guaranteed votes in a low turnout race makes a huge difference, right? If they had 500 or 1,000 fake voters in this race, it could have really upset the apple cart here.
Oh, especially for like a local race, you get those 500 people to get that extra edge in a local race, to get that rookie elected official into office, who will then use incumbency like a snowball rolling downhill to try to accumulate more and more momentum. That's where the danger is in that. But just get back to what I was saying for a moment. These special elections only mean things for that race. There's no bellwether better than measuring your own turnout and working like you're 5 points behind in every race you're in. People got to stop with this nonsense of, oh, we did better than we thought, and therefore we're going to do better than we thought going forward. It doesn't work that way. There's going to be 435 races going on across the country, each with their own local issues of concern, each with their own unique idiosyncrasies in their voting population. And those people who just go with the mantra of politics is local will do better in races than looking for national bellwethers on a random Tennessee special election in an off year.
Yeah, Gene, just do me a favor real quick, because I know time is running out.
Yeah.
Give me the 2026 midterm generic Republican that's running for Congress and one of those 435 seats. What's his platform, right? What's he saying elect us for?
That's a great question. I haven't even really thought about it.
They have nothing.
Well, let's.
I love Donald Trump. That's all they can say. The big, beautiful bill, that was his. Okay, now what? What have you guys done since
Okay,
then?
so next year with the big, beautiful bill, Trump is saying that there's going to be an increase in your tax return from previous years.
Oh, I have no doubt that next year the economy is going to be much better than it is this year.
So that's what you run on. It's the economy, stupid, right?
Okay,
if
but
people are getting back more money.
What have you done for me lately? So what is since the big, beautiful bill, what have the Republicans in Congress managed to get done?
Nothing.
We can't even finish confirming the rest of Donald Trump's executive branch. We have U.S. attorneys that the judicial branch is picking for Donald Trump, right? Because we can't get them confirmed in the Senate. What are they running on? Nothing. They've done nothing.
No, I
a year in, we can't get a U.S. attorney confirmed in Virginia or New Jersey. Why?
Because it's been mission accomplished from Democrats in stymieing everything. Let's be honest about it. They have done their job.
So then what's the point of the majority? Do we need to have a Republican majority?
So here's what I see coming down the pike right now. In blue places like the People's Republic of New York, you're going to have a struggle session for all Democrats running in primaries. Chuck Schumer is quaking in his little boots over AOC making him unemployed. There's a lot of people out there, because of what happened with Mamdani in New York City, feeling their oats about bringing socialism, like we played in the song in the beginning of the show. We're going to see a struggle session on the left that I think will scare people in the middle to vote Republican. If districts are drawn, as I think they're going to be drawn in many of these states, and that there's going to be a seat edge in favor of Republicans, I think the left is going to overplay their hand, seeing these far left victories they had. And I think that is going to scare voters straight. That's the only way I see Republicans taking any seats. If Republicans don't make hay in Minnesota over this whole thing with Tim Walz and all these scandals, then Republicans don't deserve to lead. If Republicans aren't going to take advantage of this lurch to the far left that is going on across the country that they're celebrating, then they don't deserve to lead. Period, point blank, and end of discussion.
Yeah. I mean, I'll end with this on this topic for me. Tell me what the difference in your life would be tomorrow if Senator Lindsey Graham was replaced by a Democrat. How would that change your life one way or the other?
I mean, it would change the lives of people in his state.
How? The Senate has accomplished nothing.
Yes, but it would be much harder to accomplish something.
In a minority, we'd accomplish the same. Nothing.
Come on, I'm being facetious here. If you get rid of Lindsey Graham, it'll be one vote harder to accomplish something.
But we're not accomplishing anything now. So the point I'm making is,
yes, third base.
You have to motivate people to go out and vote for these losers. But for what? Like, usually you could say, like, oh, if we get control, we'll pass Donald Trump's agenda and we'll codify his executive orders. No, we won't. We won't. We can't. We refuse to. We can. We refuse to.
The window has closed because in 2026, and maybe this will be my final thought, I expect more of the same because Republicans are going to do what they've always done. They are going to try to run to the center and not.
All right, folks, we're going to be stepping away from this one at this time. We're live right here on KLRN Radio. Coming up next, Rick and Ori live on KLRN Radio. Then we'll be heading over into HR Media territory for the rest of the night. Hang out, keep it locked. We still got about 3 hours of content left. Stay tuned. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
Thanks, JJ.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as Chat Lives Matter Night, right here live on KLRNRadio.com. I am one half of the crew for this one, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half, Ordnance J. Packard, otherwise known as everybody's favorite Amish attorney, and you are listening to Rick and Orty. Good evening, Mr. Amish, sir. How are you? Seems like we
Holy
just did this last
it's been
night.
a minute.
Yeah, 12 months ago.
Yeah, right. Nah, I think
Good
it was
Lord.
like 3 weeks. 2 or 3 weeks.
We tried to do one right before Thanksgiving, and everything kind of fell apart. I don't even remember what we did that night. I know I was on for like an hour, and then everything fell apart. I don't even remember what it was. Anyway.
VC threw together a impromptu Thanksgiving episode.
Oh yeah, that was last week. I was talking like the week before.
Oh, the week before.
There was something I did the week before, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, you had a lot of stuff going on, so
Yeah, I don't even remember. Anyway, how you been, man? How was that? I would ask how your Thanksgiving was, but we kind of covered that last night. So
yeah, we talked about that last night. But for those of you who weren't listening to Manorama, my Thanksgiving was
Which
great.
why weren't
If you, yeah, which why weren't you? I do my tradition of there's only my mom and myself to cook for, so I cook extra for the olds in the neighborhood and got a kiss and a smile from all of them. So mission accomplished. Good Thanksgiving all around. Plus, I love cooking, so that's that's my catharsis. How about you? How was yours?
Nepe Stef Bakoye. Russian for a goddamn cook, by the way.
Got it. A goddamn cook. Can never have enough Hunt for Red October references.
I was like, I'm throwing a Red October reference, and I'm not sure he's getting it. That's
no,
rare.
I got it. I was just trying to think of how to. I had to pause because I wasn't expecting it, so I had to process. Go through the mental Rolodex. For you young kids, there used to be things called Rolodexes that are what you call your contacts in your phone now.
Yeah, I still call Jen Rolodex because every time I need anything, she's got the number for it.
Yeah,
apparently that was discovered at a CPAC, so that kind of became her nickname, was Rolodex.
Yeah, if I need to send a surprise gift, Aggie is my go-to.
Yeah, she's the other one. She's got everybody's birthdays and all that cool stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, getting plugged back in after almost a month of not really doing anything political has been a pain in the ass because there's been a couple of false starts. I've been trying to get back into it for about the last week or so, and I would start turning on the news and it would piss me off so much I would turn it back off again. Like, I can't do this right now. I just can't. Because I mean, it went from for the first few months of Trump's story, there was just so much news that you couldn't keep up with it. Now it's like the same 5 news stories over and over and over again.
Yeah,
and the left freaking out about the same 5 news stories over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's it's kind of weird now. It's like a news story will have legs for a week. I think the media has figured out that they numbed everybody to their propaganda by hitting them with a new scandal every day and nobody fucking caring. So now they try to stretch it out for a week until they start debunking each other. You know,
Yeah, and the funny,
Times,
if you know,
the Times debunking the Washington Post about that, you know, second tap on the drug boats.
I mean, I'm sorry, the military has one job: it's to kill people and break shit. So you keep going until they're either killed or broken. That's
But
their
I mean,
job.
even then, the way the Washington Post wrote it up, I got into. I mean, surprise, surprise, I got into an argument on Twitter about it. But I was arguing with some dude. I said, this headline doesn't read like a Pentagon order. It doesn't read like something JSOC could send. It's definitely not how SEAL teams receive their orders. This was written by fucking Tom Clancy.
Rainbow Six, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then, yeah, with the Times coming out and debunking that story, I'm like, God damn, you guys are just, it's all scum and y'all are sharks.
What the hell is going on with the Times? It's like all of a sudden they've elected a commie and now all of a sudden they're trying to do straight news again.
Yeah, they've accidentally done news twice in the last week. That's weird.
I mean, you know, I realize, you know, that it could be the whole broken clock situation, but it seems weird that the gray lady's actually trying to do news again. I don't get it.
I think they figured out they can't out crazy the WAPO.
Yeah, I mean, they should have known that for a while ago. I mean, you know, your dick is a pencil sharpener. So,
yeah, well, I mean, which is funny because it's like even Bezos said, you know, I'm tired of. He basically said, I'm tired of owning a brothel. In reference to WAPO, and they haven't changed.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Oh, dude.
Yeah, but
I can't believe
to
it's
your point.
only
I mean, with everything going on in my life, you know, between the holiday and everything, it's funny. I finally got my monetization back on Twitter, and I am tweeting less.
I can't even. I still can't even hit. I hit the threshold once and then applied, and then they changed the rules, and I haven't been able to get back since.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a day and just shit post and meme all day long.
I don't know. I don't think I care enough anymore. I mean, it would be nice to have, you know, the pennies coming in from it, because that's one of the things I'm trying to do is get as many pennies coming in from as many places as possible. So eventually I can hopefully lock them up in a dark room and they start breeding like rabbits. But dude, I also figured out their impressions. Yeah, true. Shut up. I also figured out their payout per impression sucks compared to everybody else. So I'm like, that's an awful lot of work to get $8.
Sure. I mean, when you're like me and you're doing what you do anyway, it's a nice little bonus. It's not like I'm out there, you know, engagement farming or anything. I'm just, you know. Yeah, the other thing is I haven't had any fucking retards in my timeline. It's like they're avoiding me. I don't know. I mean, you know, people keep tagging me into shit and nobody wants to engage. It's like word got out.
I mean, well, what happened is that retard finder dude took your shtick. So
well, yeah, but then he got outed as a street shitter, and I'm amazed more people haven't figured that out yet. I mean, I got it when he was a crypto scammer, but you know, then it came out he's not even an American.
Dude, that whole new thing about being able to figure out where an account's actually located at has been kind of cool. Like, there's this whole account that, like, their whole shtick has been, you know, Native American propaganda, and they're like in fucking India or something. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, India or Malaysia or something. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, when that first hit, the absolute bloodbath of influencers was hilarious. I mean,
yeah, unfortunately, that hit around the same time that I was unplugged, so I missed a lot of the fun. But you know, I am enjoying being able to go and click on it now and be like, oh, you're claiming you're in California, but your profile says that you're in blah blah blah. Asshole.
Yeah, I've got a tag for that now. It hit me in the shower today. That's sometimes when I do my best thinking, shitting or showering. From now on, whenever somebody who acts like a foreign account but has a U.S., I'm like, wow, I'm surprised to see U.S. on this because you tweet like a street shitter.
Nice. I also like the fact that it tells you how many times the accounts change their name, because it's like there's one account that's been DMing me incessantly, trying to, I want to help you pay your bills. I want to do this. They're like out of Bangladesh and they've changed their name like 15 times. Like, good try. Good try.
Yeah. I want to help you enjoy cattle to its fullest and eat one.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Hey, India, I'm punching a cow. Sorry. But to your point, to your earlier point, with everything going on in my life and everything, I am kind of glad the news cycle has slowed down because I was able to catch up on a week's worth of shit while Gene was on.
Yeah, that's.
And
I was actually on a call taking care of some stuff, so I was like, oh crap, I gotta go.
Yeah, no, Al's got a point. You can tell millennials are in charge of the propaganda now. They're just so fucking bad at it. They can't even make their lies believable.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of, unbelievable lies and life imitating memes, did you hear about the drunk raccoon?
Yes, that's fantastic.
That was probably the funniest thing I saw this morning when it was one of the first things I saw when I plugged back in was the picture of the raccoon passed out face down right next to the shitter. Like, oh my God.
That's my spirit animal. Back when I used to drink, that was absolutely my spirit animal. Hey, we got a Jess signing. And a JNT and an Al. Chat's filling up. We got a lot.
We got apparently people have missed us. So thank you guys.
Yeah.
Well, they missed
you. Why, but thank you.
They missed you. That's what it is.
No, I don't know about that.
You're everybody's favorite.
I'm
like
everybody's
favorite.
Yeah, I'm like Elvis. I open up Piggly Wigglies in Dayton. There's gonna be a time when nobody gets that fucking reference either. We're coming to the point where nobody's gonna get Elvis references and penny jokes.
Sad times indeed, sir. Sad times indeed.
I mean, half the dad jokes are going away when they get rid of the penny for good.
That sucks too when you think about it. But yeah, I mean, when money has become so worthless that it costs you more to create the piece of money than the face value of the money, there's a problem. But that's more to do with bad management than anything else, because there's no reason our money should be as worthless as it is right now.
See, now my question is, and this is the thing that nobody seems to think of, are they going to be rounding up or down?
From what I'm hearing right now, it depends. It's rounding to the nearest dollar. So in certain cases, it could go down. In other cases, it will go up, because there are places that have already started it. There's a McDonald's around here that
but
like
rounding to the nearest dollar. That's eliminating all change.
Well, like it kind of. Well, I mean, I mean rounding to like the nearest nickel.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, at that point, you truly do have a cashless society, and then.
Well, that's what they're
your
pushing.
Social media credit score.
That's the part nobody yet. They're starting to phase out currency because they want us to be cashless. So the penny will be the penny is the canary in the coal mine. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, gold and silver were the canaries, and it's just been a downward slide since then.
Yeah.
Especially when FDR made owning gold illegal.
That was an interesting
twist. If you tax it or regulate it, you don't own it.
What are you going to do?
That's our first moment.
Fucking commie.
Yeah. Boy. Minnesota, what the fuck?
Dude, that story, I swear, like I said, I haven't been plugged back in that much, but that's one of the things I've been digging into all day today. And just the corruption that is going on in that state is astounding, because it's almost everybody, every single level of government knew everything that was happening. And everybody was covering it. They're no. They were literally taking money from one cookie jar and putting it into another, hoping nobody would notice that the cookie jars were being raided.
Yeah, and then they just kept filling the cookie jars. No, I read a piece, I can't remember who, it may have been Red State, last week, where they were talking about everybody who has their hands in this in one way or another was appointed by Tim Walz with no experience other than Tim Walz knows them. And that's been the unreported nugget from through this whole thing.
I mean, and then, with everything else that's going on in Minnesota, now you've got the Minneapolis police chiefs urging residents to call 911 on ICE agents. I mean, this is just nuts.
Yeah.
That whole, I mean, I know we joke all the time about Alberta needing to become like the 51st state because nobody wants all of Canada. But if we do a swap, I think they should get Minnesota and we get Alberta.
I'm 100% behind a swap. It's going to make the
I'd be
borders
okay.
look weird, but
Yeah, the borders already look weird. Some of these states are just funky. I'm just saying.
That's like I keep wanting, it's 3 of the counties on the eastern side of the California-Nevada border. It's written in their county constitutions that they can secede and join Nevada whenever they want. And I'm pushing for it. But those 3 counties keep switching bluer and bluer because they're all second homeowners from LA.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah. But yeah, so I say just move the state border to the Sierras. Just make the John Muir Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail, the border all the way up from Canada to Mexico.
Well, yeah, and then you've got the eastern parts of Oregon wanting to join Idaho. So I thought that was it.
That's what I mean. Oregon is split. The Cascades and the Sierras. It's the same thing with California. The east side of the Sierras is the sane side. The west side is all fucking loopy except down in the valley. And that's the same with Oregon and Washington too. I mean, Oregon and Washington. Yeah, Idaho could gain 3 times its size in like a week if they had their druthers.
Oh. I mean, Idaho gains 3 times its size. Texas splits into 5 states, and we got 10 new senators and a big new conservative group of stuff. So I'm saying we do that. Or at least 8 new senators.
Yeah.
But, what do I know? I mean, and the one thing is, the canary in the coal mine for everybody was the election in Tennessee last night. And of course, the left is like, oh, Trump won it by 22 points in 24, and he barely carried it last night. I was like, dude, he won it by almost 9 points in a special election in bad weather.
In bad weather, between the holidays, and in a district that's traditionally R+8, R+10 maybe.
Yeah.
So Trump got 22, got plus 22, but that was Trump. I mean, it's basically purple.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and that's the whole thing is that they were like dead on set that they were going to flip it. And then as soon as they didn't, they were like, oh, well, this is still bad for the Republicans. And don't get me wrong, it could be because the Republicans suck. So don't take this as a victory lap of any sort because 26 is still a long way away. And those people can fuck up the chat. What did I miss? Hang on.
Al with the dad. Yeah. So we'd be an organ donor.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that gets one of these. That's the dad joke applause line of the night.
Joke well crafted.
Joke well crafted. Jinx.
You owe me some Coke.
I like how you said some, not a.
Yeah. Because a cocaine would be just weird. But anyway. Yes, give me 3 cocaines.
Some would be awesome. A cocaine would be just weird. Yeah. Some cocaine would be absolutely amazing.
Right.
Anyway, dude. Everybody talks about how much the older generations got things done. I don't think it's because they realize how much of the older generation was high like 90% of the time.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I mean,
you went to the doctor for
I graduated high school and it took a lot of college, and I left college when my BAC exceeded my GPA.
It wouldn't have taken much for my BAC to exceed my GPA because I just didn't give a shit. That was part of my problem.
I did it on all the drugs and did great. No, we were high functioning fucking losers. Slackers, whatever.
I mean, think about this though. I mean, in between, we're talking about kind of the birthing era of modern psychology, modern pharmacology, and there was there was just, they were handing that shit out like it was candy. Oh, you got a hangnail? Here, try some of this. So it's no wonder they were able to just go nonstop. They were fucked up 90% of it. They didn't give a shit. You could work them 16, 17-hour days. They wouldn't give a damn. And everybody's like, why is everybody so lazy now? Because we're not allowed to get stoned 90% of the time and go to work anymore. That's why.
I mean, I had a counterbalance ritual depending upon what I had to do. I had my uppers, I had my downers, I had my cocaine, I had my pot, I had my alcohol. So it's like I could run even keel the whole time.
Oh, the good old days. The good old
my shaving bag looked like it belonged to Hunter S. Thompson, but
then they had to go and start making all the drugs where they could fucking kill you just by, are you lucky enough to get one of these pills that you take it once and you die? Let's find out. No, I'd rather not.
Yeah, I think I saw writing on the wall with ecstasy when it was just like, oh, I've never been so sick.
I mean, I have to say at this point, just because it would stop all the bullshit, I'm ready to just legalize all of it and just treat everybody like adults.
Unfortunately, we don't have a civilization of adults.
We would, because the ones who can't be adults wouldn't be here very long.
Yeah. Okay, if we're going to do that, we have to suspend all entitlements while the problem solves itself.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Legalize everything, suspend all entitlements, and take all the warning labels away. Society will fix itself in a year.
Yep. I'm here for it.
I mean, I know that's a very,
you just want a whole bunch of people to die. Yes, I do. Yes.
It's not about wanting a bunch of people to die. It's about the fact that we've allowed stupid people to live.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a difference.
Selection used to, solve our problems.
I mean, then again, I'm only alive several times now because of heroic measures, so I could be an argument against natural selection not working anymore either. So I don't know. Maybe I should shut up now.
But how many of those were based upon your own stupidity?
None.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I've had a couple of those too, but none of them were of my own doing.
This is true.
Let's eat fucking Tide Pods. I mean, how does that get fun?
Who the hell even thought that was a good idea? And I'm glad nobody's really doing it anymore, but I still scratch my head every time somebody brings that up. Who the hell thought that, let's see what happens when you swallow a Tide Pod? That's like all these idiots that were inhaling cinnamon. What the hell did you think was going to happen when you inhaled half a thing of cinnamon? You can anything out of moderation can be toxic. You drink too much water, you can drown yourself from the inside out. Come on, use common sense. Anything can kill you if you use it wrong.
All right.
Jesus.
So, I don't think I've had a chance to talk about it since it started. But, getting away from the news for a second, I have become a huge fan of acupuncture. It has fixed me right the fuck up. I am almost ready to go back to work. All I need to do is have the QME panel.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I could go back to work tomorrow. Mostly.
Yeah. That's what I thought today.
It'd have to be light duty for a little bit, but no, acupuncture, I am completely sold on it. And then I took one of my own, just say, hey, let's see what this does for things not related to my back. And did sinuses and general respiratory. Fucking awesome.
Oh, see, you kind of have me there. I may have to look into that because, dude, I have so many fucking sinus problems.
Yeah, it's okay. So it's like the, even, my doctors, I found out through this whole process, talking to my doctor of this, that in major hospitals, because of the problem with opiates and, the crackdown on just giving out painkillers for people who are in pain, a lot of major hospitals have an acupuncturist in it now, especially for spinal skeletal injuries, and skeletal muscle problems. And in my case, it's fucking worked. And, it's like I said, it could be voodoo. They could wave a chicken foot over me. If it works, I'm fucking preaching from the mountain. And, but yeah, so I was like, okay, so let's see what this does with other things. It's like, I get the triggering the pain blocker, the pain gates with the acupuncture on the back. I get that. Physiologically, I understand that. But for like the sinuses and general respiratory, that shouldn't be. And what I found out this time is, these are very small needles. It's like smaller than when you get your vaccine or when you get a blood draw, just tiniest of needles. And when he did my sinuses, he said, he's like, oh, got a couple blood spots there. And then he said, according to the Chinese, if you bleed when you take out a needle, that's the heat being released, and the heat was in air quotes. And since then, my sinus has been fucking great. So, yeah.
May have to be checking that out soon.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying, I'm not one of those who, acupuncture cures diabetes. No, there's no way. But there's something to it. And, especially with my back, he'd hook it up to electrodes too. So it was like, subdermal tens. And, yeah. So I'm on board.
Well, hell, apparently the Chinese have already cured diabetes.
Well,
they use stem cell research to create a bunch of pancreatic cells and turn them loose in the blood, and they actually started working. So,
oh Jesus, did you see the third? They've discovered a third state of cells.
Yes,
between the alive and dead.
Which is weird.
Yeah, they started it with frogs, and then they did a culture of cadaver lung cells, a recent cadaver, and that the cells weren't alive or dead, but they kind of propagated and started just moving around. They weren't doing the thing that live cells do, but they weren't dormant either. They weren't, they were just moving. They were acting, and they're like, well, this may be, a replacement for stem cells, because there's that whole moral dilemma with that people still have, the moral stigmas people still have with stem cells. So with this third state, it could be,
yeah, I don't know how I feel about harvesting zombie cells and using them for science. Because
I hadn't thought the zombie angle until you just said it. Nah, fuck it, I'm on board. Most people are walking around dead anyway. We won't know.
Just saying, if you're talking about cells in a state between alive and dead, you're basically talking about zombie cells. Just kind of stumbling around and not really knowing what they're doing. I don't know if I like the idea of giving those things permission to propagate further, because I feel like it's The Walking Dead.
That hadn't crossed my mind, but now it's going to be it's headcanon now.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I like Al's recommendation to how to thin out the herd too. Colonize Mars with lawyers and hairdressers. Tell them we'll follow them soon, and then never do.
Yes, that is the whole concept behind the B arc, the Gulga French B arc from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You put the hairdressers and telephone sanitizers and third class salesmen, second class, and put them all on the arc. On one arc, you got the thinkers and doers, and on the other arc, you got the builders and makers, and then they were all going to leave. And they sent the B arc out first because they said how great it would be knowing that when you arrive, you'd have a clean telephone and a haircut waiting for you. And they crashed on Earth, and that's how we came to be. Yeah, cell phone washers. Jeff got it. Jeff said
yeah, cell phone washers. Yeah. Oh, man.
I got to refresh my tea. You want to take a break?
Yeah, we're about that time anyway.
All right.
Let me get over to what you gave me for break. And sadly, it looks like it never paused, so I'm going to have to back up a while.
Okay.
Dude, that was playing for forever.
And I'll just do finger puppets until we...
I don't remember what song it was you wanted. Now I'm trying to find it.
Builders and Breakers, Bring It On the Rain.
Dude,
just go back
like
to DM.
Been playing for forever. I guess I probably should, because it's not doing it. It's like all the way into other shit now. So hang on a second, let me fix it. I didn't realize it never paused when I didn't realize it never paused when I told it to pause.
Flip the switch, monkey.
All right, hang on. Now let me get it queued up so we can go to break. All right. All right, we're going to take a break. Music complaints. Go to the Amish one. He picked it. If there are any. I don't know if there will be or not. I don't know this song. So anyway, here we go. I'll take it.
are the demons that haunt you, forgetting what it was that they taught you, and there's no one left to stop you or to when you drop. You're evil as the demons that haunt you, forgetting what it was that they taught you, and now there's no one left to stop you or to catch you when you drop. You're evil as the demons that haunt you, forgetting what it was that they taught you, and now there's no one left to stop you or to catch you when your blood shot, your eyes drop, and the skins are wearing thin. There's no one here to tell you about the depth of the water or the trouble that you're in. You're dancing with your demons, baby. You forgot your former life, and it was hard swimming once, and now you're daily diving.
welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, coming up next with us, we are going to have Behind the Enemy Lines. Oh, I'm sorry. We already did Behind the Enemy Lines. That was before us. Next is Edge of Liberty, followed by the replay of BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon from last night. Edge of Liberty will be live. BZ will be live tomorrow night, but it's a replay tonight. But we'll still have feeds running until about 1-ish my time. So feel free to hang out. But we're back. We're live. And I got to admit, I kind of dug that one a little.
Yeah, I haven't turned you deep into dark bluegrass yet.
You've tried a couple of times. It hasn't stuck until that one. I kind of liked that one. But then again, my music taste has kind of changed a little bit because now I've gotten to the point where I'm starting to write my own stuff. So, yeah.
There's that too.
I figured out, even though I can't read sheet music, if I can figure out the notes that I want to play and have AI tell me what note progressions they are, I can then feed that into Suno. I can have all kinds of fun with it. So,
I can't read music, so every now and then I'll hear a song and say I may have written that.
Yeah, I don't. I can officially now write music without the ability to be able to read it. But to me, which is weird because, like I said, once I made a mistake in the field, I got really good at math, and music is nothing but glorified math. But for some reason, it's like algebra. It took me forever to figure out algebra. Once we started putting letters in the equation, my brain just went, can't do it, don't get it. I eventually figured it out, but yeah, music for me is kind of the same. It's like you know the little the gif of the dude with the beard who's sitting there and all the symbols are like flying around his head and like he's deep in thought. That's kind of like me the first time I tried to read sheet music, and then it was like doing all that, and then it just went never mind and just shorted out. Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Yeah. This is
be safe, Al. I hear the weather's crazy out where you are, so be careful, man.
Yeah. Yeah, with that track that we played during the break, the weather's clear but super cold. So I just got this whole I got back into dark bluegrass for a little bit and just kind of, that whole pricking on my thumb, something wicked this way comes with the chill in the air. So
that was pretty cool.
Dark bluegrass is where I go there.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I gave you the surface level stuff. That's more of a deep cut. So I'm thinking you'll dig the deeper cuts.
Probably.
And yeah, because if you dug that, then I was giving you the whole wrong rundown to dark bluegrass.
Oh. Dude, I'm just still...
What's grinding your gears?
Everything, like finding out that, Somali... I mean, we call them Somali migrants, but we might as well call them Somali pirates because they just ripped off $1 billion from taxpayers in Minneapolis and Minnesota, and everybody's okay with it up there. I can't.
That's. I don't know if everybody's okay with it, but Obama dropped 80,000 of them in there, and I get at the time Somalia was, but they haven't done anything to fix their country, and all the, just like with Europe, all the fighting age men are here. So no, you go back, fix your own country.
Yeah, right.
Then you could give away everything, and you can have $1 trillion notes like Zimbabwe.
Please do. Yeah, do that. So the other thing that I found kind of interesting, and I'm just now starting to skim through this a little bit, is the My Pillow guys apparently trying to run for governor of Minnesota. I mean, I guess they can't really do much worse than the one they have right now. So
yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, but it's like Alex Jones running for governor of Texas. But all right, Mike Lindell. He got a little nutty, but I think he's sincere. And that's, that goes a long way.
Sorry, started sneezing, had to mute.
Okay. All right. I was like, do I offend? Yeah, no, oh, cool. Fu is confirmed for the play.
Woohoo!
So, yeah.
Fu, is it going to be in the play?
So yeah, I mean, I guess Lindell's all right. He took it too far.
Yeah, once I saw her new Avi, I started trying to convince her to change her name to Cindy Lou Fu. She hasn't gone for it yet, though.
No,
she really should, though. That would be cool.
Yeah.
But she probably.
I mean, she can't use but they'll ding me. They'll ding my blue check because she changes her Avi more often than I change my underwear, and I do that a lot.
Well, the problem is when you change something like either your Avi or your name, if you don't change both at exactly the same time, you have to leave them alone till the blue check comes back, and then they let you do it.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why I usually trail out a few weeks with the holiday changes. Like, I totally forgot to change my Avi for Thanksgiving, so I'm working up a Christmas one now.
I don't really mess with all that really anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ugh.
Yeah, they did have Jesse as governor. So no, I guess Lindell wouldn't be any weirder.
Right. I mean, they already had a wrestler. So
well, I mean, not just that, but I mean, I made a joke about Alex Jones running for governor of Texas. Jesse Ventura was a frequent guest on Alex Jones and even had his own show on Vice Network. That was Conspiratainment. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it can happen.
Yeah. I would love to get a good conspiracy guy in as a governor somewhere.
That would be awesome.
Jerry Brown. Yeah, Jerry Brown, he saw UFOs with Linda Ronstadt or some shit. I don't know. But,
Oh.
It was the 70s. Who knows?
So, not that I'm getting more than half a chub out of it, but I about started jumping up and down yesterday when I started hearing Trump in the cabinet meeting saying maybe we should just get rid of income tax altogether. That would be kind of cool. I was like, could we?
In the I talked a lot of shit about the big beautiful bill. I did, and justifiably so. But what really flew underreported, especially for me whose ears prick up for shit like that, is that there is no tax on overtime, Social Security, or what was the third thing?
Tips.
Just drew a blank. Tips. Thank you. Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah, I mean, I think for tips, I think there are certain things that some tips are still taxable, but I know it's mostly for like servers and stuff that they're not. But still, I mean, we are starting to chip away at the tax code, and for anybody who's ever looked at that thing, holy shit,
10,000 pages.
Which, I mean, if you think about it, it almost kind of makes sense because the Republicans, back in, 1914, never really thought the American people would be stupid enough to let the Democrats turn them upside down and shake their pockets. And then they found out that they actually were. So they started doing everything they could to make sure that people had loopholes to keep as much of their money as possible. And then the monstrosity known as our tax code became a thing. Because, and that's why, when middle-class incomes were solid and, that's why, you watch shows like Mary Tyler Moore and every fucking body on the show had an accountant.
And a housekeeper.
I mean, I will admit, it had been years since I watched that show. It was a couple of years ago. Dick Van Dyke actually did a guest spot on one of the other shows that I watch. And because of that, Peacock put Dick Van Dyke up for a while. And I will admit, I was floored the first time I saw them, well, we can't do. I've already spoken to the accountant. They said we can't do that this month because we've got to make sure we're ready for the end of the year. I'm like, dude, this was upper middle class family in the 50s. So it almost makes it seem like on TV that pretty much everybody could afford and was actually able to use an accountant back then. And I'm like, it's no wonder nobody gave a shit about the 70% tax rate in the 50s, 60s, and 70s because if you had an accountant, you figured out how to get out of it anyway. So the only people that were really being hurt were the ones that couldn't afford an accountant.
Yeah, which is how it always is.
It's just
that is how the system is designed. But then came the great equalizer of the internet, where now you can do your own taxes in 30 minutes, regardless of how complicated they are.
Yeah, but I mean,
honestly, I for TurboTax. I mean,
I usually use H&R Block.
Yeah,
but I also did most of my own paperwork when I ran my other business for like 10 years. So it's not like I don't understand it. It's just a pain in the ass. But yeah, we did get big enough for a while that I had an accountant doing our taxes too. I need to figure out how to get back to that again because I'm pretty sure I would save a lot more money if I actually had somebody else do it. But That shit's getting expensive, so can't do it right now. Oh.
Huh. This just passed across my radar. All I've got is the headline. Saudi-owned corporate farms are draining Arizona desert dry. Arizona's lax water laws let corporate farms dump unlimited groundwater to grow alfalfa for cattle overseas, even as local families spend their savings drilling new wells.
That seems weird.
Yeah, what's with the... I mean, you saw me getting a Twitter beef about lettuce for 3 fucking days, right?
I saw a little bit of it. I have to admit, you haven't really been showing up in my feed much lately.
Yeah, it was weird because
much lately either. So
once they renewed my monetization, they put the fucking thumb on the scale hardcore. I mean, everybody's telling me they don't see me anymore. I mean, I haven't been posting a ton, but yeah. So the lettuce thing was all about growing lettuce out in the California desert. Because, it takes 10 pounds of water to make 1 pound of lettuce. And so, yeah, that I got on a rant about that. And this is the same thing. It's like, okay, there's shit that will grow in a desert. Grow that.
Well, the other
but
thing
in California, the area that you could easily grow lettuce is devoted to grapes, almonds, and avocados. There's no money in lettuce, even though it is a luxury food. And that's what the fight was, is that lettuce is a luxury item, because it provides nothing except for aesthetic.
You get water and it makes stuff look pretty. That's about it. Especially if you're, if you're talking about green leafy lettuce, there's a little bit of nutritional value there, but the iceberg bullshit has absolutely no nutritional value. You might as well be eating celery. It's the same shit.
Right. That's just crunch factor is all that is, Or like in a fancy restaurant where they'll send you a $10 wedge of iceberg lettuce and put some Thousand Island on it, Excuse me. But yeah, so I forget what I was talking about, but the fact lettuce is a luxury item. Maybe you don't think of it when you're only paying like $1.50 a head.
Yeah.
But it is a rich society food.
I mean, it has to be because it has zero. I mean, there's like no value for it at all. I mean, it wouldn't be anything that anybody who wasn't affluent would ever eat because it doesn't do anything.
It is a delivery system for dressing and sunflower seeds.
Pretty much.
And cheese. So it's basically a pizza. It's a green leafy pizza. Which is also just a delivery system for ranch dressing.
This is true.
Oh man, shit. Look at the time. What are you watching?
Shit, what have I been watching? Actually, I just I got a Black Friday deal on Roku has a new project called Howdy that has a lot of their stuff on there that's commercial free. It's usually like $2.99 a month. I got it for like 99 cents a month for a year. So I've been checking that out, and it's actually been kind of worth it. They have like every season of the Dead Zone on there. So I fell asleep watching that last night. So.
How is Roku, especially for like the networks?
It's not bad, actually. I only really tapped into it because the TV in my bedroom is a Roku. Everywhere else we've been using Fire Stick, but it's pretty good. I don't mind it.
No, I mean Roku,
it works well.
Roku's got a streaming service like Hulu and everything else. I just can't see me paying $90 a month anymore for Hulu for 5 fucking TV shows.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't have that. I don't do live Hulu anymore. I have a base package with Sling that basically gives me the news channels for like $20 a month now, and then I get everything else from the streamers that my kids pay for. I mean, I can watch almost everything that I want to watch in between Peacock, Hulu, and Paramount Plus anyway from all the networks. I mean, I did spring because right now they have a special where you get ESPN Live with Disney and Hulu for like, I think it's $29.99 a month for the first year. And that way I could watch football this year because I got to figure that out next year. Like, I'm not paying for it when it goes back up to $60 a month for all three of them. So yeah, we're gonna be downgrading that in about 8 more months. But that way I could watch OU this year because they've actually they had a rocky start, but they may actually make the playoffs. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, the SEC's weird this year.
All of them are weird this year. It's not just the SEC, but part of the I think the SEC is having some growing pains because it picked up a couple of new schools and everything got all weird, and all the regular SEC folks are like, y'all aren't really SEC, and we're like, yeah, well, you're just mad because we're coming in and starting to kick your asses, which we told you was going to happen once we got adjusted.
Then sooner or later, three-year Letterman's going to have to acknowledge that OU does have an SEC championship.
Eventually. Oh God. Jessica Tarlov showed up on my feed. How is she got? She wasn't even on the 5 today. How the hell are they showing a clip from her from the 5? She wasn't even on there today.
I don't know.
Oh,
I'd
maybe
still
she was
tongue
hanging
punch her
out.
butthole.
Yeah, she actually, it's funny because anytime she's on the 5, she's always got her glasses on. Then she does all the other appearances without them. She's hotter without her glasses, which I don't normally say that. Normally I like women with glasses.
The thing, aside from her legs, the thing that really sold SC Cup was the glasses. So,
yeah, normally I like the hot librarian look. Tarlov doesn't pull it off.
Because she scolds when she's doing it.
This is true. She has the Karen face. So.
Yes, she does.
It shouldn't even. They should. You remember how we used to call it resting bitch face? Now it should be resting Karen face.
Yeah, that was perpetual Karen. The face in search of a manager. Is Sean on tonight? I heard the rundown, but I got confused.
Yes, actually, he is. So
okay,
we should probably. What are you watching? I don't think I asked you that yet.
I've started. I'm in season 2. Every year around this time, right after Halloween, I'll start running Eureka, so that way I can hit the Christmas episode around this time, and then I just stop there. But yeah, I know I could just watch the Christmas episode to feel Christmassy, but every now and then you just got to chew the first couple seasons of Eureka because it's fun.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing that always weirded me out about the Christmas episodes, I love the fact that they had them, but the fact that they were divorced from the regular timeline of the show was just like, for me. I'm like, I don't get it.
Yeah, but even the X-Files did that when they did a Christmas show.
Oh, I know.
You can't have it. It didn't make sense because, some characters had left and things were going on that weren't going on yet. But, yeah. You just standalone episode.
I did like the fact that for a time, the Sci-Fi was like doing Christmas episodes and stuff when they were running Doctor Who and everything else, which is weird because I talked about this a couple months ago. I didn't realize it, and it never occurred to me, but a lot of the shows that I watch that weren't doing holiday episodes anymore have started again. Like there was on Brilliant Minds, there was a Halloween episode. They just did a Thanksgiving episode. Then they just did a Christmas one. And I'm like, I don't remember the last time I saw holidays being talked about on network TV shows. It's been a minute. So, yeah, it's honestly kind of one of the first things I was thinking is like America was healing. Speaking of which, since we do have to wrap in just a second, I do want to bitch about this real quick. The fact that an illegal alien cop has been reinstated when it's a felony for an illegal alien to own a gun is absolutely fucking astounding to me. But I'll be getting into that more tomorrow now that I've seen some more of that because, that'll probably be about a 30-minute rant tomorrow.
That's absolutely insane.
And it looks like from looking at Sean's header, I think he's going to be talking about it too. So, anyway, so we got about a minute, so might as well start telling everybody where they can find you.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, did you want to do our Makeup Jux Friday or Sunday this week? I didn't know if Friday was going to be good for you because you got your thing on Saturday.
I was thinking probably Sunday because that way, hopefully, I'm completely done with all of it.
Okay.
And then I can just move on.
Okay, or we can just until the week after, whichever.
No. We can. I'll just because normally I've been doing my show at like usually 9 my time anyway, so we can just, instead of doing that, we'll just do Jucks.
Yeah, because I already
Same
started
ti-
working
same
up our
time.
Christmas Jucks too.
Oh, cool. We'll have to talk about that later. But anyway, where can folks find you? Because Sean's about to kick off in like 30 seconds.
You can find me on Twitter as Ordnance Packard. You can find me Sunday on the Vincent Charles Project, and then Sunday night on Juxtaposition. And I'm stifling.
All right. Well, you can find me tomorrow doing the Rick Robinson show. That should be back to normal, aside from the holiday stuff coming up in a couple of weeks. You can also find me Friday night, hopefully doing He Said, She Said. If not, Jeff is on standby in case something comes up, since it is the night before the funeral. But we've got to get out of here because Sean is going live now. So I don't want anybody to miss any of it. So we'll see you guys in a second, or I'll be with you for the rest of the night, but we'll be in SHR media territory for the rest of it. So you don't have to hear my voice anymore. So you can cheer now.
Hail Hydra.
Bye. No hailing of the Hydra.
Hail the Hydras. All the Hydras.
No.
Do it.
But do me a favor. Go lick those snozberries and tell me if they taste like snozberries.
They absolutely do.
I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Saving lawyers, guns, and money.
Tonight,
Get me out
get
of
people in the
this.
chat room. BZ apparently is typing in Korean. That's interesting in the chat room. Canada Heavy Haul, no blizzards for him. I think I saw a Mission Ready Men at one point. A lot to talk about this evening. A lot to catch up on. The Phantom is, of course, in chat. You can be in chat. It's not hot. If you're watching anywhere else, X, Twitch, wherever, go to YouTube. Search SHI Media. And then all you have to do is click on the live circle, jump in the live chat. You can be in there with all the other crazies. Like Orty's in the chat. Whole bunch of others. I was off. I hope you had a great holiday. I did. I was fortunate enough to be out in Boston visiting family for the holidays. Always a good thing. Hadn't been home for a few years, so it was nice to go and visit. Nice to go catch up with some friends and family, see some sights, eat all the food places. You know, one of the things, and I don't know if you grew up somewhere and you go and you move somewhere else. Cosmic Bod's in the chat. Cosmic Bod, good evening as well. When you go home, there's just certain places you have to attend, for me, it's food. Like all the places I grew up with eating that I don't get being out here on the left coast. Like Kelly's roast beef. It's a hot sliced roast beef sandwiches. They don't do it the same anywhere else. It's like you have Bill and Bob's in the Boston area. Kelly's, those are the two big ones. Had to go and get that. Had to get some pizza. Definitely needed some pizza because it's, required to get actual real pizza versus West Coast pizza. Had some Italian food. Needed to do that as well. So just hit up all the local spots, and then just see some friends, see some family. Had an awesome time. Living up to my Irish heritage, I drank a lot. As expected, but I had a great time. It's good to be back though. 3 shows off, 2 weeks roughly. I was ready to get back at it. I did miss a bunch. I know the boys at SHR covered it all. Mission Ready Men, of course, BZ on the Saloon covered a lot. Jersey Joe writing the articles. So I appreciate the boys holding down the fort while I was off. I appreciate you being here tonight. Ricky's in the chat room. Cosmic Bod said I was in Boston. I didn't meet you for lunch. It was only 4 hours away. Yeah, it was a little bit longer because I stayed mostly on the Cape. That's where my family mostly transplanted down to. So I was on the Cape. I did get up to Boston. I got up a little bit north of Boston, but certainly not that north of Boston. Ricky's in the chat room. Thank you, Ricky, for being here. So they covered everything. I'm back. I am exhausted. Jet lag's kicking my ass today. It's only 3 hours, but today it's been a rough one. I was ready for bed at about 6 o'clock, which is funny because I was staying up there until like 1 or 2 in the morning, but whatever. Let's see. Phantom was dropping knowledge about why Eva of Common Sense couldn't be here tonight. Hopefully everything is working in regards to that, and he gets caught up and feels better soon. Yeah, you saw the graphic I put up. 2 million illegals removed. In my second half topic, I'm going to talk about immigration a lot more, but the 2 million mark, it's kind of special. That's kind of special. And what? Right around a year? That's impressive. And people say, oh, well, that's including self-deportation. Yeah. And the self-deportation is a result of policy. And that's okay. That's part of the effect. So it's pretty amazing. Everybody in the chat room is noticing that my accent might be just a hair thicker than it was the last time you heard me. Happens when I go home. Happens. And it's funny because everyone at home makes fun of me for not having an accent anymore and talking funny. So I can't win no matter where the fuck I go. But first thing I want to talk about tonight, and this one, I don't think
action to lower costs for,
and I think it's something that should get more attention. And we all know President Trump, President Trump, I'm sober, which is even funnier. I'm sober. President Trump essentially said, hey, everything that was signed with the auto pen from the Biden administration, done, gone. Not going to do it. It's not going to be part of it. But he also made moves to reverse the cafe standards that's on the auto industry. Now, I'm going to play the video, and then we'll talk about what the standard is and why this has been such a hamper, not only now, but long ago under the Obama administration for the automakers in this country.
Today, my administration has taken historic action to lower costs for American consumers, protect American auto jobs, and make buying a car much more affordable for countless American families and also safer. We're officially terminating Joe Biden's ridiculously burdensome, horrible, actually, cafe standards that imposed expensive restrictions and all sorts of problems, gave all sorts of problems to automakers. And we're not only talking about here, we're talking about outside of our country, because nobody could do it. Nobody wanted to do it, and it was ridiculous, very expensive. It put tremendous upward pressure on car prices. Combined with the insane electric vehicle mandate, Biden's burdensome regulations helped cause the price of cars to soar more than 25%. And in one case, they went up 18% in 1 year. Today, we're taking one more step to kill the Green New scam. It's part of the greatest scam, probably, well, other than Russia, and a few others I could name. The greatest scam in American history, the Green New scam. And it's a quest to end the gasoline-powered car. This is what they wanted to do, even though we have more gasoline than any other country by far. And people want the gasoline car. They want everything. They want electric. They want to have lots of alternatives, but they do want the gasoline car. Right now, it's leading away by a lot. The car business is a very interesting business, but we want to keep it that way.
Of course, America wants gasoline cars. Now, look, he made a point there. He said, look, people want electric too. And I'm not saying they don't. But right now, the most cost-effective vehicles in this country for Americans are gas and diesel-powered engines. They're also more effective for the average person's life. Now, I said before, I'll say again, when it comes to electric cars, I don't care who invents what. If it gets great and people want it and it's cost-effective and it fits their life, it's going to sell. Plain and simple. The market will absolutely determine what gets made. If people want super high-end efficiency cars that may run on shit, or they may share some of their time with a $15,000 battery that you have to replace every couple of years, that's on them. But you let the market decide. But the Biden administration did exactly what the Obama administration did. They levied all of these new requirements on the auto industry that cost them a lot of fucking money to develop and research. And once again, it is going against capitalism because if the money was there to be made off of these green cars, these high efficiency cars or whatever, the market would do it for themselves. And you can't say, oh, that never happened, because since vehicles were for sale, since cars were starting to be developed in this country and around the world, every automaker, for the most part, was always looking for a smaller, more effective, more cost-effective vehicle for people who wanted it. Shit, the Chevy Chevette. There's so many that you could sit there and list, but those cars were out there as well. And a lot of auto industries, car makers, had 2 or 3 options for that. Look, most of the Japanese cars that came over here, the chicken tax. Oh, we'll talk about the chicken tax another time. But yeah, the chicken tax. The chicken tax is the whole reason we don't have the Toyota Hilux in this country. But that's neither here nor there. But the Japanese car industry, that boomed over here, especially in the late 70s, early 80s. Toyota, Honda specifically, were smaller, less expensive, efficient cars. And people bought them like crazy. But to pigeonhole an industry and say, well, you have to meet this standard, and now that car maker or those car makers dump all of this money into research, well, that money has to come from somewhere. And the cost for whatever they develop, what you're paying for it, comes from the amount of money that they put into the research. Their profit margins get slim. You look at when Obama started the electric vehicle thing, which is, he really was the one who started adding all this stuff. It was right around the time that, I don't know, the auto industry needed a bailout. Yeah, the rest of the market was crazy, but they had no capital except for Ford, right? This is what happens when government gets involved. And look, I know the environment. I get it. We don't want, all the clouds over the cities of fumes and exhaust and smog and blah, 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 blah. But these vehicles were always getting more efficient. The diesel engine from the 30s got naturally better, even by the 90s and the 2000s. It got more efficient. They got way more out of it. They got more horsepower for less fuel consumption. It was always going that way. And it will continue. I'll tell you right now, if any of these automakers turn around and found a way to make the internal combustion engine 100% efficient, they do it, and also reliable. That's a key point. They would do it because people would buy it. Because if I'm getting all the power out of my V8 that I could possibly get, and it's highly efficient, and it's reliable, yeah, people are going to pay $5,000 more for that truck naturally, that car naturally. But the free market, as we've seen time and time and time again, will make the changes that need to be made. And for the people who do not want to buy a big engine, a big gasoline engine or a diesel engine, guess what? Those options are out there too. Tesla was starting to be developed way before the green scam started. Right? And I know people don't like Elon now, so they don't want to buy his shit. But okay, there are other ones out there. There are Rivian. There are other companies that are doing it. But you have that option. It's almost like you can vote with your feet. You can also pick and choose what vehicles rise to the top. The market always does that, and it always has. What you saw under the Biden administration and the Obama administration is the left had a ton of money in green energy and batteries and green vehicles. They wanted a ton of taxpayer money to add to that. It's why all these solar farms showed up, right? Remember Harry Reid and the solar farm in Vegas and what a big deal that was? There's also the solar plant on the California-Nevada border right there outside Las Vegas that they just shut down because it's not cost effective, and it's costing more to upkeep than they're making out of it. All of these things have been proven time and again. Solyndra, right? Wasn't Paul Pelosi a part of that? Solyndra failing after millions of government dollars, taxpayer dollars, got fucking pumped into it. And yet, government can't help but insert itself instead of letting the free market actually decide and actually choose. And then turn around and they give us Obamacare. Once again, the government entering into the free market that fucked up an already fucked up healthcare system before. I don't know how you can double fuck something up, but Obamacare found a way to fucking do it with our healthcare system. It was already fucked up, and it was fucked up because of all the different ridiculous rules that they had. And instead of Congress stepping in and saying, hey, we're just going to change it so, like the auto industry, people can sell across state lines, and we're going to make sure there's not price gouging in hospitals and a couple other things that is going on. As we know, as we've seen evidence to 1,000 times, how many times you've seen the stories? Somebody gets a ridiculous bill from a hospital and they contest it and ask it to be itemized, and all of a sudden the bill's cut into a third, 2/3, right? Because they know. But they just have these boxes where they say, oh, this was the procedure done. This is how much it was. Well, did you use everything that was required? Oh, no, that guy didn't need about 3/4 of that. But we have to charge him because we opened the pack. Did you? Oh, well, no, we didn't really open the pack. Okay. That's what happens. Right? So that's two major examples of what happens when government starts fucking putting mandates and playing around in the free market where it does not fucking belong. And remember, most of the people who make these fucking rules or come up with these ideas and sell them to the President Biden and Obama have never worked in the industry that they're talking about. They're bureaucrats, lobbyists, people like that. They never worked in the fucking automaking industry, but they're getting paid off by the green industry to put new restraints on the auto industry and then dump money into new green cars, federal taxpayer monies. Oh, it's a rebate. We got a rebate. We got a rebate. No, you got free taxpayer money for buying a car. It's fucking around with the free market. And if, like I said, we've seen it before. How many fucking Toys R Us went out of business because it got expensive and it was more efficient to buy it off Amazon and other places? Target, Walmart, whatever. Right? The free market does that for you. And it will continue to do it for you as long as you let it do what it's supposed to do. Let the markets go. Stop playing God within, and this is the other thing too. Whenever I hear socialists or everything else turn around and say, oh, you know, it's crony capitalism, blah, blah. No. Part of the problem we have in this country with our capitalistic system is the fact that the government fucks with it constantly and has all of these unbelievable restrictions in there constantly. Go look at the fucking trucking industry. The trucking industry was destroyed by the government. You want to talk about shit being forced that wasn't ready and technology? Look at the after treatment systems. And I know Canada Heavy Haul is probably high-fiving me on the screen right now. The new after treatment systems, even the most advanced ones now, constantly get fucked up and break down. And they cost $20,000 to fix just for the after treatment system. These new engines work pretty fucking good even without the advanced after treatment system and DEF and all that other stuff. But what happened is trucks became only affordable to the mega carriers for the most part. Now, can a smaller company or a single truck or 2 truck, 3 trucks, can they survive? Yes. But they're always one fucking breakdown away from going out of business. The good ones. Not talking about the shitty ones who just constantly change their name, yada, yada. I'm talking about the real trucking companies. To maintain them is insanely expensive. But we have all of those rules because of government oversight and government involvement. in the trucking industry, which they know nothing about because somebody wanted to make money off DEF and create a new widget, which was the DEF after treatment system, right? So the government said, oh no, we're requiring that in all trucks now. Doesn't matter how much it costs, doesn't matter how much. And I will tell you, when I was driving, every single time my truck had a mechanical issue, with the exception of one time that I had a seal go, it was from the DEF system. It was a sensor, or the filter had to be cooked off, or the system just fucking failed. I've seen systems with under 100,000 miles on a DEF on an after treatment system fail completely and have to be replaced. Those trucks should go for $1 million without any major upgrade, as long as you're taking care of it. It used to be. You used to be able to get $2-3 million out of it without major issues. Yeah, you have to do an in-frame or whatever. You have to do the maintenance, but not replace $20,000. And that's, once again, what happens when government gets involved in shit that they know nothing about. So I'm glad the standards are being rolled back. I'm glad it's being fixed. And really, the free market just needs to be left alone. However imperfect it may be, it is a hell of a lot better than any other system out there, and it's a hell of a lot better than when government fucks with it. Be back after that.
Ever dream of escaping the daily grind? At Escapist Travel and Tours, we make those dreams your reality. From breathtaking adventures to cultural immersions, we offer escapes tailored just for you. Let us take you to places where every moment feels like a new chapter in your life's adventure. Visit www.escapist.travel or call us today at 1-855-885-81776. Your escape awaits.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? And check out Seven Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with Seven Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SA.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Part 2, The Edge of Liberty Tonight. Hey, if you have a second, please like and subscribe wherever you are watching from. Like the specific episode, smash it, the thumbs up, you know what to call it. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the network. Also, check out shmedia.com. There's a lot of great articles on there, one of which I'm going to talk about right now, a little self-pimping, as you will. So we'll talk about Hanover Park Police in Illinois. You may remember, 2 months ago now, an individual by the name of Radul Bojovic, who is an illegal alien from Montenegro, was arrested by ICE. And they also found out that he was an active police officer with the Hanover Park Police Department. Now, first and foremost, and he overstayed his visa back in, 2015? He had all this time to fix it, never did. Passed a background check through the state of Illinois. I'm sure they have a minimum standards for their background check. Never came up, right? Never came up. Bullshit. And look, I'm not saying Radul Bojovic is a bad guy, right? I'm not saying he doesn't have it in his heart to serve. That's not the point of my conversation here. The point of my conversation is the department totally fucking blew this, and then they doubled down. And I'll tell you how. So he was detained by ICE. There was all this outrage. Oh, he's a police officer, blah, blah. Okay. First and foremost, the minimum standard, the absolute minimum of being a citizen is the right to work, being able to work. If you're not a citizen, if you're illegal, you don't have a right to work in this country. That's step one. That's not even carrying the gun, passing the background check, whatever. He doesn't even have a right to work in the country. And they hired him. They put him through the academy. He was working. He had just graduated the academy. I think he started field training. But then you start getting into the question of, well, wait a minute. Can illegal aliens possess a firearm? And the answer, of course, is no. 18 U.S.C. 922 subparagraph G5. It is a felony for an illegal alien, a non-citizen, or any alien, legal or not, for a non-citizen to possess a firearm. Doesn't say unless under the color of authority while they're working as a police officer. No. You cannot have it. You can't have ammunition. There are some fixed blade weapons that it's a felony. It's a fucking felony. He's working for the police department, and he is a walking, talking federal felony. Right? I thought we were supposed to be holding police officers to a higher standard. Isn't that what the left was screaming during the BLM years? They're going to be held to a higher standard. We need body cams because we all know all cops are blah, blah, blah. And then we found out that it's like 99% of cops are great, and there's 1% that suck, but that's still less than clergy and doctors. We're going to hold him to a higher standard. I want this cop fired because he said something mean, and I want that cop fired because he looked at me weird. And I want this, and I want that because cops are terrible. But because of virtue signaling and social justice and good feelings and kumbaya, we're going to hire one and give him a fucking weapon. You see how it's all bullshit with the left. It's all bullshit. I wrote this article on shonmedia.com. And so now you start to break it down. You're like, well, it's a felony for him to even have the gun. That's kind of weird. But wait, it's also a felony to knowingly provide firearm or ammunition to somebody who is in the country unlawfully. So whoever at that department signed the paperwork, because that's what they do when you get a firearm for your department, and he couldn't go out and buy it over the counter and use it. He couldn't use his own weapon because he can't buy one legally. No gun store in the country would sell him one. So the department must have issued it. And whoever authorized that, because when you get all your equipment from a police department, you sign off. I got this, I got that. And whoever issues it signs off. I gave them this, I gave them that. That's also a fucking felony. 18 U.S.C. 922 D5. To provide firearm ammunition to someone known to be in the United States unlawfully. Okay? So, look, there are really, really good applicants out there who do not get fucking hired because they might owe $3,000 to a bill collector because they say that $3,000 can be leveraged. And then all of a sudden, you could be compromised. You could check a wrong box on an application to be a cop. And they could try to say that, oh, you were trying to hide something for us, so you have no integrity. Boom, gone. That happens all the time. Becoming a cop, the background check, and 90% of this country is fucking that thick. And most of the time, they're looking for reasons to bounce you. Because up until, I don't know, 3-4 years ago, started under Obama, really. There was a line out the door for cops to be applications. I remember taking the test in Massachusetts, which they only run once every 2 years. They may have changed it, but when I was young. And the line to the places that they were giving the test would be around the corner. Right? And then you could score 100 on the list and still be 45th out of 500 people. But then there's... You're telling me they couldn't virtue signaled any other place except the illegal alien? And look, again, I'm not shitting on the kid. I'm sure he's a nice kid, right? Maybe he had 10 years to get his shit straight. You're doing all that shit to go through your backgrounds. The amount of paperwork for the application and your backgrounds. You didn't want to think, hey, maybe I should just go and get my visa fixed. Maybe I should just go and get right and then start my path to citizenship. Because I'll tell you right now, if he did that and got hired, he would be a story of what to do exactly. I'd be sitting here talking, well, probably not, because nobody would talk about it, because nobody likes to talk about all the things that legal migrants do in this country and bust their ass to succeed. Nobody wants to talk about that. I've said on the show a million times, 100% support legal migrants. I am okay with it. And if he'd done it the right way, we could be celebrating him. But instead, he didn't. He made that choice. And the department made that choice to hire this kid. So now, they put him through an academy. They hired him, which is illegal. We all know it's illegal. They should be in trouble for that. They put him through the academy. By the way, taxpayer dollars are going to this department. Both federal, state, and local. And after he was released on a $2,500 bond, the guy has been illegal for 10 years, should have been deported. Right? Should have been deported. Wasn't $2,500 bail. He knew this. He knew what his status was. And some leftist judge let him walk out the door. So then he becomes a cop. He gets arrested. Like I said, detained by ICE. He gets released on the bond. Hanover Park Police Department turns around, reinstates him fully, and gives him back pay, taxpayer money for the time that he was out. So now you have this guy who should not have a firearm, who should not even be employed because he's illegal. You have a department that's illegally employing him, who issued him a firearm, which is a felony. And now he's about to go out on the street and start arresting American citizens and taking their liberty away. I went through the academy years ago. That was something that was beaten into my head over and over again. What a unbelievable position to be put in, to take another person's liberty away because they've committed a crime, to put them in handcuffs and take them to jail and book them and charge them with something. Potentially they could go away for a long period of time. The responsibility in that is astronomical, and you will respect it over and over again. You will respect that. You will never forget that. One of the few occupations in this country that has the ability to do that, to take somebody's constitutional rights and either suspend them while you're doing work. I mean, they still always have rights, but you're not letting them leave. You're taking them and charging them with the crime. They lose certain rights if they get convicted. The responsibility in that's amazing. Now there's an illegal alien who could take my constitutional freedoms away if I happen to commit a crime. And let's say it's not even something major. Yeah, I mean, look, I want bad people to be arrested, right? They should be arrested. They should go to jail. That's how the system should work. But they should be arrested by somebody who can legally fucking arrest them. At this point, what's the difference between this dude doing it and some random guy off the street fucking hooking you up and bringing you to jail for nothing? I will tell you right now, if I am ever arrested by this officer, which I will never be in Hanover Park, Illinois, to be arrested by this officer, but just hypothetically speaking, I would sue the fucking tits off that department. Individually, too, him and the brass at that department. Because he has no lawful authority to be arresting me. None whatsoever. Doesn't matter what I do. He's not qualified to be a peace officer. But because of virtue signaling, he is. Can you imagine the insanity behind that? Finding out that the guy who arrested you and you're doing 5 years for whatever wasn't even a legal citizen? Had no right to even wear that uniform. He couldn't even get a legal job at fucking Taco Bell. But he just arrested you and now you're doing 5 for whatever. Or even something less than that. Say if you got to pay a speeding ticket, you get a warrant. And he hooks you up on the warrant. How? This is the insanity of the left. This is, and I'm going to talk a little bit too about Jayapal's new. This is them not giving a fuck about your constitutional rights. They're not giving a fuck about the rule of law. They're not giving a fuck about criminal procedure. It's just everything makes you feel good. Do it. Oh, let's hire this poor kid who's from Montenegro, even though that he was illegal, and give him a gun, even though that's a felony, and have him take people's freedom away. Even if any other cop that did it, it was legal, he had probable cause to make an arrest, right? But let's give it to an illegal because he's a nice guy. You know what? There are plenty of legal, nice guys and gals in this country who, like I said, could be immigrants here legally who wanted to be cops. Why the fuck would you pick this guy first? Why? Because it checked a box? Or because your side of the aisle believes in shit like this?
Today to say enough. Our Dignity for Detained Immigrants Act has a remarkable, unprecedented 123 original co-sponsors. Before we've even introduced it, 123 co-sponsors, and it overhauls the detention system.
123 people signed on to this fucking bill. She called it something to do with the Immigrant Rights Act. They don't have any.
It drastically scales back the use of detention. It ensures that every single immigrant who is in detention has their human and civil rights protected. Our bill also phases out the use of private for-profit detention centers.
Okay. Couple different things. Number one, if you're in this country illegally and you're caught in a detainer, guess what? The rights that everybody talks about, you don't have. You have a right to a hearing, maybe, depending on what your specific situation is. Sometimes you don't. You only have a right to a hearing under certain sections, not just I snuck over the border and committed 5 felonies. You don't have the rights there. See, they conflate so much bullshit into stories like this or sessions like this because she's saying, oh, their rights that they have and their human rights. Well, first and foremost, being arrested is not against a human right. Being detained is not a violation of human rights, contrary to what this moron's trying to tell you. They talk a lot about the rights that the illegals have, but they don't tell you that they only get real rights under our Constitution if they commit a crime and they end up in the criminal justice system. If they're in violation of their immigration status, a lot of those rights just go away. If you have a detainer or a deportation order, guess what? You don't have rights. Now, she's bringing up the whole private detention centers, and there are a lot of them. The reason those are needed is because fucking immigration was so far out of control that we don't have enough. Should we start building bigger federal holding facilities for a temporary problem? Because if they get rid of all these people, we won't need them after that, and they'll lay dormant. And then it'll be, oh, look at, they spent billions of dollars building this. So they use temporary facilities. They use contract facilities. What's wrong with that? Nothing. But she's going to say we're going to get rid of them because then they won't have the capacity to hold people. Remember, we're at the 2 million person deportation mark today.
It prohibits the detention of children and families and makes it harder to detain primary caregivers and vulnerable people like pregnant women or seniors or workers who are whistleblowing on unscrupulous employers.
Look, Tom Homan said it great years ago to AOC. When somebody's arrested, they're separated from their families. Those are choices that those people are making. Primary caregiver, I don't care what they are. You know you're in the country illegally. Like that cop in Chicago or Hanover Park. You have choices. You could have changed a lot of things, and you didn't. And then they say, well, if they come here illegally, there's no option for that. Well, guess what then? Then they get the fuck out. They chose to come here illegally. They chose to bring children here illegally. You look at how many fucking illegals poured over the border under Biden. Sean, they're all not bad people. No, I never said they were. But we have fucking rules and procedures and a border for a fucking reason. No one talks about how, what was it, in the 50s and early 60s, fucking immigration was next to zero. They pretty much shut it down because we were growing too quickly. We didn't have the infrastructure for it. These same people bitch that housing's unaffordable. Part of the reason housing's unaffordable is because you have 10 million extra fucking people in this country that don't belong. Think about how many apartments and houses would open up with that. Think about all the resources that get used by these people who are under the radar, the taxpayer money eventually. Look, when you walk, first and foremost, any one of these illegals walk into a hospital because they're sick or whatever, they're going to be treated, and then they disappear, and then that bill, guess who reimburses the hospitals? Medicare in that state, Medi-Cal in that state. Guess where that money comes from? Fucking taxpayers. Look at all the school systems. Well, they pay taxes when they work illegally. If they're here legally, I don't give a shit. I don't care if they're non-citizens in here legally. I mean, there are other arguments we can have about that, yes. And I know there are people in the chat room going, oh, geez, Sean, what about this part? I'm just talking in general, generalities. For the most part, if you're here legally, for the sake of this conversation, you're not involved. You can work. You'll pay taxes. Your kids can go to school. Cool. This is dealing with all the fucking illegals. Between 1924 and 1965, we put a massive pause on all but specifically designated immigration from countries with greatly limited numbers. Yeah. BZ said that in the chat. Let her continue.
It requires DHS to allow members of Congress to do our jobs and conduct those unannounced inspections that hold these facilities accountable. As an immigrant myself.
You know what's funny? You know why she's trying to work this bill, which, by the way, this bill's not going to pass on the 124 Democrats signed on. Nobody gives a fuck. You know why they want to work that in? To let us do our job and allow us in for unscheduled visits or whatever she just said. It's because they legally don't have the right to just walk into a detention facility right now. And we know that. They can say no for numerous different reasons. So they want to add that in. So now Congress, you know, the people with the 17% approval rating that know shit about detention, all they know is doing shit like AOC did, where they stand outside of a gate wearing all white in the fucking Texas border and cry, or get arrested fucking assaulting an ICE agent in New Jersey. But now they want to slip that in. That way Congress can march in at any time. They have no fucking rights to be there. That's the end of this, her speech anyhow.
Today, my administration.
Ooh, sorry about that.
Is taking.
So this is where we are as a nation. She and other Democrats and those 124, I want to see their fucking names, even if they are Democrats or Republicans, want to make it so ICE cannot do their job whatsoever. That way the invasion that happened under Biden doesn't get fucking undone, because that's bad politics for Democrats. It doesn't suit them if those 10 million potential voters get kicked the fuck out of the country. How come they don't never fucking worry about the citizens of this country? How come they never worry about the fucking taxpayer? They scream about housing costs. They don't scream about it for fucking any of this shit when it comes to taxpayers, when it comes to citizens, when it comes to people doing it right. Be back after this.
Welcome to Reaver of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a sharp wit and clear discussion. Tune in every Monday and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a refreshing dose of reality as we fearlessly tackle the tough topics with no nonsense, just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com to discover where you can catch Reaver of Common Sense in action. He's here to amplify your inner logic. He may not always be polite, he may not always be refined, but one thing's for sure, he always tells it like it is.
Come listen to BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon Radio Show. Live on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, and 8 p.m. Pacific on the SHR Media Rumble channel, SHR Media YouTube channel, X, Twitch, Spreaker, and wherever great conservative podcasts are found. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, guides you through the maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Raised as a free-range child with dirt, stains, mud, and freedom, BZ broadcasts from North Idaho, comfortably surrounded by actual normal people. Jump into our plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent chat room on rumble.com. Click on live chat to join. Now, with 37% more umbrage and 19% more bulbosity than previous shows, featuring delicious Liberty additives for the best in late-night conservatarian talk radio. BZ reminds you that with great beard comes great responsibility. No chinchillas were harmed, embarrassed, fat-shamed, or the focus of any sarcasm whatsoever in the making of this ad.
Show you who I am.
You are right.
I am someone who loves their neighbor.
Woo!
We all
You are
here because we love our neighbor.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna be here. We're not getting paid.
We're not
to be
getting
here.
paid. Right.
But guess what? When we talk to our kids tonight, what's the highlight of our day? We got tear gas for justice. We got tear gas for doing what was right.
Yeah.
We got tear
freedom
gas
juice.
for standing up for our neighbors.
Yeah.
That's what we did today.
And we're gonna keep doing it.
Today.
We don't give a
We
fuck.
can stand with
And
pride.
nobody, not one of those
with
cops,
pride,
gives a
proud
crap
boy.
whatsoever. Back with the Edge of Liberty over there on the SHI Media Network. Please encourage you to smash that like button and subscribe. Smash it for the channel or for the episode itself. Also, make sure you check out our great friends over at KLRN Radio, who this is being simulcast with some wonderful peeps over there. Still want to talk about immigration a little bit. So that was obviously Minnesota, where the sweeps are going on right now. By the way, they were that specific group was upset because their neighbor, who they love, was arrested. That neighbor also had a felony reentry detainer and charges and domestic violence. So that just shows you, the people that they're choosing. Here's another complete, I'll do this first. Everyone knows the Governor Newsom press office is just run by the complete jerk off that works for Newsom. And it's not Newsom, and they just keep shoving their dick in the dirt every chance they get. So there was a response to Fox News played a report out of California where an illegal was arrested, had been removed 4 times prior, and re-entered. And then he had an accident where he killed an 11-year-old boy. And that Governor Newsom's state refused to work with ICE. And then the governor's press office Twitter account responded, "This is a complete lie. We have reportedly stated the state coordinates with ICE on the deportation of convicted criminals. California honors federal criminal warrants. Nothing prohibits the federal government from doing its job in this case." In this case is the very fucking specific term there. And also criminal warrants. Specific language, because they separate detainer from warrant, and it's two different things. So Homeland Security responded, and I love this. I love the fact that they're doing this more and more. They responded to that post with, "You're playing word games to keep illegal alien murderer in America. California rejected the ICE detainer for an illegal alien charged with killing an 11-year-old boy. Gavin Newsom said he'll only cooperate with ICE if the criminal alien is convicted, meaning California will let them roam free even though he's been arrested for felony hit and run. Hector Ahaler has been previously deported 4 times and committed a felony when he illegally entered the 5th time. The violent criminal must be deported ASAP." And here is the detainer and the request from Homeland Security from November 29th that was in fact rejected on the 30th from the state of California. It never ceases to amaze me how much the Democrats will do for illegals and a shitbag who's crossed back into this country 4 times. Pardon me. And then you have this story out of New York. This is another lovely one. It's from the New York Post. Chilling new details emerge about killer migrants responsible for 29 homicides sprung from New York jails instead of being handed off to ICE. Share this tab instead. Let you guys see the headline, and I'll break it down a little bit. It's real. It's a real story. So long story short is you have numerous people who are being held in New York who, much like California, acts the same way when it comes to their illegal immigrants and detainees. Illegal immigrants tied to 29 homicides have been released back in the street of New York due to the sanctuary state laws. The violent rogue gallery includes the likes of a Cuban national and convicted killer, Jose Antonio Andrade Quezana. Wow, I did that really well. An illegal alien with a criminal history involving homicide, larceny, disorderly conduct, possession of stolen property, dangerous dogs, burglary, trespass, assault, according to Homeland Security. He was released from Rikers Island only to be picked up again on a parole violation when ICE promptly put a detainer on him on August 16th. Another is Antasio Tejada Almonte, a criminal and Dominican national with a rap sheet including homicide, assault, illegally carrying a weapon, and flight to avoid prosecution. Despite an ICE detainer being lodged in May, he was released by the Department of Corrections on July 27th with no fucking notification to ICE whatsoever. The men are just 2 of the 6,947 criminals released from New York jails in the past year, despite having ICE detainers. 7,000 illegals who are committing crimes are being released by the state of New York. 7,000. Think about the fucking insanity involved in that. Despite having active ICE detainers requesting to be handed over to ICE, the killers were cut loose, and many of them have 9 toes out the door, so to speak, rather than being removed from the country in accordance with the city and state sanctuary policies, which limit how local law enforcement is allowed to cooperate with ICE. The terrifying list includes Alex Zareth Martinez Avalia, an illegal from Honduras who racked up a laundry list of criminal charges, including assault, possession of stolen property, unauthorized use of a vehicle, stolen vehicle fraud, trespass, and possession of burglarious tools. Burglarious is a word. Look it the fuck up. ICE detainer placed on him on May 26th, and he got let go. And there are more and more and more. When did we get to this point When do we get to the point? And I'm not even talking about the fraud in Minnesota. I'm not even talking about all the other fucking stories, the truck drivers, this, that, and the other thing. When did we get to the point that everything in this country was pushed aside for fucking illegals, and why? You got to ask yourself this question. We saw the sanctuary states and cities policies pop up. Why are we funding them? Why are we giving them any federal fucking funding? They're not choosing Americans over. And look, I said it. I'll say it again. If they came here legally and they were allowed in, okay, we'll deal with that differently. But if they're illegal and they're here, why? Why do we give a fuck? Why do we give a fuck? I know the Democrats want them picking cotton and picking strawberries and doing all that. Pelosi said that out loud and others. I know they want their cheap slave labor. That's the only thing that I can think of, is because they think it'll keep prices down. And look, we see when farms get raided, as we saw when Newsom's large donator in the pot farm, where there were 15-year-olds working on the farm. We know of the 340,000 kids that were lost under the Biden administration. That's not a fake number, right? We know about these NGO groups that are supposed to be taking care of these unaccompanied minors that were employing rapists and fucking everything else. We know there were companies out there employing these fucking juveniles who shouldn't have been in the country. They shouldn't have been working, and most of them were working in jobs that you should have been an adult to work, and they were doing it for pennies on the fucking dollar. Why are they okay with that? Why are they okay with criminals running around our streets? Why are they okay with illegal migrant youth being turned into slave labor? But they want to pass laws to protect it even more. It's not going to pass. The president will never sign it. That's a virtue signal law. We all know that. This was supposed to be step 2. Like I said, they never thought conservatives would ever come back into power. They never thought Trump would win again. They never thought there'd be another Republican. They were going to jam through citizenship for that 10 plus million. And I use the number 10 because that's what most people agree on. It's higher than that, but I'm just going on just the most agreeable number for the sake of simplicity. They were all going to be rammed through. And they weren't going to be rammed through because Democrats really cared about them. They weren't going to be rammed through because of what they could bring to the country. No, they were all going to be rammed through and give us citizenship so they could vote Democrat. So the Democrats could maintain power. So Democrats could keep all of their phony baloney jobs. So the blue cities that most of these people disappear into get more representation in Congress. And then they can start adding states like Puerto Rico that would vote blue, Washington, D.C. that would vote blue. Start packing the Supreme Court. Start doing all that shit so they can finally start making this country what they think it should be instead of this horrible country that they like to pretend it is. Imperfect, yes. Horrible, no. They hate the Constitution. And you know that because they don't hold any of these illegals accountable to it. It gets in their way. You notice how they stopped talking about it after the fucking rise of the Tea Party, and people went fucking crazy when they started calling it a living, breathing document, and it was outdated and we have to replace it. And fucking they lost and fucking they just got shellacked in the midterms and everything went to hell, right? So they don't say that anymore. Occasionally, Tim Kaine fucked up and said that, you know, we was talking about the Constitution, what was it, 4 or 5 months ago, maybe less. How there are people in this country that actually believe, that rights are natural, God-given. That we know that's not it. It comes from the government. That's what they believe. He said the quiet part out loud. They believe that government has the right to take away your rights. And as we know, there are certain rights that all of our rights, they don't have the right to give it away because they did not give it to us. But that's their goal. That's who they are. They are showing their ass to the American people. And it is time for the American people to respond. Legally, voting. Stop giving them money. Stop fucking following their influencers on X and getting them paid. Stop liking their comments. Do all of that shit. Because all of that hurts the cause. That's going to be it from me. It's nice to be back. Thank you so much to the chat room that was off the hook, but I was ranting so much I did not post as many chats as I normally do. Thank you for listening wherever you are. Please check us out, shrmedia.com. There's so many articles you can share. You can like. If you scroll down, there's a little spot where you can like the article, and that helps give it traction. Same thing with all of our socials. You can like and subscribe. X, Getter, Truth Social. You can find SHR Media and the hosts on all of them, I believe, including myself. You can find me on X, the number 2 Against Tyranny. Check out our great friends over at KLRN Radio. Every Monday and Friday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 o'clock in the East Coast. You have Reaver of Common Sense with Jersey Joe, who's hopefully feeling better. I really hope so. He's been dealing with a ton of pain, and it's been, hopefully he's on the right path to feel better, because it sucks to live in pain. It's horrible, and no, he should have to do it. Every Tuesday and Thursday, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon on the East Coast, you have Mission Ready Men with my boy, Big E, who wrote an article on SHR Media. Go check that out. Tuesday and Thursday night, 9 p.m. Pacific. I'm sorry, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. on the East Coast. You have the Beezy's Berserk Bobcat Saloon, who is large, yes. Crazy, yes. Hyper smart, absolutely. Got a touch of the tism, most likely. And then on Sundays, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 on the East Coast, we're lucky enough to carry Cosmic Bard, Lost Wanderer, whatever you want to call him. His show's on our YouTube, SHR Media YouTube, so make sure you check it out. I'll be back Monday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, as I am. I hope you have a great week. I hope you have a great weekend. Take care, and I will talk to you soon. Good night.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
And potentially adult language used. If conservatarian words, phrases, certain concepts, or rhetoric offends you, tune out now.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. The only way they can inherit the freedom we have known is if we fight for it, protect it, defend it, and then hand it to them with the well-taught lessons of how they in their lifetime must do the same. And if you and I don't do this, then you and I may well spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it once was like in America when men were free.
I'm climbing through the chaos.
house. Got the truth in my pack. Leftist lies and globalists, I'm pushing them back. From the saloon to the airwaves, I'm spitting it raw. Constitution's my compass, liberty's law. Big gods creeping, shadows on the land. Feds with the schemes trying to bind up my hands. But I'm the Sherpa, guiding through the storm. Red, white, and blue, yeah, freedom's reborn. They spin their tails, but I see through the haze. Media maggots, lost in the maze. I'm calling it out, no fear in my soul. This patriot's fire ain't losing control. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Sherpas rising. Let this judge is twisted, trying to steal our rights, but I'm locked and loaded, got them in my sights. From J6 to the border, they're selling us out. I'm screaming from the mountain, hear my rebel shout. They mock the flag, but I'm holding it high. Stars and stripes forever under God's open sky. No globalist chains gonna cage this land. I'm the Sherpa with the truth in my hand. They push their agenda, but I'm breaking the mold. Their promises empty, their hearts ice cold. Chicago's bleeding, borders torn apart. I'm fighting for the people with the warrior's heart. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Sherpas rising. I've seen the storms, I've walked the line. 41 years, badge on the grind. Now I'm on the air, my voice like a blade, cutting through the lies that the traitors made. Hurricanes rage, but we're standing tall. Sheriffs of the Constitution, answering the call. From the saloon to the heart of the fray, we're taking back America, no more delay. Conservative Sherpa leading the fight. Torch in the dark, burning bright in the night. Stand for the truth, won't bow to the game. Sherpas, come and remember my name. Sherpas rising and the static, hear my voice resound. Conservative Sherpa, freedom's battleground. Berserk Bobcat rolls will never kneel. For God and country, this fight is real.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to another BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show, live and direct from the SHR Media, the great. Oh, by the way, my chat room, as I promised, has been updated. Let me show you what it looks like first. This is the Saloon Denizen chat room, which I hope you're all enjoying right now, which is, of course, delineated clearly, plush, sumptuous, palatial, and resplendent. This is one of a couple of chat rooms that I will be probably winkling around a little bit in December. So I'm glad that you've dropped in. It's great to see you. As you can see, I've decorated for Christmas. Maybe not so much. See, it's too early right now to wear my stocking cap. You know, I'll wear that probably a week, maybe 2 weeks before Christmas. So we're not quite there yet. But in honor of Christmas, you can see my new tiara. And here it is. And as you heard on the introduction panel, who am I? I am your conservative Sherpa. I happen to be this guy, and I'm guiding you through the terribly insidious maelstrom of Democrat, leftist, and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, tyranny, and betrayal. And today, by the way, happens to be December the 2nd, Tuesday, December the 2nd, the year of our Lord 2025. Please note what you're about to hear for the next hour or two, about 2 hours, will consist of my opinion and my opinion only. I am doing the job that the American media maggots refuse to do, and I am changing America, one leftist diaper at a time. Here, we don't water our drinks just like we don't water our conversations. We're still serving things like stiff drinks in the saloon, along with facts, history, logic, rationality, clarity, proportion, context, tradition, all of those good things that you people customarily expect from me here in the saloon. Politics, crime, religion, culture, economics, race, sex, science, law. We talk about everything right here in the saloon where the speech is free, but the booze is not. I am live streaming right now on a veritable horde of locaciones, which is right here. You can see them all right there. Not live on Spreaker because that only goes later on in podcasts. And I do tonight have some, let's see if I can find it. I do have some of this, but before we get to that, I want to show you this. Now, I do customarily with each show a little bitty update about the progress of Jake. And this is Jake as he actually looks like this was about an hour ago underneath the studio desk where I'm sitting right now. And as you can see, or perhaps you can't, he was kind of a little butterball about a year ago, and he's lost a whole lot of weight. So you can see how really thin he is. Today was not a fabulous day. He drank some. We feed him by the syringe. He had some water by the syringe, some liquid food, and it wasn't a great day. He wasn't particularly motivated. He didn't get up very much. So, you have to clock your wins where you get them. But anyway, as you can see, I have a new tiara tonight, which I will credit when the show closes. But I also want to draw your attention to this. Now, let me see if I turn my head this way so that you can read it. So hang on a second. I'll be away from the mic so that you can see. Now you can see that there's a green flag and it says ROCS, rocks. And at first I thought it meant, the Republic of Communist Squirrels. And maybe in some other country it does mean the Republic of Communist Squirrels. But this hat was sent to me, however, instead by Jersey Joe, the Reaver of Common Sense, and ROCS stands for Reaver of Common Sense, not the Republic of Communist Squirrels, you ridiculous, stupid guy. And by the way, for those of you just tuned in, fuck Facebook. What is that, BZ? Oh, it's a dog with an F. And a B. I wonder what the dog is doing. Anyway, moving right along. This show tonight is where I am fighting for this nation. Now, important safety tip right now: when you're not you're not a scholar in terms of grok, and you don't really know how to make it work all that well, but you do ask for it to build something that says, "Hey, give me an old guy with long hair and a beard that's fat with boxing gloves in a bar." Well, sometimes you just take what you can get. And apparently, after pounding the snot out of grok for quite some time, I'm telling you, I got maybe 5 that were relatively acceptable. And you'll just have to take my word for it when I say, you know what? This one is the best. And then, of course, I wanted to go in and try to find out, because there used to be a way to go in there and change the emblem for the radio show and move it over to the left, and I couldn't find out how to do that. So for tonight, a thin old guy fighting for this nation instead of a fat old guy like me, which is really weird. I don't know where that kind of stuff comes from. So tonight we're going to have some stories. We will have the carousel of amusing GURP, not that much. And one is another thing that I wanted to bring right back to your attention. This may or may not be a new category. And I made the graphic for it, and I just have to come up with the intro for it, with the audio intro for it. I'm going to make a new segment called "Take a Big Steaming Mug of Fuck Right Off." I don't have the audio for that, but I will be gleaning it as soon as I possibly can. Anyway, there'll be a lot of news stories. There'll be standby for news. There'll be all the people that are fighting. I'm fighting for it. There are a ton of people that are fighting against this nation. And there's also another story that just occurred. It kind of broke maybe within an hour and a half ago. And my response was, oh, that was kind of a squeaker. Some of you know what I'm talking about, and perhaps some of you don't. Anyway, there will only be a couple of incidents for the Carousel of Amusing GURP, which is coming right here. And this is pretty short. As leftists say, who's going to pick our crops? Imagine that. Well, I guess this guy's going to pick our crops. I have to tell you that I liked that graphic. I thought that the Juan Deere 3000, man, the Juan Deere are going to be doing that for you. Here's another story that I made. I put illustrated back up on last Thursday night. Since this is the, no, not Thursday night, Saturday night. And I want to put this back up. I find it most interesting that the White House decided to create its own website called, it's at whitehouse.gov/media bias. And then they go into all the media, American media maggot bias. There's the claim, there are the representatives, the hall of shame, etc. And you can go into this and research this at your own leisure. That'll be found in the only on the Rumble side of the channel when I repost the show, because YouTube can't take the length of my links. So my links are not missing. Just thought I would point that out. But YouTube doesn't give me enough space to put in all the links that I want to. So if you want to see the links and maybe you missed something or whatever, go to the SHR Media Rumble channel, go to BZ's Saloon, and then you'll see all the links for the videos and the articles that were included in the show for today. And thanks to everyone for being here. Phantom is here. Unpleasant Blind Guy is here. ZZA, and I can't go up to see you, is here. I think Mission Ready Men was here. Sean Lewis is here. There's a whole host of wonderful individuals who are here tonight, and you too can jump into my chat room by going to the SHR Media YouTube channel. Go to YouTube. In the field, type in SHR Media, quick like a bunny, hit enter, and you'll see the SHR Media YouTube channel. You'll see the show showing live. Go in there, jump into the chat room, and then you can be right here on the lower left-hand corner. Let's see if I can get that. There we go. I'm actually pointing in the right direction. Here, and I would love to see you in the chat room. Here's something that as Yes would say, was close to the edge, down by the corner, not right away, not right away. Well, it appears that the Tennessee special election in District 7, I think it was a congressional slot, was won not by the crazy leftist Bint and Afton Bain, who dodged questions on everything, hated everyone, and was still running. And I was saying something, you know, if she pulls this off, oh my God, leftists, well, you already know they flooded, Democrats and leftists, probably hand in hand with George, flooded the zone with tons of cash against this guy, and she lost. And it was, let me see if I can put this up too. There was live coverage from Agenda Free TV. It's gone because she has lost and the other guy has won. Now, I told you that there are lots and lots and lots and lots of people that, whereas I am working for this nation, there are tons of people that are fighting against it. And you will see, as I have illustrated on prior shows, wow, this is really doing well. It's not even 20 after, and 71 comments have already occurred in chat. Thank you. Keep the comments coming. And let me take this down just for a second. I'm wearing a very special shirt for tonight. Remember, as I say frequently, this is no time to be sober. Skull, brother. So I hope you had or have your own adult libation. This is from the University of Minnesota. Now, speaking of which, I may or may not get an individual to give me a call. She sent me a message and she said, I would be very much interested in hearing your truth about Minnesota. And that was what it was. Truth about Minnesota. And I said, okay, I sort of know this person. And I said, okay. She says, I live in Minnesota. And I offered, hey, if you are there in Minnesota, you are more than welcome to call in. And if you happen to be watching the show, as a matter of fact, I sent you the number, but there's the number. The phone line is open. I got out my second phone and Bluetoothed it into the mixer just for you. So if you want to call and tell us what things are like in Minnesota, please, if you would, do. And I'd love to take your call because, as you indicated, you're there. I'm not. So, hey, you have firsthand knowledge. You're a firsthand witness, that sort of thing. This is from the University of Minnesota Culture and Family Life Lab. Whiteness, pandemic resources for parents, educators, and other caregivers. Look, female, white leftist female, white leftist female, white leftist female. What is the whiteness pandemic? Racism is an epidemic. CDC 2021. Excuse me, while I don't consider that a reliable source, that can be considered a pandemic given its large cross-national proportion. Well, who are the people that are pushing this besides racist blacks of all stripes? Why, it's generally leftist white females with what I think is a leftist black female, although I have not looked at her CV, but it's primarily women. And of course, that should not shock you, I believe, because it's leftist white women mostly, and leftist women in general, that are ruining this society. And so here's from Harvard saying that that white people need to be abolished. There are black identity experts claiming that they have support to be racist, that they don't mind shooting white people. We got to take these motherfuckers out. Whiteness is terrorism. Too many white people on campus. There are certain times, apparently, when it's okay to kill whites. White people might have to die and didn't violate a code of conduct. And white supremacy causes black citizens all sorts of pain. Americans who practice yoga contribute to white supremacy. Angry white male studies white people need to personally give all their money to black people. USC bans whites from applying for jobs. White people are conditioned to commit murder. And trust me when I tell you that this just goes on and on and on and on. And, once you've gotten yourself sufficiently drunk to go through that video, you can go to my Rumble site and look at that and go through that at your own length. I mean, depending on how much of a masochist you are. Somewhere, okay. Not judging, wouldn't be prudent. Also in Minnesota, some of these things, well, okay. Perhaps a fairly good deal of these things will be from Minnesota. Look, it's Tampon Tim.
Donald Trump's modern day Gestapo is scooping folks up off.
Gestapo, Gestapo, Fralapo, Monapo, Gestapo, dipshit.
Streets. They're in unmarked vans wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. No chance to mount a defense, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye. Just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared.
When you compare the old films of the Gestapo grabbing people off the streets of Poland, and you compare them to those nondescript thugs who grabbed that student, that graduate student, it does look like a Gestapo operation.
The United States is running concentration camps on our southern border.
Now, let me stop you right here. I'm fighting for this nation. These people are clearly fighting against this nation. One of the reasons you're here tonight is you believe that we need to fight for this nation. I began that with Tim Walz. Here is Keith Ellison, Minnesota's AG, and his statements contradict his contemporaneous public statements and raise questions about the intersection between political fundraising and constituent services. Basically, this is fraud and corruption. Don't have the time to go into it in depth. That's in Minnesota. That's Keith Ellison. Read the article and we will move on. But I'm just going to give you a list of indicators saying that, oh, this is another one. Democrats are not fighting for this nation. They're fighting against this nation. Now, this should shock nobody. This is from the Sacramento Bee. Sacramento, where I used to broadcast at the SHR Media Studios. Sean Lewis is now broadcasting there and has taken the flag and run with it in Califailure. He is still there, and he's fighting the good fight there. But occasionally, the Sacramento Bee will come out with good articles. That's probably once every month, 2 months or so, and with not any alacrity or warning or regularity. Well, this is the Sacramento Bee saying, why socialism isn't the enemy at Thanksgiving time or at any other time. So now you've got a newspaper which essentially is advocating for socialism, although this is on the op-ed page, the opinion, but the only reason that they would allow it there is because they fully support this kind of stuff. They're not running and working for this nation. Also, here's another DEI hire, a judge who let out a man who lit a woman on fire, and perhaps you'd want to hear something about this.
I serve as Vice President for the Office of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equal Opportunity.
The first time I came out on the bench and the deputy announced, all rise, the Honorable Judge Teresa Molina, the whole courtroom stood up and I was all excited. He's walking out there and I saw an Illinois State Trooper. He was African-American. He had a sleeve covering his tattoos and he was standing there and he looked at me and he nodded and I knew what that meant. And so I looked at him and I nodded back like, that's right, we're doing this. And it felt so good. It felt so good. So to me, a fine of $354, which is our normal no insurance fine, that's a lot of money. And some of the...
Okay, stop. All people that think she's a racist, raise your hand. Thank you very much. Again, for 2026 and the rest of 2025. If you thought perhaps I was strident or insistent before, I call balls and strikes because that's my job. And that's what I do here. And you either like me or you don't like me for it. And I may use language that some of you could possibly find offensive to your sensitive little dainty Mayans, but that's not Mayans, folks. Come on. I know you leftists don't know what it means, but it's Miens. Mayans or means. Just thought I'd have to explain to you. But if this isn't proof positive of a DEI hire, then I possibly couldn't quantify one better than that. Oh, there are certainly many other examples. But remember I said it's leftist white chicks that are insane. I had an entire show of leftist white chicks that are insane, that are working against this nation, guaranteed. And when I say I'm working for the nation, I'm fighting for this nation, these people are fighting exactly against this nation.
I've had it with white people that triple trumped, that have the nerve and the audacity to walk into a Mexican restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, an Indian restaurant, go to perhaps their gay hairdresser. I don't think you should be able to enjoy anything but Cracker Barrel.
I got news for this lady. All of those things she's described as being like ethnic multicultural food, they're American, Americanized. Here's the best part. Chicken tikka masala, look it up. It was invented in Glasgow, Scotland.
And perhaps that's why BZ put that up. These people are hypocrites. They are massive hypocrites. This show is packed with so many lined up scads of hypocrisy that it has to be measured in furlongs per fortnight. That's how many illustrations I have for you just for tonight. Also, as I said before, there is a massive increase in mental instability in leftist women, particularly leftist white women.
Women are, especially liberal women, are not doing well. You see the highest rates of mental illness among single liberal women. And it's because it's a philosophy that pits women against their own bodies and against their own children. Feminism coaches women to reject their bodies, reject the natural realities, especially of their fertility, especially of their reproductive capacity. Women are...
So let me tell you, hell, I'll ask you, do you know of any leftist women, white women in particular, that are happy, that have ever been seen to have a smile on their face, except for the day that Obama was elected and perhaps when Biden was elected? Other than that, there will be no smiles on their gesichts at all, because their job is to fight against America. Their job is to undermine America. And that's what's going on today. In terms of America, I find this particularly sad. I was born in Sacramento, California, and I spent a good bulk of my life there until my father was in the military and we moved around in the military, went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, lived on base there. But in the process, I went to San Francisco any number of times. And if you have ever had the opportunity to be in San Francisco, essentially at one point, it truly was a very beautiful city. And now the big tourist attractions like Fisherman's Wharf, and then there's another one, which is Pier 39. They're desolate. They're mostly gone. This is what they look like now.
Another one, gone. Right next door, another one, gone. Man, it's like 5-6 restaurants just in this little spot.
Fisherman's Wharf.
Look at the size of this one, Aliotos.
Now, when Aliotos says I had been there any number of times since 1925, they're not kidding. They are sitting right over the water. In these restaurants, these businesses in Fisherman's Wharf are directly on the water. They have incredible views. And the bums and the pieces of crap and the crime and the druggies have driven most normal human beings out.
Since 1925. Look how large this restaurant was. And Fisherman's Grotto, same thing, gone. All of these was the
Fisherman's Grotto right there is where all those little things that you see, these are all booths, and most everyone had fresh crab available, and the labeling was crab packed for traveling. So you could pick it up and eat it as you walk around. You could have it sent to wherever it is that you live. Gone, all gone.
The restaurant, all of these places are closed. All of them.
Ate at Fisherman's Grotto.
They used to boil the crab on this spot here.
But he's right. This stuff is gone. That's California. That's what California has in mind for you. If you decide that you're going to let Governor Newsom, let's see, I think I have a photograph of him. Well, I'll get to that a little bit later. SHR put out a photograph of Newsom, and I'll let you see his rippling abs in just a moment. Oh my God, you know what? I forgot this. And so I'll be right back.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Listen in to the Reaver of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a show equipped for bombast. Tune in Mondays and Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, and 6 p.m. Pacific, featuring a refreshing dose of reality. Jersey Joe fearlessly tackles the tough topics with no nonsense. Just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com, where you can hear the Reaver of Common Sense in action. He may not always be polite. He may not always be refined. But one thing's for sure. He always tells it like it is.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? Then check out 7 Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with 7 Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com. 7armors.com. Faithful, vigilant, steadfast, passionate.
Are you looking for bold and honest conversation about the issues shaping America? Well, let me welcome you to Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen, where we take you beyond the headlines. We dive into politics and culture, struggles of everyday life. It's raw, real, and unfiltered. If you're ready for truth with a punch, pull up a chair and join us. That's right, Unleashed 101, where real talk feels like home. Find us at unleashed101.com, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and more. We look forward to seeing you. Unleashed 101 with Jeremy Hansen.
Freedom. One nation in all of human history was built on that bedrock. Ours. A republic of the people, by the people, and for the people. Self-government requires freedom, just as freedom requires an individual willingness to self-govern. Freedom has made America exceptional, but it can only last as long as you and I seek the good, as expressed by the laws of nature and nature's God. It can only last if you and I choose to act as people of character. Forging character has been the pursuit of Hillsdale College since 1844.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm back. I'm BZ. Thanks for being here tonight in the saloon. I'm kind of sort of decked out. And first, I want to thank Jersey Joe. I will show this again. He sent me a very beautiful hat, which says rocks like this. Watch. And of course, at first, I thought perhaps rocks meant the Republic of Communist Squirrels. No, it does not. It means the Reaver of Common Sense. For whatever reason, I didn't get that. And then in the back here, you can't see it. It is personalized, and it is sewn to BZ. It is I, none other than the Bloviateng Zaberlinski. Here, one each for you tonight. We're still in Minnesota. Minnesota Mayor Jacob Fry says he's not going to cooperate with ICE, and continues by saying so in Somali. What a dude.
That's not American. That's not what we are about. And we're going to do right by every single person in our cities. And so to our Somali community, Daman Shabka, Somalied Kunul, Minnesota, Garahan, Minneapolis, Waan, Ku Janila Hai, Waan, Ku.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there. Let me embiggen this. See the guy in the background? He's looking at this guy like, we have got you exactly where we want you. You are such a capitalist. You have no courage. And that is why we're going to win. And we're going to take over your city first. So thanks, Mayor Fry in Minneapolis, who helped urge and spur on the George Floyd riots, because essentially that's what he does. Next up for bid is an individual that is disgusting and dangerous. Because I've said before, sooner or later, at this point in our history, in the tempest of these times, we're going to have this fight. I said to people, we're going to have to choose a city and abandon it and let it be the lurk, the leftist urban rat cage that illustrates that all of this socialist, communist, muzzy crap won't work. Well, I would have preferred it to be Portland or Seattle, but the voters in New York City weren't having it and voted a muzzy, racist, anti-Semitic communist. He says he's a Democrat socialist, but all Democrat socialists are commies at heart, which is where precisely they wish to eventually end up. And just take everything that belongs to you. But I said also we're going to have that experiment with the city. It's going to be New York City. I said sooner or later, we're also going to have the experiment with regard to law enforcement. Here's the chief of police in Minneapolis. Guy's name is Brian O'Hara, and says Somalians in Minneapolis should call 911 if ICE shows up wearing masks to make arrests. He says his police department will respond and intervene for illegal invaders. Interfering with immigration enforcement obviously is a crime. Here's 60 seconds of him saying, we don't care. And I'm saying, guaranteed, at this point, with this amount of push towards violence, we're going to have some interactions between two different cadres of law enforcement. Of that, I have zero doubt.
Folks that are masked, that they're not sure if they're law enforcement, that they may be kidnapping people. Like, we have had those reports. I want to be clear to the community. The community should...
See, again, the guy on the right who's kind of frowning a little bit, he's loving this because he's saying that not only Jacob Fry, but this guy right here, this stupid white guy, another stupid white guy in front of me, is a wonderful, useful tool for Islam.
know that if you see something like that, that is legitimate, that you don't know if someone is law enforcement, you should call 911. And you should provide as much information as possible, because let's not forget, We very recently had tragedy in this state by someone who was purporting to be law enforcement. So please, let's be clear. That's something everyone should report and that we will immediately respond to, and we will document, whether it's somebody's not sure if there's a kidnapping happening, somebody's not sure if there's law enforcement present or not.
There have been 0 kidnappings. And the thing that he's referring to was a personal grudge from one guy to another. There were Minnesota Politico people whose names and positions I forget. But the guy went into and shot and killed. He was attempting to shoot a female, but shot the male instead, went to another house. That was all personal. Those were all grudges. These are useful tools and useful idiots. It's a guy like this who's despicable, who's in law enforcement. You, sir, you are just a piece of filth wearing a uniform, and you dishonor that uniform and you dishonor that badge.
And that's something else that's additional policy requirements that we are implementing.
And your policy requirements have 0 sway over federal law enforcement. So this guy is basically engaging in cosplay and wishful thinking. But if you keep pushing that, eventually it's going to go places that you didn't want to go, that we're not pushing, that you and the left are pushing. Here's another video where Kristi Noem, DHS secretary, discovered and said that 50% of the visas in loving Tampon Tim Waltz's Minnesota, 50% of those are fraudulent from Muzzies, from Somalis. Imagine that.
Into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs.
They're going to have to turn it up.
50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose.
There is
He's bold.
absolutely. I know you can't hear that, so I'm going to stop. Waltz is either what he's doing is either intentional or he's the moron of morons. He is a moron. I would agree with that, but I also believe that a good percentile of that is intentional. And this is Greg Gutfeld from the 5 essentially saying the same thing.
The only thing I'm going to take responsibility for is putting like 2 people in jail after what I don't know, is it like a decade, $1 billion in which they ripped off the elderly, infants, the sick, the hungry. They should be executed, right? This guy shows up. Hey, I arrested. No, you're like the guy who shows up and eats the free pizza, but you didn't help any of us move the furniture. Hey guys, I'm here. What you're seeing is the ultimate opportunity cost of electing a vacuous virtue signaler with no skills at all. While he was pushing tampons and trans and men's rooms, the Somalis were ripping off the state like it was a 24-hour mini mart in Philadelphia. This is what happens when you elect a person who will say anything, but is incapable of doing anything. This party, his party, they are the ultimate in self-serving, self-seeking selfishness. Does that make sense?
They are narcissists. They are sociopaths. Oh, BZ, how can you be so judgmental? Look, A, I have eyes. B, I have ears. Maybe they don't work as well as they used to. And also, I worked 41 years in law enforcement. And one of the primary reasons that I'm still here is because I had to be, I didn't have the luxury of being a great judge of people immediately. Because I had to figure out as soon as possible on a call or a vehicle stop or any other type of critical incident or situation, I had to be able to judge your character and decide whether I had to defend myself, I was going to listen to you, I was going to watch your hands, and I was going to have to decide whether or not I would kill you. Not that I haven't done that before, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But the only reason that I am still here is because I'm a fairly damn good judge of people in critical calls and incidents and situations. My spidey sense had to work. And it's kept me alive quite well up to this point. I came across this and I thought, oh, God, this is going to flame the tails out of everyone. So I thought, okay, well, before you display this on social media, and by the way, I'm not in social media anymore on Facebook. I'm in the process of not commenting to people anymore. I don't put any of my political stuff up there anymore. Facebook, as far as I'm concerned now, is good for only pimping my shows. The pre-show announcement and anything live and any post-show or podcast. That's the only attention I'm going to be paying to Facebook anymore. You guys know the story from last Saturday night. But with regard to this post, I thought, okay, at first, you have to be careful. And I've told this to Mrs. BZ. If you see something in social media that at first you think really resonates with you, and the other thing you think is, man, I really want that to be true, you have to put up the talk to the hand sign and cool thy jets for a moment, and then go back and do some investigating. And I've spoken to Mrs. BZ and myself any number of times about that, where I have got us both to the point where when we see something that at first blush appears to, oh, this is really cool. Wait, stop, go investigate. We're conservatives. We're Republicans. Well, I'm not a Republican, but for the people that are still Republicans and or independents, I'm a conservative or a conservatarian. But for those people, we cannot afford to look like morons, because leftists will use this against us, of course. And so when there's even you feel one little warm drop of pee hit your shoulder, and you think, oh, I better investigate that. Yeah, you better. Until I did the investigation for myself of this. And then that's when I decided that I was going to pull and put this up in social media. Now, I cannot, sadly, embiggen this any bigger than it already is. So I will read this to you. And for the people that are in Spreaker, audio only, yes, most definitely will I read this to you. This is from a guy named M.A. Rothman. The data was so bad, the room went silent. I watched this video clip of a Christian-Muslim debate, and the single most jaw-dropping moment wasn't an argument. It was a series of stats. And nobody shouted, stormed off, anything like that. Nobody had a comeback or a snappy bit of witty repartee. And the speaker, who happened to be a Christian speaker, put the numbers on the screen. The whole place froze. First cousin marriage rates in Muslim majority countries are off the charts, and the cognitive outcomes track right with it. And those aren't opinions, those aren't insults. I looked for the stats myself. These are published with consanguinity rates paired with average national IQ. And it goes from Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iran, Yemen, Qatar, Oman, Syria, Turkey, Jordan, Egypt, Morocco, Mauritania, Sudan, Afghanistan, Algeria, all having one thing in common. They are predominantly Muslim countries. Pakistan, IQ 81, Saudi Arabia, IQ 76, UAE, IQ 82, then 80, then 63 in Yemen, 81 Qatar, 79, 74, 87, 80, 76, 67 in Morocco, Mauritania, 60. That's about the intelligence of Iraq. And then the rest of the information comes also. First cousin marriages aren't discouraged in many Muslim countries. They're normalized. In some places, it's considered preferred. In other words, it's pushed as a way to keep wealth in the family. But there is a biological cost. Christian majority countries in the West have rates under 1%, and their societies are modern, innovative, and stable. It's no mystery. It's no conspiracy. It's just stats and biology. Nothing more like that. It doesn't have to do with anything of an ist or a ob. I'm running short. You can play this video. You will see this article in the Rumble channel, and you can play it and listen to it at your very, very, very own leisure. And then I'm going someplace else. Now, this is the current push, because there will always be a current push. BZ, what's the one from Somalia? Let me go back and see if there is one from Somalia. You know what? Here, UBG, I do not see one from Somalia. I see just about every place but. And if you want to go digging and your investigation show up something in particular with regard to Somalia, I would love to, in fact, see that. Remember the 51 intelligence experts who said the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation? It turned out that they were all liars. Leftists and Democrats and globalists are doing the same thing with the narco bombings. Former JAGS working group unanimously considers both the giving and execution of these orders, if true, to constitute war crimes, murder, or both. In the Caribbean boat strikes. Well, it's funny you should mention that, because BZ has a memory, and BZ happened to live through a lot of these things. And BZ cobbled together a bunch of information, which I will present to you after this. This is from the Wall Street Journal, which says essentially, the leftists and Democrats were saying, no, there are no drug running boats. They don't exist. They're blowing fishermen and recreational boaters out of the water. They're killing them. They're killing them dead. Wall Street Journal, deliver or die inside the drug boat crews ferrying cocaine to the U.S. If you read that article, what you'll discover is these people do it because it's exciting, it's fun, and it pays well. Imagine that. The truth from the Wall Street Journal. And then also, because I have a memory, this as well. Perhaps it's time to put this up. You know, when Democrats do it, whatever it is, it's okay. It's all right. No problemo. And that's where they can, in fact, take a warm, steaming mug of fuck right off. Because, in fact, I happen to have this. Because I have a memory. And the memory is evil Trump is sinking poor little brown people, Venezuelans, who are doing nothing more than putting around in little boats in the middle of the damn ocean for no particular reason, and they're fishing and they're catching crab or smelt, or they're just enjoying the, what a wonderful day to be out in the sea and sniff the salt air. But leftists are saying that evil Trump is killing and destroying and sinking Venezuela drug boats. Okay. So I have a memory. And I went back in the Mark I Model 1 Brainulus and remembered, hey, anybody remember Panama in 1989? Congress, if you remember, did not sign off on the invasion of Panama. President George H.W. Bush ordered the invasion without seeking a declaration of war or formal congressional approval. When Congress was notified before the invasion began, they did not formally authorize the military action. So Georgie H.W. invaded an entire nation, not just took pot shots at boats in the middle of international waters. So in terms of presidential authority, George H.W. Bush cited his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief to order the invasion, which he dubbed Operation Just Cause. Go back and look at that. Anybody remember Operation Just Cause? I certainly do. Imagine that. But I didn't see the Democrats at the time or leftists up in arms about that, thinking that if they could, they would prosecute George H.W. or they would impeach him or they would work against him. Nothing happened. And then what happened? Noriega had his ass kicked out and he went to prison. Hey, how about this? Anybody remember President Clinton and Haiti in 1994? I do. President Clinton did not receive formal congressional authorization, like some kind of a joint declaration of war or a declaration of war itself or a resolution, nothing like that, before he decided to deploy troops to Haiti in 1994 into a country for Operation Uphold Democracy. And did you happen to see the hate and discontent that came from that? We must have hearings. We must impeach. And I recommend criminal prosecution of William Jefferson Clinton. No. Or how about this? There's a lot more than this, but I don't have all the time and I'm coming up against a break. How about President Obama deciding that he was going to drone a U.S. citizen in 2011? Not in international waters, in a specific country. So there was a dude named Anwar al-Awlaki. He was a U.S.-born kind of guy, became a cleric and a key leader in Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. And he was killed in a deliberate drone strike authorized by Obama in Yemen in September of 2011. So U.S. officials at the time, they justified the targeting, which was approved by President Obama on the basis that al-Awlaki posed an imminent threat to the United States and that capturing him was not feasible at the time. And by the way, in that area, they sent a second drone just to make sure he was dead. Okay, but President Trump killing narco-terrorists, and some leftists now, go to shrmedia.com for that article, and some leftists are saying, oh, there is no such thing as narco-terrorists. Ask Venezuela, ask the Scheinbaum family, ask Mexico City, ask all of Mexico, ask all of the judges that were killed, ask all of the law enforcement officers that were killed, ask all of the politicians and journalists that were killed, if they believe that there is such a thing as a narco-terrorist, while leftists here in the United Snakes of America say, no, there is no such animal as that. And I think President Trump said, at the rate of 287 to 300 American deaths per day due to fentanyl precursors and other drugs coming into this country, muled, of course, by the narco-terrorist drug boats from Venezuela that are being targeting. I think he came somewhat to the simple conclusion that, I don't know, maybe 3 words, he said, enough is enough.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Mission log entry. I mean, let's face it, who's even counting anymore? The Lost Wanderer is officially off course, chasing rogue rocket launches, fringe science, and things that probably violate causality. If it burns fuel, bends time, or makes scientists very uncomfortable, yeah, I'm probably going to talk about it. Every other Sunday on KLRNRadio, The Lost Wanderer, because space doesn't come with a roadmap, and honestly, I wouldn't follow if it did.
Hello, I'm Matt, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the continuing relevance of the Constitution.
Many argue today that the Constitution is outdated because it addresses problems peculiar to the 18th century. Some parts of the Constitution do read rather quaintly. Consider the injunction against titles of nobility in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution. But is that so outdated? The purpose of the injunction is to prevent the government granting special privileges to some for partisan reasons. This strikes at the heart of the rule of law. The crony capitalism so common today is a place where the government bestows favors and tax dollars on some businesses to give them a leg up over others. This is exactly the kind of thing the Constitution was meant to prohibit. The Constitution is not so outdated after all.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To join the national conversation on the Constitution, go to constitutionminute.com.
Hey fellas, are you mission ready? You need to check out Mission Ready Men via Earl Big E Jackson on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Central, and noon Eastern. It's a show that equips you to navigate our society's challenges from a biblical perspective with courage and conviction. Tune into Mission Ready Men as we examine our culture through the prism of biblical truths, teachings, and how to apply them in our daily lives. Prepare to step up, stand out, and step into your role as a man as ordained by God. That's Mission Ready Men, hosted by Earl Jackson on the SHR Media Network. And get mission ready.
Want to make an immediate difference in the life of a critically ill child? You have the ability to do that right now. Make a donation to Dream Makers for Life, the organization that restores dreams to seriously ill children and their families. You can sponsor a dream pack for a child, which contains a clear PVC backpack, a dry erase board adventure coloring book, a journal, and dry erase markers to inspire a critically ill child to envision a future adventure and hope. Want to become a dream maker for life yourself? Go to dreamforlife.org. That's dreamforlife.org. Help a child. Help a family. There is always hope.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And I'm BZ, and I'm back. I have more evidence. I have more receipts. I have more bulbosity than you could shake a dead Hyrax at. Whip it around your head. See how far you can fling it. Can it go over the 340-yard fence? I don't know. That's a story for another day. It's Tuesday night. It is December the 2nd, the year of our Lord 2025, and I am super damn happy to be here tonight. And I said I had evidence. Here's some evidence now. This is back in 1994, and I'm going to make a relational illustration here very shortly, back in 1994, as opposed to, well, you'll see in just a moment. This is from the New York Times. I went into archive.is. By the way, if you want to get through all the paywalls and passwords and all that GURP, go to archive.is, put in your link, and then you can bypass all that junk and find it and see it for yourself, which is how I got this here from the New York Times. I didn't pay a damn thing, nor would I ever pay anything to the New York Times, as you well know, or buy ads in Facebook. I bled all about that last Saturday night. I'm not gonna do that again. Look at the headline. This is from the New York Times. Showdown in Haiti at the White House. Clinton addresses nation on threat to invade Haiti. Tells dictators to get out. But see, just like I said before, it's okay when we do it. Now look at this. Trump gives Maduro ultimatum to relinquish power in Venezuela and get out. That's evil. That's bad. That's terrible. Now it's okay when they do it. It's okay when AOC or any of the other little leftist bints and commies and Democrat socialists and anarchists want to do it. Okay with Bill, bad for OMB. Orange Man bad, the guy with the dead orange cat on his head. That's very, very bad. Those are very bad things. Also, I said earlier, remember, that there are certain people that said, there is no such thing as a narco-terrorist. Hey, look, Jersey Joe from SHR Media. Go to shrmedia.com. And Jersey Joe has the article here, says, yes, narco-terrorists exist and federal law proves it. Now, if you would, go over to SHR Media. The link will be in Rumble for all of the articles, but this one is pretty much an easy hit. shrmedia.com, and you'll see that story, that article listed right there at shrmedia.com. So all these people are doing is lying, gaslighting you, and trying to make you think, oh, well, it's you that are screwed up. You're the one that screwed up. You're the racist. You're the Islamophobe. You're every ist and obe that we say that you are. Until we also find out with regard to Minnesota, like this.
So in case you did not know, Somalis are notorious for looting, stealing, their piracy, very well known for. They marry children, they don't have women's rights, women can't vote. And when you import a bunch of them into the middle of Minnesota in our country, they're going to do the same thing. They are going to steal. They are going to...
Get out! That can't possibly be. Whoever she is, you name the ist, the blank ist, and the blank oh, boy, she is it.
Crazy that we've done this. They're not going to assimilate. They are just going to find a stronghold of a shared community of values that they have, Somali values in a Western culture, and they're going to do the same thing. They're going to cut off female genitalia because 99% of Somali women have done that.
Read or look up FGM. Find out what FGM is.
Or I guess had that done to them. They are going to steal. Again, what do you think of when you think of Somalia? Piracy, which is exactly what we are seeing, because in case you did not know, there is currently a massive investigation into this Medicaid fraud scheme amongst the Somali community in our country. They're making fraudulent claims and they are stealing from the taxpayers. They're stealing from our government. And if that wasn't bad enough, it has been reported that we are the largest funder of Al-Shabaab, their terror group back in Somalia. Yeah.
So your American taxpayer, your hard-earned American taxpayer dollars are funding a terrorist group because you're trying to be kind to Somalians who are taking advantage of you. So these refugees, air quote, pulled off one of the biggest Medicaid frauds and heists in history. $400 million that they cheated out of fake autism. Oh, my child, in Somali, however you say that, has autism. And bills and kickbacks up to $1,500 per kid, per family. Clinics that don't exist called ghost clinics, and money wired straight to Al-Shabaab terrorists. Go look up Al-Shabaab, Al-Shabaab. Take a peek and see what lovely people they are. This isn't immigration. This is an invasion, which is why I call them illegal invaders.
They've been defrauding the U.S. government and then sending it to our enemy. And we are at work paying for it. Calling this out, it's not racist. It's not xenophobic. It's not being anti-Somali. It's saying, hey, I actually think Western culture, the freedoms that we have, are superior. I would much rather live in a country where I have a voice, where I can vote, where my genitals aren't removed, where I could wear what I want, practice what religion I want. I think that's a superior way of life. And the people in Somalia do not think that's a superior way of life. They're coming here to change it and expecting anything else from a group of people that have not changed in their home country, and then bringing them here and thinking they're going to change here.
Is group insanity. And that group insanity, thy name, are Democrats and leftists. Sometimes things truly are as simple as they would appear on their face. And that's one amongst a great number of instances and times. I'm looking for another story. Here we go. In this particular video, a gentleman by the name of Wajahat Ali says that, I don't like white people. So let's see what he has to say.
You have lost. You lost. The mistake that you made is you let us in the first place. That's the thing with brown people. I'm going to say this as a brown person. There's a lot of us. Like a lot. There's like 1.2 billion in India. There's more than...
BZ, you're such a racist. Did I force anyone to write any of these articles? No. Did I force any of these people into the situations that they find themselves in public on video? No. Did I force any of these people to create these videos that all I do is scour the internet in a relatively brief period of time and bring it back to display to you? No, it's not very difficult. And on top of that, I wear a baseball hat with a stupid set of flashing reindeer antlers on top of my head and have fun doing it. Am I making this guy say this? No, go.
The 200 million in Pakistan, there's like 170 million in Bangladesh. Those are just the people there. I'm even talking about the folks who are expats or immigrants. There's a bunch of us. And we breed. We're a breeding people. And the problem is you let us in 1965. There were a few of us beforehand, but once you let one of us in, you know what happens with brown folks? Our grandmother comes, our grandfather comes, our uncle comes, our aunt comes, our cousin comes, our second cousin comes, our third cousin comes. Then we have kids, a bunch of kids. And then guess what? Some white women, you know, the Western civilization women, the pure women, the American women, quote unquote, the Rust Belt women, the real women, they like some of us brown folks. We don't take them. They come to us. So we're embedded. We are everywhere. We are everywhere. I've traveled this country. I'm going to speak as a brown person. Brown people are everywhere.
I don't need to say that. He's saying that for me. Ricky Wasabi, what's up?
There will be a Patel Motel or there will be a Desi restaurant everywhere. I want you to realize this. You have lost. Your story is a shitty story filled with misery. It's filled with bland chicken. It's filled with terrible, terrible dry ass meat. Your music sucks. All your culture sucks. Nobody. That's why the kids like listen to black people and their music. That's why the kids love Latinos. Your parties suck because they're monochromatic. Our parties have better food, better music, better looking women.
Again, you know, I don't have to make this stuff up. All I do is look on the internet and bring it to you. But BZ, you must be a racist for just doing that. And unvetted Afghan illegal invaders shoved into C-47s and flown to the United States of America. They were all vetted. Wait a minute. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was an individual back in, let me put my thinking hat on, back in 2021, who may have foreseen something about this.
I see that Senator Ben Sasse went on national TV yesterday and attacked me for suggesting we should focus on getting our own citizens out of Afghanistan rather than the Afghan refugees. And he said, great countries honor their word. Of course, nobody disagrees with that. It's a ridiculous platitude. The question is not whether we honor our word. The question is, who have we made promises to? Who do we owe an obligation toward? And to any leader of this country, the obvious answer should be American citizens. So let's focus first on getting them out of Afghanistan before we say another word about the Afghan refugees.
Stop. Going back to Bagram, and I can't think of the name of the civilian base. We gave up in terms of evacuating Afghanistan. We gave up a secure airbase to evacuate from essentially an unsecure civilian airbase. Our soldiers left first. That was a Biden, Lloyd Austin, Mark Milley decision. And our civilians were evacuated last with an even lesser number of soldiers to protect them, with all of the equipment subsequently just handed over to the enemy. And then at Abbey Gate, a suicide bomber blew up and killed 13 of our soldiers because the military didn't even know how to conduct an investigation. And then following that, Afghanis rained into our country.
Now, Senator Sasse also said that he would welcome the Afghan refugees to his neighborhood with open arms. That's very sweet of him. I'm sure a lot of liberals will say very nice things about him because he said that. But the question is not whether we help the Afghan refugees. The question is, first, how do we do it? And second, how do we do it in a way that doesn't destroy our own sovereignty?
Thank you.
So let's have an honest question about what exists in Afghanistan. According to Pew, 40% of the people there believe that blowing yourself up, committing a suicide bombing, is an acceptable way to solve a problem.
Not in keeping with Western values.
So yes, let's help the Afghans who helped us, but let's ensure that we're properly vetting them so that we don't get a bunch of people who believe they should blow themselves up at a mall because somebody looked at their wife the wrong way. That is not real leadership. Real leadership is accepting the trade-offs of the situation, putting our own citizens first, and not dealing with fake platitudes because it gets people in the media to say nice things about you.
What was Ellis Island? Anybody that knows? Hand up. That was the place where we attempted to vet immigrants before we let them into the country. And we shipped people who didn't make the cut. We shipped them back. Now, how do you vet Afghanis? Oh, I know, BZ. As I said before, Saturday night, you go to the Afghan database and type in and find out, whether Mahmoud with a ch is better than a Mahmoud with a Mohammed. How do you do the vetting on? You can't. There is no Afghan database per se. So why are they here? Well, that was J.D. Vance, and I liked him in 2021. And he said, no, I didn't like Trump, but he came around, and that's okay. And he was excoriated for that, but he really was excoriated for this. And this is one of those times where I'm just playing this because I can, because I liked J.D. Vance's answer.
When you talked to us in August, you said, I don't think we should abandon anybody who's been properly vetted and helped us. Do you stand by that?
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals
but there are
have been properly
30,000
vetted.
people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary
Do you stand by
concern
it?
as the vice president is
You can't vet 30,000 people. It can't be done. Leftists and Democrats would throw camshafts and car parts for the amount of time that it would take to properly vet them because of the lack of the appropriate and requisite database.
is to look after the American people. And now that we know that we have vetting problems with a lot of these refugee programs, we absolutely cannot unleash.
There is no vetting.
Thousands of unvetted people into our country.
These people
it's
are
not
vetted.
good.
These people are vetted.
No, they're not. Prove it. They're not vetted. Prove it. You say it. Prove it.
It's like the guy who planned a terrorist attack in Oklahoma a few months ago. He was allegedly properly vetted, and many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly, he wasn't. I don't want my children to share a neighborhood with people who are not properly vetted, and because I don't want it for my kids, I'm not going to force any other American citizens' kids to do that either.
No, and that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
I mean, that may have to be my new catch-all response to anyone and everyone about any question that you ask me, no matter who you are. I don't care, Margaret. Margaret, I don't care. Because I don't care. Margaret, I really don't care. I had to throw that in because it just required tossing. This from Donald Trump. Even as we have progressed technologically, policy has eroded those gains in living conditions for many. I will permanently pause migration from all third world countries to allow the U.S. system to fully recover, terminate all the millions of Biden illegal admissions, including those signed by the Sleepy Joe Biden auto pen, and remove anybody who is not a net asset to the United States of America. Did you know, were you aware, people, from generally roughly 1924 to about 1963, 64, or 65, there was essentially no immigration into the United States of America. post Ellis Island. And that was because some people decided that it was a good thing to make sure that those who came into this country had time to settle and to assimilate and to become Americans in this great nation. And during that time, people will say, oh, but BC, there was still immigration. Yes, there were specific numbers delineated from very specific nations to those who could come in that period of time, but no more. It wasn't hundreds of thousands. It wasn't thousands. It wasn't millions. And the country had the ability to settle and to try to deal with the various cultures that were involved at that time. And I'm not speaking out of turn or anything of that nature. All you have to do is just go on the internet, like Unleashed Jeremy Hansen said, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. By the way, when I lean my head back like that, look at those antlers. Wow, I really do look like a Christmas reindeer, don't I? BZ, how can you make such a fop of yourself? My immediate response is, this is no time to be sober. And quite frankly, Margaret, I don't care. I think this is where I'm going to transition into, what do we have here? Do I have time? Yeah, sure, I have time. Stand by for news. And the news begins like this. Trans activist named Cassidy Malice, arrested on second arson charge, previously asked if he could begin burning churches. Continuing evidence that tranny units per capita are currently the most violent cadre we have in the United States of America, and they are targeting individuals. What does Malice look like? Well, Malice is an ugly guy, but simply an indication that this stuff is not going to stop. None of this is going to stop until we force it to stop, until we make it stop. We're going to continue to be victimized. And unless I continue fighting back for this nation, and you continue fighting back for this nation, because the leftists and Democrats certainly won't do it, because altogether too many people are profiting from this nation in a way they certainly shouldn't. Like, for example, Mark Kelly profiting and taking communist Chinese money for his balloon company, and yet deigns to sit and lecture us. Go back to my Saturday night show, and I tell you with great detail how it is that Mark Kelly and his claims of freedom of speech mean absolutely nothing under the UCMJ. And I don't have time to do it, but go back to my Saturday night show, and I show you and I speak to you and I illustrate for you in superior detail how this can be done. Now, the big question, of course, as per normal, is do we have the individual or collective will to be able to do this? And as I've said on any number of times, you know what? The Republicans, there frequently isn't a dime's worth of difference between leftists and Democrats and Republicans and terrorists. You may not be able to see this, and I will embiggen, let me point the right direction. I will embiggen that chart for you over off to your right as you look at this. Remember the guy that was the former U.S. Education Secretary? And he sat on, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Reagan's cabinet as Education Secretary. And the guy's name was Bill Bennett. And for a time, Bill Bennett had his own radio show. He was an alleged conservative. Did you know, were you aware that Bill Bennett is a registered foreign agent for Qatar. He's being paid $30,000 a month, which is marmot piss, to convince Americans that Qatari universities don't support Islamist extremism. Here's the form. Pursuant to the Foreign Agent Registration Act of 1938. He's a registered foreign agent. Bill Bennett. These people are the remoras of filth on the bottom of the Mariana Trench, where after eons, all the whale shit in the ocean eventually congregates. And he's right down there at the bottom of the trench, along with Mark Kelly. There is frequently no difference between any of those folks. Then there's another story. I'm going to have my cybersecurity expert, Mike Fitzpatrick, come in and look at this story, but I think it's quite revelatory. This is from, of all places, and I occasionally go here because they write generally on a lot of stuff. By the way, good night, Big E. I see you got to run. You got to go to work tomorrow. I get it. Thanks for being here. But the Hindustan Times says, X's new country of origin thingy, where you go to a particular account and you look and you can find out where it's from, shakes MAGA and Democrat circles as many U.S. accounts are revealed to be foreign run. And then the American media maggots took off and ran with that, saying that almost all the conservative accounts, almost all the Trumpian accounts were found to not be Trumpian. They were found to be in, Pakistan or Zanzibaris. Another, okay, well, that was a good thing that Musk rolled out the feature that one's country of origin is going to be attached to that. In general, I think that's a good thing. But what was left out of that and most every other story were the leads that were buried, and you had to go scuba diving to the 48th paragraph before you found the truth, which is all sorts of anonymous accounts that were claiming to be MAGA and were pushing conservatism in the movement, were again underminers, and they themselves happen to be from, I don't know, India, Pakistan, other nations like that, popular influencers, whatever the hell those are, with known identities, pointing out foreign fakers, which have, by the way, before this was instituted, claimed to but good for this. And it says you're supposed to click on when you first joined, for example, X, and it will show the country of origin. Apparently, when you do it for yourself, you can't see it, but other people can see it, because I still can't get into mine and see where it is. But Sackhead Sean shot back to me one day when I said, I can't find it. He says, I go in there and I see you're from the United States. So it's there. It's right there for you to see. Okay. I think that's wonderful. I think that's cool. This is true. And this is why I say you're going out of your way to import illegal invaders into this country is just way, way stupid.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
In a world where leftists are running out of metal for the safety pins of their soothing red diapers, one man stands alone, attempting to fundamentally change America, one leftist diaper at a time. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, is guiding you through the maelstrom of Democrat leftists and globalist lies, chaos, deceit, and betrayal. Listen to BZ Saloon on select and exclusive Tuesday and Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Central, and 11 p.m. Eastern on the SHR Media YouTube channel, Twitch, KLRN, Rumble, and X at BZ Saloon. It's one great late-night conservatarian talk radio show. Be there. Aloha.
Hello, friends. You have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
It's Sean from the Edge of Liberty. Just like the Bidens, I too am moving. Only in my case, it's days and times. That's right, you can now find the Edge of Liberty Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 Eastern, and Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific on 11 Eastern on the SHR Media Network. Join me as we talk politics, news, alcohol, fun, not so much fun, clowns, small kittens, large kittens, dogs, amoebas, and anything else that just pops into my mind while I'm on the air. That is Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast, on YouTube, X, KLRN Radio, Facebook, Twitch, and anywhere else a good podcast is found. Please check out our website, shrmedia.com. I will see you live on the air.
Attention, all patriotic women of faith. Yep, I'm talking to you, sis. Are you looking for high-quality, super soft apparel that reflects your love for country and your devotion to God? Look no further than Carry Girl Gear. Picture this. You rocking a tee so soft it's like being hugged by a cloud, all while showing off your love for God and country. Sounds dreamy, right? Well, welcome to reality, babes, because that's what we're all about here at Carry Girl Gear. We specialize in super soft tees, tanks, and more, designed specifically for the strong, patriotic woman who proudly wants to carry their message of faith and freedom. When you shop with us, you're not just getting a t-shirt. You're joining a community of like-minded women who are proud to wear their beliefs straight on their tees. So whether you're sipping sweet tea on the porch or leading the charge for faith and freedom, do it in a Carry Girl tee. Because life's too short for stiff, boring tees. CarryGirl.com, where faith and freedom meets fashion.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
And it's the last half hour. Drink up, Shriners, if you would. It's the last call for alcohol. Thanks for being in attendance for this almost replete 2 hours tonight. It has been my uncertain, committed pleasure to be here and speak to you at length in this wonderful venue on behest and behalf of the SHR Media Network. We're a network, we're a media network, and I happen to be on it, as a matter of fact. And by the way, if you don't know who we are or how we identify as ourselves,
Featuring bobosity, unrestrained, and a carnival of conservative cogitations. BZ, your conservative Sherpa, continues on the SHR Media Network.
and of course, folks,
This is BZ's final hour. Step up. Last call for alcohol.
And from there, we happen to be going into this, and I believe it's
time for happy stories and good times.
Here's a happy story. I told you you would see this later, like my law professor, Elton Long, who said, beware, boys and girls, kids, you may see this material later in a test. This is no test. These are just the ripply abs of the lovely and luscious Gavin Newsom, he of the oil hair. What a wonderful and wonderful and wonderful guy. He's this is, I'm not making this up. I'm showing this to you. I'm not trying to portray this as, I didn't make this up. I don't have to make this stuff up. This is somebody called Foes on Capital who wrote with this picture, who wrote yesterday, and it's gotten over 250,000 views by leftists. Gavin Newsom is the country's strongest and most powerful governor we have seen since 1776. No MRI or medical exam could ever possibly compete with the greatest governor ever. Donald Trump stands no chance. Meaning, of course, that Donald Trump stands no chance against Gavin Newsom. Well, if you put on your thinking cap, and even though you have been trolled luxuriantly for at least a year, Donald John Trump, OMB, is termed out. And oddly enough, so is Gavin Newsom. So there will be no head-to-head combat. There will be no 9mm at midnight between those two contestants. That's how ridiculously stupid these people are. Here's another happy story. And I've said this and encountered this before any number of times. And I generally say this in reply to, leftists or Democrats or whoever the hell they are on social media will be going one particular place and they'll say like, no, I'm not letting any conservative people near me and I'm keeping my legs closed and I'm taking the abortion pill and I love abortions and I love people that love abortions and I love people who love being aborted. And the happy story on this is that Democrats, I have the charts to prove it. Democrats, leftists, and globalists are doing their level best to non-breed themselves out of existence. That's wonderful. That, as I say, is glorious. We need way more abortions, way more closed legs in the Democrat, leftist, and globalist communities, way more. Here's a chart. There are more parents among conservatives, and you can see the chart of that from the 1980s, 90s, 2000s, and so on, from family studies. And then basically what that says is, look, punk, blue, punk. That's great. That's wonderful. Blue states see a falling child population. Now, do you begin to understand why it is that blue folks, not blue hairs, well, some blue hairs, they have to be replaced by illegal invaders because they themselves are non-procreating themselves out of existence. In my state of Idaho, there are buku families going out to eat with buku children that are predominantly much nicer and much more well-behaved than the people and the kids that I used to see as families if it wasn't just one mom out with, 5 or 6 kids. But leftists, to what I say, I have to be honest and say I don't feel bad for saying it. Thank God they're not breeding. Thank God they have decided that they're going to close their legs. Thank God that they are aborting. Thank God that they are taking the pill because this world, this nation, my state, we don't need any more leftists. None. Zip. Zero. The null set. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene as I spoke about Saturday night, has said, and this is going to be a problem. There are a number of problems coming up. I want to speak more about this on Thursday night. There are going to be more Republicans that are stepping out of Congress, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Her doing that was a monster of her own creation and or disregard. But one of the things she said recently that particularly resonated with me was this: one must take a contemplative stance for some self-examination and introspection, Republican Party, and try to figure out how it is that you're going to attack for 2026. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, one of the worst mistakes you can ever make is overpromise and underdeliver. It's going to leave people pissed to the point that they won't even appreciate the good things that they received and the things that you've done for them. And to that, I say yes. And in response and reply, I said, yeah, here's what you have to do. Be like Scotty. Always underpromise and overdeliver. And that is something for which I most definitely occur. Now, USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins said she is going to be moving to do this.
We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected.
Okay, stop. Now, perhaps the volume was low. You're going to probably have to jack the volume up a little bit in your headphones or on your TV, wherever you happen to be watching this. But what she's saying is this: there's every reason for the federal government to demand receivables and metrics on SNAP benefits. That is to say, give me the stats. I want to find out. Each and every state has to provide statistics as to where and how this money is being distributed and where it's going. And of course, all the states are going to comply with that, right? No, of course not.
21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states. And that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So
why? There's only one reason for that. And it doesn't take anyone with a PhD to realize is because, like Minnesota, that's where all the fraud is occurring, in blue states. And again, I have to go back and I must acknowledge good things when there are good things. All is not lost. That's not my point for tonight. My point tonight is I'm fighting for this nation. You're fighting for the nation. People that are watching and listening to this show, you are fighting for this nation, but Democrats and leftists and globalists are not. And they're thinking and wishing that this nation would go to hell. And they're not going to help us remove fraud, because the benefactors of fraud are the Democrats and the leftists, and those by whom they're trying to buy votes, as in, for example, in just Minnesota, the Somalian contingent, who have zero interest in assimilating. These are all classic truths, but it's also a happy story in terms of we got to get the information because we know who's cheating. We just have to get the goods on those. And here's the other thing that we have to pound. I'll get to another aspect of this in a moment, in just a few more minutes. This is from the Washington Examiner. This is not what you hear enough of. The affordability crisis, that's all you hear on the left. But their latest job on the left is blaming President Trump for former President Joe Biden's legacy inflation and claiming that Mamdani's, Kami Mandami's new socialism is going to solve the affordability problem when in truth, the reverse is going to be accurate. It's going to be making it worse, better, rather than better. If the the AOC and the Sanders and the Jeffries crowd get away with this propaganda, and it is propaganda, and I'm going to illustrate and show you how and why, then the next red wave coming is going to be Marxist influenced in Congress in 2026. And I know a lot of people are going to be rolling their eyes right now. That's negative, BZ. We don't need negativity. Well, first you have to work from a position of understanding and truth and reality before you begin to rally the wagons and rally the troops and figure out how it is that you're going to combat this. And so you have to fight the propaganda. And it is propaganda. Families still feel the inflation, but there were Biden's high prices at the grocery stores. There was a story, go to shrmedia.com. There's a story in there about gas is the cheapest now it's been in 4 years, but you're not hearing those stories. Go to shrmedia.com for a lot of similar stories like that. And come and listen to my show and Earl Jackson's show and Sean Lewis's show and the shows on KLRN. And they will tell you the truth about what it is that's occurring. It's not all bad, but it's only bad that is going to be trumpeted out in terms of the American media maggots. Here's a case in point that I just mentioned from SHR Media. Gas prices are the lowest they've been in 4 years. There's the article right there. Go see it. Go read it. shrmedia.com. If you forget, go to the Rumble channel, the SHR Media Group Rumble channel. On Rumble, go to BZ's Saloon, and you'll see all the show links in there for this particular show. You'll find all the videos, all the articles, all the references that I illustrated for this particular show. What do I got? I got about 12 minutes left. I am not going to do overtime tonight. I got kind of a sick dog that's... Well, one of the things with him tonight is he's not keeping anything down. And this is kind of an indicator that he's maybe sort of in his final lap. And when he's not he hasn't been voluntarily eating for a month and a half. And he hasn't been voluntarily drinking water for a month and a half. We've been using IVs on him. We're not using IVs on him now. We have the syringes that we're feeding him water. I mean, up to 30 times a day. It's been a hell of a work. It's been a hell of a job on my wife. And God bless her for having the knowledge and the skill and the fortitude to go ahead and continue with trying to keep this poor little guy alive. But go to SHR Media. I try to be as positive as I can, but positivism must also be backed with realism. And the realism is, as I'll explain Thursday night, we can't just focus, we as conservatives, can't just focus on one thing over here. We're going to logic you to death. We're going to tell you the stats and the stories over here that you need to know because, we have the facts on our side. And a lot of people on the other side of the aisle are going, we don't believe you. That's bullshit. We can say anything we want. We're going to deal with the emotions. And you can see by that, just being emos, we are winning more elections than you'd care to acknowledge. And the truth is somewhere in the middle, right around there, is it not? So I'm not a negative Nelly. I'm just saying that, oh my God, if we need to be realistic, how we need to be realistic now. Other countries are managing to do it. And Japan right here, this is the swiftest, coolest, most inline chick that I've seen in Japan as PM, well, ever. One of the smartest PMs that I've ever seen in Japan, almost like ever. And so she has said, we're not dealing with immigration. Now, Japan admittedly has been a terribly ethnocentric country for centuries. That's how they are. That's how they roll. It's their country, and they get to decide that. I think, particularly with regard to her, we've had it. The new Japanese Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, has said, we've had it with illegals. And the other thing that she said is, you know what? I don't think we're going to do much with China now, as a matter of fact. We're a little bit upset about how you've been treating Taiwan, and we're actually going to go pro-Taiwan at this point. I have 3 more stories left. And I've not necessarily saved the best for last, but I have saved 3 Idaho stories for last. Because Idaho doesn't make the news very much, which is great as far as I'm concerned. I would much rather Idaho be out of the news. But this story is, now, let me make a couple of illustrations here before we go to the article. In Idaho, like every other state, even though they may be red states, there are still enclaves of leftists in every state, period, including Idaho. Boise has been invaded by people from Califailure. And at one point, they were just about ready to pour gas on Californians and light them on fire. They were so pissed. So Boise, down in southern Idaho, has, in the capital, has been pushed from red to an inkling of purple, which fights at loggerheads back and forth with itself. Because depending on who you believe, there's some people that are saying, well, we're turning a little bit more left. And other people are saying, you know what? They continue to fight. And the trumpeting that leftists are beginning to win is overblown. But if there are leftist enclaves in Idaho, Boise's one of them, and Coeur d'Alene, which is about 15 to 20 minutes south of me, because I'm further north of Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene is kind of leftist. They elected a piece of shit leftist commie mayor that basically said, fuck all people who are religious. That's a great mayor for a city. Nobody knew that until after he was elected. Nobody did their due diligence. Fie on you for doing that. And then there's a little teeny town way up, further up beyond me, probably 45 to 50 minutes north of me, really close to the Canadian border, called Sandpoint. And even Sandpoint has decided that, today, like John Cleese in the 1981 or 80 movie Silverado, John Cleese got his hat shot off and he said, today, my jurisdiction ends here. And some of the people in Sandpoint addressing the city council and in the city council have said, you know what? I think we've kind of had it with tranny bullshit. Sandpoint City Council repeals anti-discrimination ordinance following locker room privacy outcry. The Sandpoint City Council voted last week to repeal the city's 14-year-old non-discriminating ordinance following 3 hours of emotional public testimony sparked by an incident involving a biological male reportedly using the women's locker room in a local YMCA. And the mayor cast the tie-breaking vote to adopt a new ordinance that removes the city's local protections for gender identity, meaning that essentially, to be quite honest and realistic, at least for the time being, they're not going to see dicks and balls in women's locker rooms. Women's locker rooms should be the women's, and boys' locker rooms with dicks and balls should have the boys with their dicks and balls. Then there's another story which you may or may not have seen. There's a bar in southern Idaho. Southern Idaho. It's called the Old State Saloon. I think it's in a bedroom community outside of Boise, East I think. I have not been there. Boise is, I mean, for me, it's a long trip. Boise is 4.5 hours south of where I am. And unless I have a massive drive to drive, I don't drive anymore. And I sure as hell am not going to fly anymore, because I have zero interest in getting on a cattle car with nuts and people that smell and fight and barf. No thanks. I'll let somebody else do that. Anyway, from the Old State Saloon, it's on X. And I follow them at Old State Saloon. At Old State Saloon. Alert, anybody who helps ICE identify and ultimately deport an illegal from Idaho gets free beer for 1 month at Old State Saloon and the leftist shitosphere, shat kittens and car parts. And then, of course, as you can see here from Fuckbook, and let's see, where is it? Yeah, here's what I think of Fuckbook. And as you would expect, we removed a post from your page from the Old State Saloon. Well, that happened before. And Facebook said, wait a minute, but wait, there was a response. I got one more story after this, and then I'm going, hasta la bye-bye. There was a response. And it said, my wife spotted your ICE challenge. You might send someone around the Simple Suites by the airport at 2909 Elder Street. When I was there over a year ago, all the windows were papered over and a sign said rooms were booked. Non-Indigenous men were hanging out at the basketball court, and they didn't like checking it out. I was staying at the Fairfield Inn on a night walk. Seems to me at the time to be a holding location for illegals, which it was, as a matter of fact, and then gave more pointers to various apartments in Meridian, which was a bedroom community, which is, I think that might be where the Old State Saloon is located. And of course, the Old State Saloon put that out. And what would you think to be the response by leftists to that? Of course, violence. Idaho tavern owner has liberals preaching a violent response. This, of course, is making liberals' blood boil. The owner of the Old State Saloon in Eagle. Okay, that's where it is, Eagle. Eagle is also a bedroom community. East, I think. East or northeast of Boise. And the owner of the Old State Saloon has a knack for getting under the skin of leftists. And he preempted Pride Month by celebrating Heterosexual Awareness Month. Great. And they got so incensed they made threats against the proprietor, including calls for arson. And the thought of simply not frequenting his restaurant doesn't even enter their minds. And they've continued to go nuts because of this. They've said that, oh, you know, what we're going to do is, well, we're going to threaten you. And that's exactly what they've done. But after what we've seen in 2025, as far as I'm concerned, there should be no expectation that 2026 is going to be any different. And as a matter of fact, I would wager, and I don't quantify myself as a negative Nelly, but I do quantify myself as a realist. I think 2026 is going to be even more challenging than 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, thanks for listening live to the BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon radio show. Also, later in podcast, I know people watch later in podcast, and also the podcast on Spreaker later, and on any podcast place you can find us. We're all over the place. And thanks for being here. Thanks for listening and watching live. Thanks for being in chat live. Thanks for watching later in podcast or any rebroadcast that may occur with my permissione, con su permissione. And with that, I say promotional consideration is by the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, by the Shure and Electro Voice microphone companies, by the Arrakis Company, the people that make my mixer, and by Pratt & Whitney engines. They are dependable, and they produce thrust that you can trust. Tiaras, as I've said before, are by My Little Pony. Here it is one final time. And thanks to my personal KC-135 Kettle One refilling team, with whom I shall be converting in less than 10 months. 10 months? No, 10 minutes. What am I saying? Don't scare me like that. I'm scared.
Everybody. Good night, Mama. Night,
I'm not so scared.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Mama. Good night, Daddy. Good night, children.
I know
Good night,
there's
Daddy.
more of
Good night,
this waiting for me
Good night, Tim Bob.
right over
Good night,
there.
Tim Bob. Good night, Tim Bob. What's going on? I was asleep. What's everybody doing? Good night, Tim Bob.
Good night, and good luck.